want to tell you right now that the new rooms will be completely air conditioned. And we hope to have them in operation by summer, but of course we can't meet these little spells of unexpected weather. This evening, we are going to begin a series of studies of mysticism. And in harmony with our general program, we want to try to present the material in accordance with a graduate level of basic thinking, hoping to clarify the terms, but not to remove any of the essential information which the thoughtful person should have. The term mysticism we all rather well know. We know approximately the meaning which is classically associated with it, namely that it represents a belief or a conviction that the experience of the divine being or the divine essence is possible to man without the intervention of organized theology. It would move religion from tradition and authority directly to the substance of experience. Therefore, essentially, the classical writers on mysticism refer to it as a rational process. As such, it is recorded in the works of Immanuel Kant, René Descartes, and many other philosophers, including Spinoza, who have been accused of being mystics. The word has come into such general and broad usage, however, that the essential principles of mysticism have been for the most part obscured. We have placed so much emphasis upon the hope or belief that we are capable of certain metaphysical experiences by means of which spiritual truths may be brought more strongly to our conviction, that we have overlooked the fact that this is not essentially mysticism. Mysticism does not exist rationally upon a theoretical level. It is not a process of trial and error. It is not a program of experimentation and research. Nor does it have as its primary purpose the development of an interior phenomena of any kind. Mysticism, in its original and classical meaning, was associated primarily with the idea that a certain way of life produced a certain result, and that this result is sought apart from the natural causes by which it might be induced, or if it was brought about by any artificial intellection, could not properly be termed mysticism. Through the early centuries of the Christian Church, and among the religions of both the Far East and the Near East, mysticism was therefore closely associated with asceticism. In other words, the mystic was required to practice a certain way of life. To aspire to mystical apprehension, the person must therefore achieve a grand and complete renovation of himself. This phase of the subject lost more and more interest with the coming of the Protestant Reformation, and as early as the time of Luther, mysticism had already divided into that group which clung desperately to the high ethical and moral levels of mystical thought, as represented in the writings of the pseudo-Dionysus, and what might be termed a practical mysticism, in which the primary problem was the attainment of end regardless of means. This latter school, therefore, became definitely concerned with the possibility of the production of mystical phenomena by the inducing of artificial states of consciousness within the individual, in order that he might record or report certain borderline phenomena, or might experience certain exaltation or sense of interior liberation, or again find an exaggeration or intensification of his sensory faculties, his imagination, and even his attitudes of reverence or veneration. A modern example of this particular situation is the increasing scientific interest in the various products and byproducts of the cactus plant, mescal. This plant, which was known to the Aztecs of the Valley of Mexico, and also spread through the northern parts of Mexico and the southern parts of the United States under the general name of peyote or peyote, has caused numbers of modern psychologists and psychological investigators to consider the possibility of recording artificially produced mystical experiences induced by the use of the various mescal alkaloids. This concept has certain scientific advantages, inasmuch as enough information has already been assembled to indicate that by one means or way or another, certain faculties can be stimulated. Certain processes and functions resembling those of psychoanalytical procedure can be induced, and in a certain number of cases, therapy has resulted. The danger of this type of experimentation, however, lies in its essential departure from the essence of mysticism, as has been pointed out by a number of the early mystics, and has been again very clearly emphasized by William James. It is a thin line indeed between mystical experience and hallucination, imagination, or the various stimulations by artificial means of emotional faculties within the individual. And it is extremely difficult, even at this time, to distinguish between pure mysticism and a pseudo kind of mysticism, in which certain phenomenal factors are present, but in which the proper condition or situation for genuine mysticism is not present. Thus, we are interested this evening in attempting to understand something of the use of mysticism in the practical daily living of the individual. And we must first of all, therefore, outline certain guards, protections, certain means of analysis, certain personal defense instruments by which the individual can come to estimate the merit or demerit, the validity or the non-validity of the personal experiences that may occur to himself. All experience of a mystical likeness is not true mysticism, and there is scarcely a day go by in which problems are brought to me in which various forms of pseudo-mystical phenomena are reported. These experiences cannot, however, rise from true mystical apprehension. They must arise from certain psychological situations which have come into focus within the subconscious life of the person. Thus, we come back to our original concept as taught in the East by Buddha and in the West by Plotinus, namely that mysticism has to be an effect, the cause of which must be equal to the effect produced. The cause of mysticism is neither simply well-wishing or the scientific stimulation of extrasensory faculties. The cause of mysticism is a certain adjustment of human consciousness with the laws of universal existence. Thus, all true mysticism begins as a way of life. It begins as a dedication, and it unfolds according to the conduct pattern of the individual. Mysticism cannot arise in a situation contrary to itself. This does not mean that extrasensory perceptions of various kinds, as for example those resulting from the use of the mescal button, that such experiences cannot prove an attractive mystery. We do not deny that the individual, without the improvement of his moral or cultural life, can, under certain conditions, have experiences which transcend his ordinary functions. The question then arises, how valid are these experiences? How important are they to the individual? And do they actually advance any useful purpose in his life? Authorities researching into this problem have come to the rather sober and I think sincere and reasonable conviction that pseudo-mysticism has produced very little good. For the small amount of encouragement or stimulation which arises from it, there is a group of dangers which cannot be overestimated. The individual under hallucination of any kind is not approaching truth naturally and properly. And even though this hallucination may gratify him, may cause him to feel that he has attained a deep degree of insight, if this insight is not real, even though it may appear enjoyable or even instructive, if it is not real, it is unreal. And if it is unreal, it endangers the solid growth of the person. We have observed, therefore, that nearly all individuals becoming overly concerned with phenomena of any kind impair their own progress and arrive ultimately at a disquietude or a series of interior conflicts that may be considered essentially dangerous. A problem was brought to my attention by a letter which I only received when I returned from this last trip, in which experiments were made to discover, if possible, the relationship between experimentation in psychic phenomena and the deterioration of bone marrow. Now, this seems like a rather complicated situation. We are not sure what is going to arise from this program of research, whether we shall discover that the premature and ill-advised effort to stimulate psychic faculties may have a serious effect upon the entire energy economy of the human body. Whether this be demonstrated or not, the principle in terms of psychology, philosophy, and religion has been well justified and demonstrated. Namely, that there is nothing more dangerous to the normal growth of man than hallucination, inasmuch as hallucination represents a kind of experience. The individual prone to give greater weight to that which happens to himself is more easily deceived by himself than by any other person. And if this deceit advances some cause or belief, in which he is interested or concerned, or gratifies some natural or unnatural ambition within himself, it is more likely that he will become the victim of self-delusion. Thus, mysticism's greatest hazard is an artificial facsimile of itself, a situation which resembles it in many respects, but is not it. And this hallucination is not limited merely to persons of comparatively slight information, but is traceable in some of the outstanding documents relating to the field. It is therefore quite certain that we must ultimately divide mysticism into another grouping of two parts or appearances, the first being genuine mysticism and the second psychological mysticism. James was one of the first to point out the importance of pseudo-mysticism as a psychological symptom, to point out that very often what we call mystical experience may be merely the pressure of psychological symbolism, which can arise as a series of interior manifestations or delusions, just as surely as it can induce dreams, nightmares, and other apparently mysterious sleep phenomena. So in our mysticism, we have only one true and proper guidance, namely that mysticism represents a natural growth. It must therefore be revealed through a more or less complete integration of the person on a level of mystical insight. Such integration calls for a gradual reformation or reorganization of the major perspective toward life. We observe that in our modern way of living, the attitude of the individual becomes more and more evasive on all matters relating to the changing of personal conduct. He is convinced today that he can attain certain powers regardless of what he is, and that therefore there are tricks, scientific formulas, even drugs, or hypnosis, or some particular and special way to attain an extension of faculty apart from an actual merit system. This optimism is ill-grounded. It is not possible. And wherever there appears to be an exception, that exception will ultimately prove the rule, because the exception will inevitably lead to a sorry chain of consequences which the individual must ultimately face. Now, it is not assumed that modern man in his modern environment and under the pressures of modern living can or should turn from the daily responsibilities which make up his existence to some solitary asceticism, or to renounce his proper and reasonable duties in order to cultivate certain extrasensory faculties within his own nature. In fact, the effort actually to cultivate by intent may itself destroy the validity of the entire experiment. For all practical purposes, therefore, mysticism, like every other form of unfoldment in nature, is a natural and gradual procedure, cultivated without special tension or stress or strain, not longed for or yearned after, but rather assumed to be a natural state or stage in the development of normal persons in the course of the integration of themselves. Mysticism is therefore as natural in the evolutionary development of man as any other stage of consciousness through which he may pass. It is only when it is natural, arising as the inevitable consequence of adequate causes, that it can be regarded as true and can be regarded as completely safe. Because of this, and because most persons of devout and sincere minds have certain convictions, and these convictions impel toward the basic concept underlying mysticism, namely that man is capable of an interior apprehension or apperception of reality. Because we hold this to be a sacred truth in our own lives, we should and can begin the gradual development of mystical value. We can do this safely, so long as we remain essentially modest creatures, as long as we refrain from exaggerating our own attainments or ignoring our own faults. The beginning of practical mysticism is therefore honesty. And it is honesty in this sense of the word that brings us very close to the realm of science. Scientists may or may not be honest, but science is essentially honest. Science represents an acceptance of a pattern of exactitudes, that everything in nature is orderly, reasonable, factual, that all things that appear to be mysterious are so only because some phase of this pattern is unknown or has been incorrectly interpreted. Assuming, therefore, the factuality of the basic scientific concept, the premise behind science, namely that everything is as it is. And on this basis, beginning the estimation of ourselves, we may come to some useful conclusions. The individual is not better than he is. He is not worse than he is. He is not more nor less than he is. He has not outgrown more than he has outgrown. And he has outgrown all that he has outgrown. And somewhere in this series of almost platitudinous statements, which seem so obvious that it almost offends the intellect to put them into words, there is one tremendous and important fact, a fact that was summarized beautifully for me by an old Southern mammy who once said to one of my cousins when I was a small boy, "There's no use trying to be what you ain't, 'cause you is what you am." And never was greater word spoken by Plato, Aristotle, or Buddha. And our entire life, in terms of personal growth, depends upon the solid recognition of this fact. We are what we are. In addition to what we are, there are two polarities, the sharp and the flat of this natural tone. One is the positive pole. We can be what we hope to be. The other is the negative pole, so to say. And this is to the effect that we do not have to remain the undesirable part of what we are. We are in constant motion and growth. And man today, oriented in a very complicated world, can take very basic advantage of certain of the essential concepts of science. He can recognize a complete fact, the fact of things, and that the only way that things can change is factually. And we use the term sometimes actually. And by actually, we actually mean by action. Therefore, all things which because of action are what they are can only be changed by another action. An action either toward what they should be, or if we are not so positively inclined, an action away from what they should be. Now, it would not seem reasonable to assume that mysticism stands upon so solid and normal a footing as this simple statement of factuality. Yet this is the solid ground of the entire subject. The individual, being what he is, has a faculty range which is determined by what he is. This faculty range is not primarily determined by his artificially attained education. Education may modify the fact of the individual, but only under one condition, namely that education leads to action, by means of which an existing fact is modified or changed by a new quality of action. It would follow inevitably from this that the person being what he is, his faculties, his powers, and his propensities constitute instruments. By means of these instruments, he bridges intervals between himself and what he knows, and all other things beside himself and what he desires to know. In order to create substantial bridges by which he can extend himself reasonably and properly, these bridges have to be natural. They have to be factual, and they have to be secure rationally and psychologically. To build such bridges is a slow and not especially spectacular undertaking. Yet it is this type of undertaking, systematically continued and constantly and dedicatedly advanced, which leads ultimately to new levels of sensory unfoldment. We think sometimes of the extrasensory gamuts and mystical attainments of primitive people, and we wonder why it is that some Australian bushman or some American Indian medicine priest or perhaps a Fiji Islander can have valid metaphysical experiences and we do not have them. It would seem to indicate to our minds that these experiences are not associated with progress, but are essentially the reward of a primitive or semi-savage condition. This is not the truth, however. Psychologically, the truth lies in the peculiar and abiding virtue of primitive man, and that is his inevitable clinging to factuality. Primitive man lives so completely in a group of acceptances that he does not intrude complicated psychological intellectualism on his own part. He lives very close to the factualities of life, and because he has not obscured his consciousness with the various artificial factors with which our natural thinking has been afflicted, he is capable of a certain psychic penetration which we no longer possess. We have built barriers of sophistication which must also be overcome. We have ceased to be natural. We have ceased to be simple. And perhaps we have ceased to be humble. And because, therefore, we have developed certain arrogance, certain sophistication, or certain self-opinionism, we continually lock those procedures by means of which we might open ourselves to true mystical experience. True mystical experience arises out of simple acceptances. A man to become simple again must truly be born again, for he has left essential humility far behind him. To meet this situation, and to start where we are now, which is always the problem that confronts the individual, we must realize that as mysticism is not in itself an intellectual action, but is rather in itself an emotional experience, and as man is capable of a wide gamut of emotionality in his living, thinking, and feeling, it becomes evident that in some way his emotions must be brought within areas of realization or understanding, so that emotion can be factualized. The fact of emotion is no less than the fact of reason, but we have come to regard reason as a positive certainty and emotion as an uncertainty. This is simply due to our own perspective on these matters, having little, if anything, to do with the facts themselves. In the use of such drugs as mescal, we have discovered, for example, the tremendous overtones of simple things. We become aware symbolically that the universe as we see it and know it is infinitely more important, more diversified, and more intimately stimulating than we have been likely to imagine. Life to the average person is rather a routine drudgery. It is composed of the continuous repetitions of traditional activities. The person under strong and immediate economic compulsions is forced, therefore, to think of himself as living a material external life, and escaping from this by some violent directive into what he might term a more rarefied, superphysical atmosphere of dreams and ideals and hopes and aspirations. Mysticism insists that this rarefied atmosphere is just as near to us as our materialism, that there is really no essential difference, that what appears to be a difference is interpretation, emphasis, or the concentration of our attention upon only certain parts of actions or conditions or circumstances. To begin as a natural mystic, as Thoreau began, as many very quiet mystical thinkers have begun, something in the spirit of Walt Whitman and others who have been greatly admired for a rather simple appreciation of value. We must begin by discovering fact, essential fact in the commonplace. Science can be of the greatest help to us because it can remind us that most things are stodgy and uninteresting because we do not understand them. You will find, therefore, a person who has very little appreciation of art wander by a beautiful painting or a fine example of sculpture, comparatively untouched and unmoved by it. 10 years later, as the result of interest in art, he comes back to the same piece of work and finds himself enthralled and entranced. In music, it may require 30, 40, or 50 listenings to a great music drama such as Tristan and Isolde before the sheer genius of the music really reaches into us. We cannot immediately grasp these innumerable overtones, these wonderful gallidandos, or decorations of life, which are everywhere present if we pause to consider. Confucius and Lao Tzu in China both considered mysticism as the opportune pause. They recognized it as resulting from the sudden halting of the superficial pageantry of thought and emotion, and the giving of the attention to meaning. For in meaning lies fact. The most simple thing that we handle every day, the most common conveniences that we know, are tremendous, dramatic things if we give them thought. But if we take these things for granted as merely part of the process of living, we move on and we take education for granted. We take politics for granted. We take philosophy for granted, religion for granted, and ultimately we take God for granted, assuming that an intellectual acceptance constitutes an acceptable affiliation of consciousness. This is not true. That which is taken for granted is never known as fact. And the tendency to move over surfaces without ever penetrating into the substratums of these surfaces, this tendency is so strictly and totally Western, and most of all, so completely contemporary. It is our way of doing things, excused under the broad statement that we have no time. Actually, the individual who superficially employs his opportunities has no time, because he has wasted all of it. And to become more thoughtful and more penetrating is of the highest importance. A good example of this would be the day of the average person. He may rise and on his way to work he may get into his car. Now to him, his automobile is his second self, his alter ego. He practically lives in it, and his home is merely a detour between the front door and the garage. He practically is as attached to his car as the ancient Mexican Indians thought that Cortez was attached to his horse. They were one being, a kind of unicorn. Perhaps man is an automobile human kind of composite being. Yet although he depends upon this automobile and is continuously bewailing the cost of it, is continuously unhappy over the mechanical bills that arise in connection with it, man has never realized or appreciated that most of the essential laws of universal dynamics are locked up in his car. If he understood his car completely, he would understand the universe. It is an ever-present text revealing hundreds of principles, working together, brought together. Yet the minds that conceived and united these to form this modern monster of convenience, actually, these minds were following archetypal laws. And if there is anything in the design of a car or its motor that is not true, that is not factual, the model will be shortly removed from the market because it will be unsatisfactory in action. Thus, we have in this car principles which explain to us many of the deepest problems of biology, many elements of physics, mathematics, chemistry. And we discover how these various parts of knowledge fit together to produce an astonishing utility, one of the outstanding devices created by human ingenuity. yet created only because the inventors, down through time, have been practicing copying fragments of nature. They have found again and again rules and operations naturally occurring, which have given them the key and the guide to the creation of this car. Experiments in aviation have followed the same rules. The aeroplane, from its most primitive developments to its most advanced period of jet propulsion, is a story of the universe. It is a story of life, of law, of fact, and of the infinite combinations of principles by means of which certain specific and definite ends may be attained. Out of the consideration of such things, including the washing machine, the curling iron, the electric toaster, the woolen fabrics of your clothing, your glasses, your ballpoint pen, paper, silk, rubber, housing, walls, roofs, heating, ventilation. All of these things exist simply because man has been able to combine natural facts. And the reason why one man invents these and another does not is that one man becomes aware of a fact, and in another person this awareness is not equally stimulated. Thus life is continually confronting us with symbolical representations of value, of eternal fact. There is an old Greek-Roman study of ancient sewerage systems based upon the study of the arterial circulation of the human body. So we adapt one fact to another need, and if our adaptation is correct, the new need is satisfactorily met. But if in this adaptation we depart in any way from fact, we shall ultimately regret this departure, whether it's by intent or ignorance, and we will correct or reform our device until it once more functions properly because it is factual. This discovery of the immanence of more than we realize is of the greatest validity in giving the individual an understanding of the Paracelsian axiom that those who would understand God must walk the book of nature with their feet. In other words, they must recognize the immanence of eternal doctrine, and they must recognize man's intellect or his consciousness as an unfolding process of acceptances, of discoveries leading to uses, and that what we call inspiration is becoming aware. It is the breathing in of universal reality. To the mystic, the recognition that he lives in a world of reality from which he is divided by his own unreality becomes the inducement for the larger correction of his own nature. It leads him to recognize the tremendous challenge, not of mere observation, but the challenge that comes from the ability to interiorly become aware that he abides in a midst of fact, that morality is to live according to fact, and that morality and ethics are therefore good living because they keep the facts, and that religion essentially is the same thing, inasmuch as the will of God is revealed to man by fact, there being no appeal beyond the will of God, man has no appeal beyond fact, which is his discovery of the divine procedure, as this procedure works out on levels within his comprehension. It is also inevitable that man should assume that there are other procedures beyond his comprehension, no less factual, and that what we would term this mystical ascent into rarefied atmosphere is merely only man's advancement in subtle fact, the exchange of that which is more rare or attenuated for that which is more gross or material or obvious, but never for a moment departing from fact. This great need, then, to be factual is in what way impaired in man? If the absolute fact of life is God living, why is man not immediately and intuitively aware of this? He probably is immediately and intuitively so aware. But this immediate and intuitive reaction is almost immediately blocked by intellection. The individual cannot be content with the acceptance of a fact. He must dramatize it. He must dogmatize it. He must creedalize it. He must in some way reduce it to the nature of imperfection like himself. In so doing, he transforms a natural fact into an unnatural error, and then attempts to live upon his interpretation rather than upon the fact. This is perhaps the reason why, for so many people, what is right and what they want to do become synonymous terms. The individual takes it for granted that what he wants is good. He does not try to adapt himself to any standard of good. He assumes that he possesses this standard and adapts the facts to himself, which means to adapt a reality to an unreality. And this in turn destroys the dynamic of the fact, and the person falls into illusion. If we move constantly from a true acceptance of that which is true, we shall observe immediately that a marked change occurs in the pattern of our interior living. This marked change, when viewed in perspective, is extremely alarming. The first alarm comes when it occurs to us that if there is a difference between what we want to do and what we should do, the achievement of virtue arises through the inhibition of our natural desires. Small children arrive at the natural conclusion for them that if it's pleasant, it's wrong. If they like it, they shouldn't do it. And if they are enjoying it immensely, it is approaching the state of mortal sin. The person normally, therefore, divides his life into what he wants to do and what he should do, and regards these as dissimilars. In the light of fact, this is an error to start with. He has no such choice. He has only the choice of accepting the fact or coming under the penalty of illusion. If it were possible for the individual to live without fact and live well, the entire ethical and moral structure of nature would collapse. But it has been demonstrated since the beginning of human intellect that the person cannot do this, regardless of all his optimism and his incessant trying. And, of course, it is obvious that the subject has been given adequate exploration and adequate experimentation. Man has tried every evasion conceivable. He has made every mistake possible. And he has assumed every evasive action or attitude within the gamut of his capacities. And still, he is unable to escape factuality. He is unable to escape the foundation upon which all things must be built. This may seem to be a long digression, but it is not. It is not, because it is the foundation of mysticism. Mysticism is the gradual discovery of fact. Each degree of discovery leading naturally to a corrective within the individual. The mystic is simply a person who tries to apply what he knows, and also tries to continually increase his knowing in order that he may apply more completely. The end of his search is not that he shall attain knowing, but that by a degree of knowing he shall attain a factual existence, an existence without alarming error, subterfuge, or deceit, likely to detract from his ultimate integrity. Having this thought basically in his consciousness, the mystic begins by tying experience outward and experience inward into a pattern. The child going to school learns a little of a new lesson every day. Being a child, it is quite probable that these lessons cannot be immediately applied. The child learns, for example, one day the location of the Amazon River. A little later, perhaps, the exports and imports of New York Harbor for 1948. These stimulating and amazing discoveries are more or less wasted on a teenager. In fact, some of them be wasted on an adult. But they constitute a dawning or growing accumulation of facts. Now, these facts are more or less purely intellectual facts. They may be useful someday. More generally, they simply provide a general orientation. They help the individual to have a certain insight into the way of the world in which he lives, the communities in which he may travel, and the means by which his civilization is perpetuated. These things can ultimately add up to a kind of education about his world. But even more pertinent and valuable is a very interesting little formula that can continually be used. Namely, that each person starting out in the day should try during that day to add one more fact to his life. Now, of course, in the abstract and the absolute, facts are not very numerous. Facts are few, and the great facts sustain all life. But in our common experience, we are not able to assimilate these great facts. Therefore, we must approach them more humbly, observing first those most immediate and available facts. There are only certain facts immediately accessible to us in the common daily experience of living. We cannot suddenly experience Angkor Wat or Bangkok, Siam, because we're not going there. We can have an intellectual comprehension of the world and its countries, its cities, and its nations. But these are beyond immediate experience in their totality, except in a very few cases. However, there is the possibility of adding a fragment of fact to our way of life every single day we live. These fragments, which are most vital to us, have to do with the values of things. They have to do with decisions that have to be made. They have to do with our use of our means and our time. They have to do with our conduct in our association with other persons. They have to do with our sober reflections about the inadequacies of ourselves under the pressures of emergency. They tell us something of our own limitations and how we follow the admonition of the apostle that when we would do good, evil is ever nigh unto us. But each day we can find a fact of our own weakness. Those are very easy to find if we're diligent. The fact of someone else's strength, that is not quite so easy to find because we do not believe that much in other people. But it is a useful thing to enlarge this belief. The recognition of the relationship between action and reaction in our own private business. Every day we can enlarge our understanding by little flashes of insight. These little flashes of insight are themselves mystical experiences. They are little ones, but all things must begin as little ones. And as Lord Bacon's pointed out, all young things are awkward in their proportions. Therefore, the beginning is not the end, but the entire mystical method is revealed through the first legitimate flash of insight. The first time the individual is truly aware of an unrecognized or previously ignored fact, he has achieved half a step forward. He has put one foot out. Now he must draw the other foot to meet it. The second half of each step is the application of this newly discovered fact to an internal experience within himself. And are not used. Such discoveries gradually accumulate to form intellectualism. Intellectualism being nothing but a mass of discoveries which have become so fascinating in themselves that we have no inclination to do anything with them. Facts that are held for their own sake alone. Discoveries by which we are amazed and astonished, and sometimes impelled to sit down with a certain attitude of awe that we are able to be so stupendous as to make these discoveries. And of course an attitude of greater awe to other people who have made bigger ones. And yet the question remains, what has been done with any of it? This inevitably leads to the danger of developing also experiences internally that have no relation or valid foundation in the discoveries which we have made. It is a mistake to take a discovery and do nothing with it. And it is a greater mistake sometimes to take a very small discovery and try to do more with it than the facts justify. The moment we depart from the fact, or depart from the natural boundaries of the discovery, we pass from valid experience into an invalid kind of experience. An experience which becomes experimental, becomes over-emotional, over-intense, and by trying to transcend the discovery which we make, we may land in hallucination or fanaticism. both of which arise from conduct, intense, but not sustained by discovery. Discovery always implies that we have perceived the working of a law, and having satisfied ourselves that this law operates and is valid, we then take this law unto ourselves and into ourselves and incorporate it into our pattern of conduct regulations. If we do this continuously, gaining a little insight every day, and through this experiencing a little more from within ourselves every day, we shall move interiorly and exteriorly in harmony and in proper relationship. There will then be no conflict between the material person and his supermaterial interior life. If conflict arises from the material nature of man moving in one direction and his aspirational structure moving in a contrary direction, if these move together like 2 feet, carrying the one man along, each step measured by the counterstep, each move balanced by an appropriate move of both parts of the moving equipment, then we have the person progressing, growing, unfolding according to the natural way of life. Under such growth, what we commonly know as self-delusion is almost impossible. This does not mean that we can begin and immediately eliminate all errors, or that we can transform ourselves from the sinner to the saint in a night. It means, however, that for hope and for optimism, we are substituting a factual procedure derived from nature, supported by conscience, and justified by interior and exterior experience. Moving in this way, we move with propriety, and if we study mysticism, we shall discover something of the direction in which this motion usually leads us, a motion which has been recorded in the lives and characters of innumerable persons of varying degrees of interior enlightenment. We observe, of course, among all these persons, a gradual diminishing of certain aggressive attitudes which in themselves and of themselves are obviously not factual. They are not factual because we discover, if we become attentive, that these processes produce ill rather than good. And if by our works we shall know them, we cannot justify that which does not justify itself in action. Therefore, regardless of our feelings, any thought, emotion, or action which produces a destructive or negative result cannot be justified, cannot be factual, because nature is not factually decreeing annihilation. Nature is attempting continuously to rescue things from the tendency which they possess to destroy or injure themselves. If we attempt to rationalize and try to indicate that ends justify means, that in our way of life it is impossible for us to practice certain virtues revealed to us as factual by our own power of experience discovery, if we annihilate or assail the right of these facts to dominate our own conduct, we then place ourselves in a situation which is likely to prove completely detrimental. We observe, therefore, that if a pattern of living is not producing in the individual a reasonable similitude of that which he desires with rightness of desire, or that which he intuitively apprehends to be right, or if more obviously the things that he is doing are producing detrimental, negative, or destructive results upon himself or others, then his experience discovery mechanism demands that these things be changed. The discovery mechanism shows him that he is wrong. Further discovery mechanism may give him some insight as to what is right. He cannot depend upon right being in this case an action opposite to wrong. He can only assume that right is an action consistent with fact. But if he discovers that an action within himself is producing nothing good in himself, what defense has he for the continuance of it? If this defense has to do only with the continuance of the general pattern of his habits, then his position is indefensible. He must determine in his own nature certain values, and he must attempt to rationalize the means of attaining them. Now, we all know that it is extremely difficult to change the outward structure of society around us. We also know that it is extremely difficult to change the attitudes of persons with whom we must have certain continuous or occasional association. Therefore, our adjustments, factually speaking, must in every instance be an adjustment of discovery and experience in relationship to ourselves. We cannot expect or require that other persons will share our insight. We can only hope that in the due course of time, they too will be led to the path of fact, discovery, and experience. In the meantime, however, we have decisions that have to be made. These decisions today are becoming more pressing than ever before. And it is because of the pressing nature of these decisions that we have this tremendous upsurge of mystical living and thinking, ranging from the restoration of faith healing in our churches to the cultivation of Zen Buddhism. This tremendous gamut is a reflection of man's personal acceptance that he has discovered his own inadequacy. Now, this discovery is factual because he must live with himself. He finds he cannot, or that if he manages to endure the association, it is incomplete, unsatisfying, and even unfriendly. Through the discovery, therefore, of the fact of maladjustment, he is confronted with the challenge of applying this discovery directly to the interior mechanisms of his own experience. He must then decide, simply and directly, whether he will continue in his way and expect to bear the consequences of his error, or whether he is becoming weary of this relationship between cause and effect and is inclined to attempt to remedy the situation. The tendency to remain as he is satisfies a static nature quality which he possesses. It seems to be the line of least resistance, or the line of least decision, or perhaps the line which might, to the least degree, curtail certain satisfactions which he regards as partial compensations for insecurity. For instance, he may be perfectly aware that his way of life is likely to bring him to the grave prematurely, that he will live only 50 or 60 years when he might otherwise live 70 or 75 years, and that in the 50 or 60 years he will have considerable more sickness, pain, misery, and perhaps unemployment through incapacity, but he will do as he pleases. or he may live more moderately, with better control and discipline of himself, extend his period of usefulness, improve his health, save himself a great deal of pain and annoyance, have more friends, a better family, and children developing in a more secure and proper atmosphere. He must decide from his discovery of these facts what he is going to do. If he does nothing and continues along in his old accustomed way, then the discovery does not lead to experience. And because this discovery does not impel him to the personal acceptance of the truth that has been revealed, and this personal acceptance in turn has not led to an immediate modification in his own conduct, then the sequence which we know brings about the mystical experience has not been established. Because he has learned a thing to be true does not make this mystical experience inevitable. Because he accepts it does not make it inevitable. But if to acceptance he adds a measure of dedication, by means of which he resolves to live according to the highest degree of light that has been accorded to him, and he immediately places himself under the authority of this light, forbidding by nature or instinct or interest any action destructive to this revelation of fact, then he begins to move toward mysticism, because he begins to change the psychic chemistry of his own interior nature. There is no doubt in the world that this procedure, if it could be rendered scientific, would carry us much further than the types of psychoanalysis that we have today. For these are concerned constantly with trying to help us to know more and be the same and still comfortable. A very difficult formula, one that has not yet been perfected, although no doubt in the world that some of our prominent business corporations will work on it. It will be most attractive if man can break the law and enjoy life to the fullest. And man would gradually accept this as being perfectly right and proper and refer to it as scientific progress. But nature forbids it. And what nature forbids, man cannot accomplish. Man can use nature, man can abuse nature to a degree, but nature turns relentlessly upon those that abuse it. And man cannot escape from the pattern, the vast organic structure by which the entire economy of the world is sustained. If then we take some simple situation that can arise, the individual discovers, for instance, a natural tendency to prevaricate. In less pleasant language, he is a confirmed liar. By confirmed, we do not mean that he lies all the time. He only lies when it seems to bring him some kind of advantage. But after a while, one lie that is necessary requires two more to support it, and truth becomes virtually extinct. This individual suddenly faces the fact, not because he has been injured immediately by this particular lie, although perhaps a series of critical situations may bring the requirement of remedy closer to his attention, but he suddenly experiences nature through a discovery of truthfulness, of verisimilitude. Nature never lies. And man discovering this and beginning to contemplate on the innumerable complications that come to him through prevarication, may come to the conclusion that not to lie is better than to lie. This may be called a theological victory. It is the victory of right over wrong as far as theory is concerned. But if the person, having discovered this and rationalized it, remains a liar, which can well happen and often does, nothing of vital significance has been finally accomplished. But if this person, having this discovery, suddenly realizes that it is the will of God, as expressed by the law of nature, that he be truthful, and begins to worship through truthfulness, and to experience the interior benefits of truthfulness. Discovery plus experience produces an opening, or an awakening, or a vitalizing of value, leading inevitably to an experience of truth, an experience of earned truth, of the victory of truth over error, and most of all, the personal experience that the individual can achieve to any good that he determines to achieve, and that through this achievement he opens his conviction to further achievement, and discovers in the long run that his truthfulness is a tremendous improvement in the total pattern of his probable happiness, security, and friendliness. Out of this new relationship, he experiences a closer relationship with the plan of life, with the purpose of things as they are. But this relationship is not possible while the individual who believes in telling the truth still lies. If a person who believes in telling the truth is by this means brought into a religious movement, affirming the value of truth, discussing it, arguing it, preaching it, teaching it, and forcing it upon everyone else, but remaining untruthful himself, this individual, should he possess any psychic attenuation of faculty, will have a delusionary experience, because he cannot have the true experience apart from his own experience of truth. Mysticism, then, is this continually unfolding experience of value. One of the most common of all of our unhappy situations is one which is much nearer to us and often less easily integrated than some spectacular vice like forthright prevarication or alcoholism or total immoral depravity. These things are so-called large problems. But these large problems never have to really be faced as such, because they are nothing but accumulation of neglected small problems, and ultimately have to be so dissolved. But we have certain basic problems. And the most basic problem that we all have, and the one that stands between nearly every person and the beginning of mystical apperception, is the problem of personal non-tranquility. You can say that it is due to any one of 100 different circumstances and factors. But we have the very difficult situation of the person who is not really bad and at the same time is not much good. This taxes our ingenuity, because when you try to say to such an individual, you are wrong about this, they look at you so innocently. The little mistakes that they make should certainly not be held against them, especially when compared to the large mistakes everybody else makes. So non-tranquility, which is just a certain general disorder, a kind of disorder that corresponds in physical symptomology to what they used to call a pining condition. In the old days, people who did not feel too well either pined or had a misery. Now, a misery could be almost anything from a touch of rheumatism to a toothache. But a misery was just not feeling good. And in our problem of fact and unfact, or non-fact, this problem of the misery is this situation of the individual who is just a little miserable all the time, or most of the time, and has a pathetic look of unbelief on their faces if for a moment they are not miserable. These individuals are made up of the world's good-hearted people, the well-intentioned ones, the ones who are so well-meaning that it just seems terrible to say anything unkind about them. But this type of negative non-adjustment can and does block nearly all of our positive efforts to grow spiritually. And a person in this condition of perpetual misery, trying to unfold religious convictions, or to advance spiritually, or to cultivate extrasensory perception, is in the most deplorable, miserable condition of all, because he is in constant danger of hallucination. The hallucination does not seem as though it should naturally follow. After all, he's only a little bad. All right, nature is just. He only has a little hallucination. But a little hallucination gets very much larger when we think about it. The hallucination rapidly develops overtones much more than the little badness with which it was associated. And most persons who have this kind of hallucination include in it the strange imagination or fantasy which would insist that they are better than they are, which is the most comforting form of fantasy, and very often paralyzes any further effort to correct the cause. The individual promptly forgets the cause, forgets his own needs, and dashes off in the service of some hallucinational destiny which he feels awaits him in larger worlds to conquer. So this problem of the small misery is one thing which is so frequently overlooked, so consistently denied, or excused away with a gallant gesture. Here is the common problem of mysticism in relationship to life. It is also the problem of life, because most people are not very bad and not very good. And it is out of this general dilemma that many of our most terrible tyrannies have arisen. The moment we recognize that we have a certain number of faults, even though they be minor ones, our fact discovery must go to work on them. It must recognize that religion, in terms of mysticism, is the systematic rededication of attitudes and impulses so that they become useful rather than useless, that they become, even in smallest matters, basically constructive, and that there is a clear allegiance in which every resource that we have is dedicated to the best use that we can make of that resource. Now, this does not mean that our small virtues are dedicated to some vast project. It means that small virtues are dedicated to small, necessary, immediate ends. and that through the continual experiencing of these, they add up. And a few years of careful recognition of the principles involved will, and usually does, bring about a marked increase of apperception on the part of the individual. Now, another problem that often perturbs us a little is the fact that we try desperately for 6 months, and at the end of that time we are not illuminated. The mystical experience hasn't happened. Therefore, the bottom is out of the ethical universe, and we go on without hope, giving up any tiresome project that seems so rewardless. A few years ago, under this type of situation, the individual always changed teacher or joined a new movement. It was obvious that he wasn't getting anywhere. But where was he trying to get? What he had hoped to do was to take 1 ounce of base metals and transmute them into a ton of pure gold. He was entirely out of his depth. He did not realize that if his procedure was accurate and correct, he was developing his mystical apperception, whether he realized it or not. This apperception was not sufficiently strong to open the heavens until they resembled the vision of Dante. These achievements were small achievements which he magnified because it is so difficult for the average person to do anything well. If he has one victory, he feels that all the universe should pause and admire it. Actually, his reward was that with each discovery transmuted into experience action, he gained a little greater skill in further discovery. That if he did not falsify his own records, he would find that as the result of correcting even one minor peculiarity of disposition, he had a new orientation on life. Perhaps not vastly new, but an orientation that gave him control of some situation, gave him insight to some degree that he did not previously possess. Thus his journey, beginning as it must with the single step, continues, and each step is a single step. But a man taking enough of them finally comes to the end of his journey. The end of the journey, like the beginning of the journey, is also a single step. We have become so hopeful that we could jump over vast hurdles quickly, then believe definitely that in a few months we could attain victory over sickness or sorrow or despair of one kind or another, that we simply fail to observe nature's way. We have not discovered the facts of this situation. And because we have failed to discover the facts, we have interpreted them wrongly. And from this wrong interpretation have come to our own despair, our disillusionment, and our sense of futility. Beginning then to think in terms of scientific mysticism, as the Greeks and early Christians understood it. Asceticism is merely a term for unworldliness. It has nothing to do with an individual going away and living alone in a cave. Asceticism is the individual creating a code by means of which he refuses to compromise principle for advantage. A code by which he firmly and sincerely believes that through attaining a certain interior orientation, he will justify and inevitably receive an enlargement of interior apprehension, that he will be delivered from certain evils to the degree that he delivers himself from certain errors. The idea of a vicarious atonement for these situations has in itself had a markedly detrimental effect upon Western civilization. It has helped the individual to actually take the belief that it is not necessary for him to immediately and initially correct his own qualities. Now, this is not the big moral problem that most persons assume it to be. And all the preaching in the world sounds forbidding and negative and certainly platitudinous, but it has very little to do with the fact itself. It has been proven on every occasion that it takes no more energy to do it well than do it badly. That the individual is not required to give up things that are near and dear to him, unless these things are so basically unworthy that they should not be near and dear to anyone. Nature does not demand that the person desert his responsibilities or his problems. It simply requires a continuous evidence of purposed growth. And while man grows, nature rejoices. When man stops growing, nature comes up behind and prods him appropriately. Nature refuses to permit the individual to stop growing. And most of so-called growing pains are the individual resisting growth, or some bodily structure that is not keeping up with the national or natural pattern of nature's intent. To grow, then, is to be natural. And it is perfectly proper and natural that man should grow to the degree that his interior faculties become the active agents in the directing of his activity and conduct. It is part of nature's law that the human being shall be self-ruled, self-governed. And as an incident or natural evidence of this, we realize that every other form of government has failed. And we also realize, as Plato pointed out, that if man is self-governing, it makes very little difference what type of political structure he lives under. The self-governing man can live well under any government. The man who is not self-governed cannot live well even under the best government. And if peoples are so afflicted, the best government is rapidly corrupted. Thus, the tendency of nature to force us to grow, to continually unfold our potential, means a motion from our exterior and grosser perceptions to our interior and more refined perceptions. We know, for example, that for man to be truly greater than he is, he must know more than he does. In order for man to be oriented in the total universe, in order that spiritually, psychically, intellectually, emotionally, and physically, he shall be in all things sufficient, and that this sufficiency should in its own expression be the full growth of that person, the full exhibition of the grace, power, dignity, and honor of that person. That to attain this end, even with relative completeness, we must have faculties we do not now functionally possess. We know that the individual must sometime be adjusted to an invisible world of principles, as now is adjusted only to a visible world of effects. We know that the time will come when man will outgrow the lessons that materiality can teach him. In spite of his complicated way of life, these lessons are comparatively few, and diagramming human situations as they can exist in life has already demonstrated there are only about 40 things that can happen to a human being. And all the complicated plots of history are merely combinations of these basic happenings. Thus man lives, phenomenally speaking, in a limited universe, in which a limited group of adjustments confront him. Yet even if he makes all these adjustments, he is not yet perfect, inasmuch as the physical universe does not provide him with the most necessary of all ingredients, and that is the apperception of causes. Man is not able to examine naked principles. He is not able to know things according to their true natures. He can know them only according to their seeming and not according to their essence. But man, in order to attain to the full expression of his own humanity and reach upward towards participation in his own divinity, man must have more faculties, more powers, more abilities than he presently is able to use. The mystical experience, therefore, in most systems of mysticism, is acknowledged to be a simple and natural faculty, normally available to the individual who has proven through conduct that it is next for him that he should be raised to a new level of interior experience, that new kinds of universal facts must be revealed to him in order that his own growth can properly continue. When in the next degree of his own growth requires an extension of faculties, then and then only the mystical experience is a proper and normal thing. Forced in any other way, it is a forced and unnatural thing. And when forced or unnatural, it is inevitably heavily involved in illusion, because man cannot force his power to apperceive truth. He cannot achieve a pseudo-spirituality. He can achieve a pseudo-hysteria. He can achieve a false state which he may regard as spiritual. But he cannot achieve a union or an at-one-ment with a superior condition until that union is the next thing necessary for him. He must therefore build toward this through the exhaustion of the consciousness, wisdom content of those testimonies which can be bestowed upon him by faculty perception. Now, what does this discipline lead to? To what does man turn, or what does he become, if we may assume that by continual growth he gradually exhausts the 40-some-odd situations of which flesh is heir in the problem of living? It really means that each individual, by this exhaustion, gradually eliminates a false concept, a false standard, or a false code of action. Mysticism assumes that by the gradual relaxation of error, it is possible for the individual to achieve a tremendous amount through the intensification of his own dedication. Nature recognizes two factors in the increasing of the tempo of human progress. One is growth in extensity, and the other is growth in intensity. Extensity is a problem of time in which experience is diversified over a very large area and is available to man in sequences, so that in so many years or so many lifetimes he may attain to a certain degree of knowing. This means growth along evolutionary lines with incredible vistas of time, leading ultimately to the attainment of the desired end. Intensity, however, means the speeding up of time through intensive effort, in which the person chooses to move more rapidly. Intensity is not a substitute for extensity. The intense individual who wishes to achieve in 5 years what another man may take 10 to accomplish has only one recourse, namely that he must work twice as hard. He cannot attain this end until a measure of achievement required has been attained or achieved. Therefore, as Euclid of Megara said, there is no royal road to learning. There is no royal road to illumination. There is no trick by which it can be done. What we observe occasionally as a more rapid motion is actually a more intense procedure. And intensity usually results from increased dedication, greater alertness, stronger resolution to achieve a certain purpose, and perhaps the experience that the end is so desirable that certain other less desirable things can be easily sacrificed to that end. But the only thing that can be sacrificed is error. Man never sacrifices truth. He can only give up what is not so. For what is so is not divisible from himself at any time. He can obscure it, but he cannot successfully renounce it. Therefore, all that he can give up is his own inadequacy. And the rapidity with which he resolves to do this results in the intensity in the life of certain individuals. Intensity may arise from a variety of causes: inspiration, noble example, critical situations, a certain type of common instruction. It is easier in one generation than another because of the attitudes of persons. In those ages and days in which culture was recognized, culture achievement was more rapid. In days in which scientific progress is recognized, scientific progress will be more rapid. The individual will find it easier to grow according to the pressures of his time. But as he goes further into his life, he finds that the greater pressures are his own need, his own interior realization, and his dawning sense of spiritual values. Thus he may grow a little faster than his neighbor. But this does not mean he is favored, or that he has been selected, or that he has been ordained to a spiritual aristocracy. It simply means that he is willing and able to roll up his sleeves and work harder. There can be no achievement by accident. All achievement is by experience intent. If we follow these patterns, we will observe the natural civilization of our species. We will observe, therefore, that mysticism is an overtone of biology, that it moves with anthropology and ethnology, that all of these elements work together, and that man, achieving a certain platform of culture, becomes aware of self-culture, becomes aware of the possibility of advancing by his own intention this evolutionary procedure which is moving around him in nature. This was the great concept of alchemy. Man as an artist perfecting nature. And when the individual uses his interior resources to anticipate and advance the proper works of nature, he becomes then the alchemist, and also the faithful gardener and the faithful shepherd. It is his own dedicated determination to move with life more directly, more completely, more sincerely, that leads to what we call the exceptional case of mysticism. Very often the intellectual faculties are not entirely clear on this, but what might be termed a general intellection, known as aspiration, takes over. An aspiration is a union of the mental and emotional faculties in the determination to experience the presence of God. When this aspiration is strong enough to cause the individual to instinctively cast off that which is contrary to the fulfillment of this aspiration, we may have examples of mysticism, as in the case of St. Francis of Assisi, St. Francis of Sales, and many other of the mystics, St. Hildegard of Bingen, Santa Teresa. These represent the individual now devoting himself to the service of his own aspirational nature, but the service always accompanied by a decreasing self-awareness until, as the Persian and Near Eastern mystic puts it, the individual forgets himself in God. The end of all observation, discovery, experience is the reduction of the ego equation in the individual, the elevation of principle above personality, the elevation of reality above appetite or selfishness or self-interest or self-pity. These are all victories of the impersonal over the personal. They are the victories of a divine purpose over human negations. Wherever this victory is hastened, your mysticism becomes more naturally apparent. But if we have superphysical phenomena separated from these dedications and these achievements, we are going to have hallucination. We're going to have a pseudo-experience, one in which the individual may be deceived into the belief that he is growing, and growing beautifully. But he has failed to observe that this growth is not justified by his own self-directed. The individual finds that he still has his faults, but is also having experiences. This discovery should cause him pause immediately, for he should know that something is wrong. Nature does not reward that which has not achieved, any more than it punishes that which has achieved. Therefore, any experience inconsistent with the dedicated growth of the individual must be viewed with suspicion. Only the individual can sit down and honestly determine these facts in a factual manner. If he is not able to do so, he is already heavily under hallucination. But he may come to secondary testimony in the fact that his affairs go badly. And in the world in which this occurs, in his own interior relationships, he cannot control the world around him. But where his own inner life is not growing to some degree, becoming a little mellower and a little softer and a little kinder every day, he must be suspicious of any apparent extrasensory extension that he may have. Thus the entire subject becomes basically scientific. And on the basis of this scientific foundation, we can continue next week with the next degree of our study. And we thank We have a number of points we want to cover this evening. Make sure we don't forget any of them. I all got them carefully noted here in a proper scholastic manner. First of all, we want to clarify certain basic problems in connection with mysticism as they relate to our personal conduct. So we have to come now to an extension of our concept of definition in action, in the conduct of life. Mysticism represents a basic and entirely natural instinct toward action. In other words, we have people whom we variously judge. We say of one individual, he is naturally critical. We say of another, he is naturally suspicious. We may say of a third, he is naturally self-centered. But when we speak of a mystic, we merely say he is naturally a mystic. Now, it is just this kind of basicness that our problem involves. The individual who is naturally critical is not aware that he has cultivated criticism, but he has, whether he knows it or not. He has gradually permitted a certain tendency of his character to become more and more exaggerated. And perhaps as a result of early environment, he has inevitably dropped into an attitude which will gravitate against him throughout life. In the same way of thinking, it is not right to assume that mysticism is something acquired, something that represents a sect or a creed or a belief which can be adopted by the mind at will or pleasure. Mysticism is a natural condition. And the only reason why we do not all express it, or do not all live in its rather simple and gentle structure, is that we have permitted other characteristics to become exaggerated, so that our mystical potential is ignored or neglected. Man being a total being in himself, having within his own nature all potential out of universal potential, cannot be deficient essentially in anything necessary for his completeness or his security. Therefore, his insecurity and his incompleteness arise not from natural privation within himself, but from his own attitudes and decisions, and by the virtue or vice of having cultivated certain propensities and having neglected others, perhaps equally important or of greater importance. Thus we now think of our mysticism merely as the individual being himself, allowing those values and qualities which are part of his being to appear in their own proper and normal way. We know that mysticism must have a certain normalcy, otherwise it could not result in normalcy. The individual cannot attain any security by departing from realities, but it is the mystic and those of similar interests or parallel courses of pursuit that attain security, whereas those with other attitudes, less constructive, less total, less unified, do not attain security. Thus we must assume that those qualities which bring into man's life the greatest fullness for himself, these qualities bear the basic authority of nature. For nature is continuously attempting to reveal to us those courses of procedure most likely to be constantly and universally beneficial. Now, as most persons, if they have this mystical equation within themselves, are unable to draw upon it for their immediate needs in many occasions and circumstances, wonder how this mystical value can be released or developed to become a present help in time of emergency. It is obvious that criticism, from a tendency, develops into a powerful dominant in life. Mysticism, from a tendency, may also develop into a powerful dominant. But just as surely as criticism grows by exercise, so mysticism grows by exercise. And as certainly as criticism is strengthened by beholding around itself things which appear to deserve criticism, so mysticism grows and strengthens by observing around itself those things in which the mystical attributes are dominant or obvious. Thus, according to our sight, our vision, our constant awareness of things, we find support either for our strength or our weakness. In nature, as we all know, nearly every position that man can occupy, intellectually or emotionally, may be regarded as justifiable by argument. But only certain attitudes or situations are justifiable by consequence. And one of our first important lessons is therefore to recognize that the mystical equation is sustained, justified, supported by the most powerful of all evidence, the evidence of consequence. Against this evidence, once we begin to recognize it, intellectual and emotional debate are fruitless. The individual, in the presence of a fact, must accept this fact to the degree that he is capable of apprehending the fact. It is only when he is unable to perceive that which is true that he can deny it. It is only when his own reason, judgment, and attitude forbid him the acceptance of truth that he can reject it. In this concept of mysticism, therefore, the mystical attitude or the mystical release in life must arise from certain natural and inevitable processes within the temperament itself. These processes are not essentially intellectual. They are processes of experience. We assume always that experience is the one undeniable authority, that out of experience we must come finally to certain conclusions, these conclusions being inherent in the experience, and the experience itself being an evidence or manifestation of life in action. All experience reveals the nature of good and evil. All experience points out the strength and weakness of conduct or action on any level, on any particular subject that may be under immediate consideration. Thus, mysticism being natural, it is essentially something to be rescued rather than to be cultivated. It is something which, being present like a seed in the earth, must be given the kind of care necessary to cause that seed to germinate and grow. Mysticism is not something we must create, something we must import, something that we must receive as a benediction from others. It is a seed within our own consciousness. It is a part of our own internal life. But it is only through a certain dedication or devotion to that seed and to the proper laws governing its development and unfoldment that we can have the full benefit of the maturity and growth and fruitfulness of this seed. Therefore, we find that all things in life which are meaningful involve some effort or responsibility. That which requires no effort is not rewarding. That which is not founded in some degree of human dedication is seldom worthwhile, useful, or permanently beneficial. Thus, if we are anxious to release our own native mysticism, to experience it as a normal growth of ourselves, and therefore something which we need not defend, which need not be creedalized or sectarianized, but may be constantly available to us as a stream of living water rising from interior fountains of our natures. in order to know this experience and to know it with certainty, we must make certain adjustments. Adjustments perhaps with the historical or traditional phase of mysticism, which alone provides us immediately with the keys to things that we must do. But it should be understood that all disciplines or theories or concepts about mysticism are merely means of bringing to our attention that which becomes valid only by our own experience. We cannot be mystics by conversion unless we wish to assume that we are converting ourselves when we so live that we reveal to ourselves the facts of ourselves. This constitutes the only true means of becoming certainly and faithfully aware of those principles that are necessary for our living. So in our practical application, we begin with the recognition that the end of our endeavor is that we shall know by experience, that we shall have things happen to us that are so completely undeniable that there can be no rebellion against them, no resistance to them, and no denying that they represent a diviner law working in the natural world. Also, we should bear in mind that mysticism per se requires no defense. It is not something that is sustained by argument or protected jealously by some secretiveness of our own. That which can be assailed must be assailed. That which is true cannot be assailed. Therefore, it needs neither defender nor can it be injured by accuser. It remains in its own nature and substance as it is, and men approach it or retire from it according to their natures, but its own nature is unchangeable. This is a certain security, for it gives us confidence that at the root of life there are values which are eternal, true, and ever-present. Nature is so constructed that the mystical equation is forever available to us, not by some miraculous or extraordinary experience. For as Lord Bacon says, it is not necessary for deity to convince us through miracles, inasmuch as the commonest of his works are sufficiently miraculous in themselves. This thought is I think, very noble and proper to our consideration. So we're now going to take some of the aspects of practical mysticism and look into them for a moment. We have somewhat defined our position for this evening. Therefore, we will say that the search for mysticism is a search involving the use of the power of insight. Now, insight is direct cognition. Insight means not only seeing within, but it means a kind of apperceiving which is rooted completely in direct cognition of value. Insight is through sight. It is the sight of a thing which is deceived not by its appearances, nor is it rationally deceived by its defenses, or emotionally deceived by its pleadings and protestations. Insight is that which is not deceived, because it is concerned not with the appearances of things directly, but with their substances and essences. The cultivation of insight, then, suggests the need for a clairvoyant power of some nature, or the extension of our sensory perceptions into the ability to perceive into internals. Actually, however, insight as termed in mysticism does not immediately require any extrasensory perception whatsoever. Insight is for man complete perceiving. It is a perceiving in which cognition is true, right, honorable, and sufficient, because it is not adulterated by prejudice or opinion, because it is not diluted by tradition, nor is it overwhelmed by what we commonly refer to as human authority. Insight, then, is free sight. It is sight free to see. Now, our way of life bestows certain physical freedoms upon us. To attain these freedoms, our ancestors fought gallantly, defending with their lives the right for physical freedom. We today are searching for other kinds of freedoms. Not only the four freedoms, but perhaps one of the most important, and that is the freedom to think straight, the freedom of insight, the freedom to perceive the thing as it is. And against this great desired and reasonable and purposeful freedom, we have arrayed not only the prejudices of others, but the involved, complicated mechanism of self-deceit. Consequently, insight must achieve a gradual victory over self-deceit. Now, self-deceit is often very subtle, difficult to cope with, inasmuch as it represents angles and faculties and phases and aspects of temperament which we have gradually come to regard as essential parts of our own natures. One of the difficulties then is that wherever we are asked to change an attitude, we assume that we are asked to change ourselves. This is not essentially true, for in most instances the attitude does not represent the self. The attitude is something that already has enslaved the self, thrown it into bondage, imprisoned it, and prevented its free impression and expression. We must therefore assume that the self, by its own nature, desires honor, desires to know, and desires to perceive the fact of things. But against this natural desire is false conditioning, which inevitably causes us to become victimized by negations and distortions of our own mental and emotional nature. Therefore, insight is nothing but honest vision of things as it is. Now, to attain honest vision, the individual must, for the most part, reduce a certain kind of equation within himself. Honesty is not something that can be cultivated. You cannot say, day by day, in every way, I will be more and more honest. That might be an evident truism, but it is not sustainable in action. We cannot cause honesty to increase, because honesty is not something that has of itself the nature of increase. Honesty is something that is. And because it is, and because it is universal in its own nature, because it is everywhere, not more distant nor nearer, but all permeating and all penetrating, and because honesty of itself is unassailable, therefore can never be destroyed, never be corrupted, never be prevented from being itself. Our situation is not to ride valiantly like some St. George for the salvation of honesty. Our real problem is to eliminate the dishonesty in ourselves. We cannot make anything more honest, but we can cause all things to be less dishonest. This is a very subtle negation, but it is one of the greatest importance. It is present everywhere in which we have the egoism of the human mind, assuming that it can add or subtract in relation to the substance of things. This it cannot do. It can either accept more or less of this substance. And what we would term the increase of honesty is merely the acceptance of it in our own nature to larger and larger degree. It has nothing to do with an actual increase in the circumstance or fact of honesty itself. Man may be dishonest all his life and yet live with an intrinsic honesty within himself. He may live dishonestly in a world filled with honesty and be untouched by it. It is his own relationship to himself that determines, therefore, his ability to release, reveal, or express certain eternally present values. Insight, therefore, is merely the recognition that honesty is that which remains when dishonesty ceases. The individual who affirms that if he does not do wrong, he will do nothing, is not substantially correct. To cease doing wrong does not mean the end of action. It simply means the end of wrong action, or of the wrong use of action. The individual whose mind and emotions are no longer victims of error will then find an automatic release of virtue or correctness through his nature. We are blocked by our own limitations and by our own misinterpretations of values. If we get out of our own way, value continues to express itself as was intended, and as must always be the law and nature of value. Insight to us is a gradual conviction that the individual, by internal experience, can become aware, can know through a direct and immediate cognition the fact of universal value. Mysticism is an aspect of this universal value. Mysticism is this value largely in terms of conduct and peculiarly applicable to human beings. The mystic is not a person who ceases all action, but who rather exchanges the grossness of conditioned action for a fuller value sense, in which his action becomes more significant, although quite possibly less violent. We have no proof whatever that violence of action adds anything to its significance. And we have much proof that violence of action exhausts the individual and places him in situations in which it is ever more difficult for him to retain insight, even what degree of it he would otherwise possess. So insight as direct cognition may tell the thoughtful person that there is ever available to him the proper substance of insight, that toward which insight is naturally turned. And this thing toward which it is turned is value, or essence, or substance, or reality. That this reality is available at all times and in any situation and in every situation. And that every condition which arises is one of conditioned value. That is, one in which value is variously frustrated by that which is not valuable, causing innumerable complications and emergencies in the practice of human conduct. Insight, therefore, tells us also that value may be revealed in two ways, either through a direct apperception of itself or an indirect recognition of it as the result of the tragedy of allegiance to that which is not value. The individual may therefore grow directly by clinging to the truth, or he may grow indirectly by exhausting error. Unfortunately, however, in exhausting error, he is apt to exhaust himself and everyone else. Consequently, in the conserving of energy and the preservation of life for his own good and for the good of his associates, it is far better that he shall become, so far as is possible, dedicated to insight, to the effort to perceive and experience value. The commonest form of insight, the most natural form, is that by means of which we become sensitive to motive and sensitive to the underlying elements of a situation. Insight permits us to penetrate appearances, whether these appearances are favorable or unfavorable, in an effort to determine value in contrast to appearance. Man, having in mind which is capable of individual intellection, is capable of conduct contrary to his own instincts. The individual is capable, therefore, of deceit. He is capable of pretending one thing and practicing another. We know this without very much use of insight. We recognize this as one of the common problems of our time, and as a result of this, we become profoundly suspicious of the conduct of those around us. Now, suspicion is by itself a negative value. It is something which, if maintained long enough, will produce detrimental effects upon the mental, emotional, and physical structure of man. Therefore, we must assume that in the natural plan of things, suspicion is not a virtue, that it is not a faculty that is given to man for his preservation. If it was, it would be used in this way without interfering with the basic integrity of the individual. If suspicion were a proper faculty, the individual would grow by the use of it. He would also find himself enjoying better and more continuous security because of this attitude. Such is not the case, and the history of suspicion, as it passes gradually into a clinical condition as mental disease, shows clearly that the only thing that suspicion rewards itself with is more suspicion, and that if this is allowed to pile up indefinitely, it becomes pathological. Thus, suspicion does not solve anything. Yet, says the person who has been gradually indoctrinated with suspicious attitudes by circumstances around him, how can we protect ourselves without being suspicious? How can we make certain that without suspicion we will not be exploited? How can we say that a dozen times we have been subjected to the deceit of others, and that we should approach these others the 13th time with a good hope and a cheerful countenance? This looks as though it is almost more than flesh can bear, and we are inclined to assume that the effort to do so is little short of ridiculous. It is as long as we approach with the same attitudes and with the same equipment that we approached before, and which attitude and equipment led to our immediate exploitation. Insight is not suspicion. Insight, however, is fact hunting and fact finding. Nearly every individual who is deceived and who thereby becomes inclined to be suspicious is not deceived because of his honesty, but he is deceived primarily because of his lack of insight. He is deceived by his selfishness. One of the most common forms of deceit that we contact is the individual who, for a quick profit, is lured into an unreasonable or unprofitable investment. This lack of insight is obvious. He should have realized that when he engaged in an enterprise in which common sense told him the hazards were far greater than the probabilities of reward, he should have faced this fact honestly, immediately, and factually. He should have realized that he took a long chance because he expected more than reasonable profit. This was not a virtuous action, but a foolish one, arising from his own cupidity. Cupidity is destructive to insight, but leads to conduct which sustains suspicion. And as surely as he is himself exploited, others become suspicious of him if he offers or promises that which he cannot reasonably fulfill. Thus, in the individual lies the factor which, different from insight, leads him to a different kind of estimation of other persons. Criticism, suspicion, these attitudes are not the same as a factual analysis of the problem. A factual analysis depends entirely upon a non-emotional, impersonal recognition of value. The recognition of the abiding location of the fact of the matter. Insight, then, is the quickest, easiest, most natural way to become strong. It protects the person from his own weakness, from his own gullibility, which is a form of weakness. It prevents him from contributing to the delinquency of another. It does not place him in relationships with others by which suspicion can reasonably result. Insight, then, is always a factual look at something. Usually, facts have a certain charm about them. Facts are not very often truly bad. It is the failure to find the fact that results in what we call evil. The fact may be ridiculous, ludicrous, amusing. It may be entertaining. It may be everything that you can think of until it falls upon us to our detriment. And for it to do this, it must be misinterpreted and misapplied in our own lives. Insight can therefore begin with a proper evaluation of situations around us and a gradual releasing of our minds from these vast, unsemantic expressions of total acceptance and total discarding of things. Nothing is all this or all that. And the moment prejudice comes in, fact flies out the window. Insight is our quiet ability to penetrate all subterfuge and to perceive those obvious symptoms which never fail to be present. The only way we can be deceived is to close our eyes to obvious facts. And to close our eyes thus results in a penalizing. And when we have been penalized for several times, we are afraid that we will be penalized again. So we wander about waiting for the worst. Whereas the answer lies not in this procedure, but in simply opening our eyes, which have been closed through all the previous episodes, by the simple opening of our awareness, so that we become naturally and normally conscious of the inevitable associate factors, the symptoms, which are never separate from any situation in life. Every situation is the result of causes which can be estimated. Every situation leads to effects which can be evaluated. And it is our failure to observe causes and evaluate effects. It is our failure to judge things by their values and their principles. This is the mistake, or the type of mistake, which leads us into most of our unpleasant situations. Insight is not something which you should sit down and say, this afternoon I will turn it on. And while I am turning it on, I will examine the condition which has arisen. Insight should be as natural to us as criticism. Insight should be the ability to see a little further into every stone wall than we have ever seen before. Insight should be an attitude toward observing things. It should be the power of the individual to accept more evidence, consciously and subconsciously, because he has not closed his attention to that evidence, because he has not willfully refused to see it, or has allowed some prejudice or attachment or detachment to stir his mind away from normal perception. Insight is clear sight because the sensory perceptions, normally and properly used, will carry with them into our consciousness, not only the immediate structure of things, but a certain aura of overtones. These overtones are visible or can be determined by the senses. They can also be estimated after the phenomena has been accepted by the rational faculties. And the individual can instinctively and intuitively gain an ability to perceive value or the absence of it as easily as he now perceives the rising of the sun or watches the traffic ahead of him. In some ways, under certain stressful emotional pressures, we do develop certain overtones. Perhaps one of the most common of these developments today is in the case of the motorist. The motorist, subconsciously, if he's a good driver, and if there were not millions of good drivers, there would be very few of us left alive. The motorist, because he is in a constant condition of emergency, does have a degree of insight in relation to driving very much in excess of his insight on other subjects. He sees, he recognizes, he almost sees behind him. He becomes able to make note of the slightest variation in traffic patterns. He becomes almost intuitively aware of what the driver in front is going to do, because the old age of arm signals is practically extinct. It requires a moderate degree of telepathy to get home. Because he has to have it to survive, man develops it. And it is quite amazing how rapidly his coordination also adjusts itself to an emergency. Without time to consciously think at all, the good driver will nearly always do the one thing that is possible under the situation and likely to reduce a tragedy or a difficulty to the minimum. Drivers have told me that where an accident was obviously only a split second away, that in that split second it seemed as though eternity never moved. That split second became longer than an hour. And in that split second, a tremendous amount of intellection was possible. And in that split second, the individual was frequently able to actually completely avert the accident, although there seemed to be no time for such judgment. He discovered that he had the faculty of instantaneous analysis and judgment, but he had not used it. This is perhaps a shallow similitude toward insight, but it is in this direction. It is the power of the individual to see more than he realizes, react more intelligently than he consciously knows, and to avert a condition by the total union of his faculties. Such faculties exist, are available to man, but he simply does not use them. And the principal reason why he has trouble with them is because in daily life his prejudices are stronger than his emergencies, and he never gets that clear flash of direct and complete insight. It is as though he were intoxicated with the psychic toxins of his own wrong thinking, which can be just as detrimental to him as they are in the form of alcoholic intoxication on a highway. His reflexes are reduced on the highway by the alcohol in his blood. In private and civilian life, man's reflexes to insight are reduced by the psychic toxin of his attitudes, and the true insight is therefore not available to him. To try to correct this situation, to practice it a little, to try to see more about things, to observe their values and their relationships, so that instead of merely recording an optical phenomenon, we record with it something of the cause of itself, something of the consequence of itself. One of the Greek philosophers suggested it in this way. Through a certain familiarity, man is aware of the overtones of certain conditions around him. A man looking at a tree in bloom can, with his mind, see the fruit that is to come upon that tree. He knows that the flowers of the tree, the blossoms, will become fruit in due time. And by a slight extension of his thinking, he can see the growth of this tree from the seedling in which it started. He can restore these thoughts to his mind, or they may almost spring to his mind when he contemplates the tree, especially if he has some interest in the subject. If the payment of his mortgage depends upon the fruit, he will see the fruit before it is there. He will judge it, he will estimate it, he will try to imagine anything that might prevent it from developing, and he will do all that he can to preserve the naturalness of the situation in order that he may survive himself. It is the same with all incidents in life. If these incidents are truly important to us, we will anticipate them, we will observe them and contemplate them, not in a long and arduous intellectual process, but intuitively, instinctively, by insight. We will search not for the incident, but for the value. And in so doing, we will gradually enlarge these auric overtones. For the values of things lie in their overtones rather than in the objects themselves. And our search for mysticism is always our search for value. Now the next point is important to us also. Mysticism emphasizes continuously the presence of what we might term a spiritual factor, a spiritual idealistic equation in every situation that is contemplated. Mysticism, therefore, must move from the sincere conviction that in every problem that we know, there is a God in it somewhere. Mysticism particularly emphasizes the discovery of the God equation. And this God equation represents the essential good, the spiritual fact in things. This is, however, not so valuable to us unless this emphasis has some practical meaning for us. It was true that the old Indian, the American Indian, saw God in fire and heard him in the winds. That is true. But we have to find our utility, our practical application of this principle. To affirm that there is a God in things is to affirm that there is a good in things, and also to affirm that all things have concealed within them somewhere a spiritual equation, which means an equation of value. This equation of value usually impacts itself upon our experience as the equation of lesson, of meaning, of that which it can help us to know, or to understand, or to attain, or to achieve, concerning which we were previously ignorant in some essential part or degree. Consequently, the spiritual essence of value for us in everything that occurs is instruction. The individual who is living to learn will have a far more significant and successful life than the individual who is merely living to gain. Gain is precarious in these times, and for each gain there must be a loss. Consequently, gain brings little, if any, actual security. On the other hand, the individual who lives for lesson, or at least very largely accepts lesson as an essential value in life, can hardly have a life that is a failure. He can hardly resist the recognition of the magnificence of existence if he is willing to accept life as a way of learning. This does not mean that learning must be painful. We have come so completely and entirely to the conclusion that learning is a miserable and uncomfortable procedure that it is hard for us to conceive that learning can be beautiful, that learning can be good, and that learning can be important. If, therefore, in connection with our basic study, we take the attitude that learning is the spiritual equation in the things that we do, then we find a divine nature or insight in everything and about everything that is possible for us to understand and to know. If then, on this basis of thinking, we attempt to grasp the experience value of things, we do not have the difficulties in accepting life that would otherwise be present. If we are able to accept learning as the spiritual integrity which justifies life, if we are more interested in being happy because we have learned than being happy because we have been successful, we will have a great possibility of a rich and full life. If, however, our happiness must result only from situations that meet our personal approval, we are going to have usually a troublesome time. Thus, mysticism has as one of its basic concepts the discovery of the spiritual equation, the recognition that whatever happens encloses within itself a vital meaning, that the discovery of this vital meaning always justifies any trouble, misfortune, or pain necessary to attain that meaning. That there is no failure in life except the failure to attain meaning. A failure to attain meaning, fortunately, is rare, because nature, by its own natural energies, persists in revealing meaning until it is presented so fully, completely, and inevitably that we must ultimately turn toward it and accept it. Spiritual insight, or the spiritual equation, helps the mystic, therefore, to realize continuously that this is a divine world, and that these things which happen to us and to others, which do not appear to be divine, have within them a divine meaning, and that this meaning has as its end, goal, and ultimate man's mystical experience of God as good. That out of all these things the person can achieve the victory of self over all circumstances that can arise, and that this victory in itself is made possible by man realizing that the word self, spelled with a capital S, is not only a symbol of our personal natures, but of the God self in us, by which all things are possible, including that degree of insight which is man's power to perceive that God, in the things that have burdened him, afflicted him, frightened him. This discovery is possible, and it is the mystic who, attempting sincerely and honorably to find this equation, to know it, to recognize it, and to accept it into himself, relaxing with it or to it, and remembering, as all mystics must remember, that it is not man of himself that accomplishes these things, but as Jesus said, it is the Father in I that doeth the works. And it is part of the essential concept of mysticism to discover the spiritual equation, which simply means the equation in which it is the Father in us that doeth the works. And that this spiritual value gives us the power, gives us the eternal and everlasting right to perceive the truth, to exercise our own natures toward the attainment of a reality which is possible because we are of the substance of reality. Were we not of this substance, we could not know it. But because we are of this substance, we can attain it through dedication, through relaxation away from error, from recovering from all self-pity and self-censure, and simply, quietly affirming that which mysticism has forever affirmed, namely the spiritual equation, which means the absolute justice in the substance of things. And that this justice has as its principal end that each human being, in the course of its natural growth and unfoldment, shall become aware of this justice, shall ultimately rejoice in this justice, and shall perceive in this justice the first and perfect testimony of the presence of God in all things. This concept, then, is the next point in our study of the mystical equation. The next factor that I want to speak of is mysticism as a way of binding what we know to what we do. This is a very important equation. Intellection can permit us to contemplate the most glorious and wonderful vistas of reality. Mysticism, however, is not a philosophy per se, nor a religion. Mysticism is a kind of action. Mysticism is therefore an active force, acting with instead of contrary to the large patterns of universal action. That which moves with life may not appear to move, because it moves with the total picture of things. But this is the most important and graceful motion of all, for it is motion in Tao, as the Chinese call it, or motion in infinite motion. And there's a great difference in the life of man between motion and commotion. Motion is a movement with life. Commotion is a shadow boxing with errors. Motion is therefore a flowing of life into its own natural and proper purposes and applications. Our mystical situation, then, shows that man has a kind of knowledge. Now, knowledge is a natural acquirement of man. Knowledge is the negative pole of this intuitive kind of insight. Knowledge is a learning about things, about conditions, involving arts and sciences and crafts and trades. Knowledge, however, is not as sterile as it seems to be, because knowledge to the mystic becomes in every instance another example of the presence of the divine in action. Therefore, the great mathematician says God geometrizes. He has found God in mathematics as Baron Emanuel Swedenborg found him. The great physicist finds God in atoms. The great biologist finds God in tissue. The astronomer finds God in space. Everywhere, knowledge as we know it becomes a living witness and testimony to the presence of divine power. But the transformation of knowledge, so that man moves from this realization, if all knowledge reveals God, then the application of knowledge reveals worship. And to the mystic, worship may be therefore practiced in any field of learning, or in any department of living, or in any pursuit of man, so long as this pursuit is ennobled and enlightened by man's personal acceptance that this form of learning, or this type of work or craft, is a service to God and nature. If man is capable of recognizing the dignity of action, he realizes that all action is meditation. All work is prayer. And as the mystic Essenes of the Holy Land said 2,000 years ago, the perfect water of baptism is the sweat of human toil. These mystics worshipped through work. And one of the points of mysticism that is tremendously significant is the idea of bringing the element of worship into work. That worship is not apart from every other purpose of man, nor is worship a burdensome and heavy theological procedure. The Greeks, who were among the great theologians of all time, worshipped with laughter. Man worships through the joyous recognition of the presence of the divine power in all of his labors and his pursuits. The great artist sees in God the supreme artist. The great architect sees in deity the supreme artificer of all things. Therefore, the architect builds for the glory of God. Unless the energy, the life, the God, the Father in him doeth the work. Man cannot raise his hand except that life energy in him raises that hand. And to the mystic, this life energy is the ever-present reflection or testimony to the availability of the divine power. So mysticism binds us to a new concept of life and religion. A very simple and natural one. Not a concept exaggerated or hypocritical or dramatic, but a simple concept that by the daily practice of the realization of the presence of the divine power in all things, man gradually increases in righteousness, increases in the interior beauty of his own life, and comes by degrees to that peace which truly surpasseth understanding. He does it not by great works or special achievements, but by ever mindfulness that when he reaches out his hand, it is the hand of God that he reaches out. And when with this hand he takes the hand of another, he takes into his own hand also the hand of God. This mystical exposition of things brings about the end of enmities and such disjointed relationships as afflict us and burden us. Yet there is no drama, no artificial sense of virtue. It is simply the forthrightness of a true and complete and substantial conviction that these things are true, and that by the practice of them, their greater truth and utility will be inevitably demonstrated. For the individual, by these practices, is rewarded according to his works, and gains further reward because of extending capacities to perceive and apperceive these values working in himself. Now, the next point in connection with mysticism that I think we should bear in mind is, if you will go back through the story of mysticism, you will find the peculiar humility which has marked the lives of most mystics. This humility results from what has been termed introspection. Introspection is the individual turning into himself with a natural and proper sense of inquiry. Introspection is the person examining himself with the same honesty and forthrightness with which he has sought to examine other circumstances. And as surely as in other circumstances he sought for the God and the truth in those circumstances, so turning his introspection into himself, he seeks also for the God and the truth within his own nature. The individual, the mystic, in his introspection becomes certainly aware, however, that there are two natures within him. One of these natures is essentially the cause of his trouble. The other nature is his hope of glory. The cause of his trouble lies in that disjointed or separated nature, which is represented as an intellectual entity, or an entity based upon its own selfness, or even its selfishness. Whereas behind and beyond this is the divine nature in man, having its root in the same divinity which all things commonly share in union and togetherness. Thus the mystic, turning in to himself, seeks not essentially and factually to be good to other people and to condemn himself, any more than he would be good to himself and condemn others on a different level of enlightenment. It is no more proper that we should belittle ourselves than that we should belittle others. It is no more reason why we as individuals should think of ourselves only as repentant sinners, any more than it is proper for us to think of ourselves only as arrogant fools. There is a proper and moderate attitude in all these matters. Actually, the individual who goes toward mysticism, because he practices introspection, becomes aware of the workings of the divine will through himself. He perceives his abilities, the flashes of genius which may have come to him. He becomes able to estimate more accurately his potentials. He knows what he should be doing and how he should be doing it. He recognizes the neglect which he has suffered at his own hands. He recognizes his tendencies to evasions and to unnecessary confusions and complexes. He recognizes the shortcomings of his disposition. He realizes natural tendencies to his suspicions and cruelties, to his condemnations and intolerances. These things, by introspection, he becomes more and more aware of, recognizing that in these faults he possesses within his own nature those faults which in the world around him most terrify him when they are possessed by others. He realizes also that in these common faults he shares life with others, that the very situations which he resents in them he is nurturing within himself. Thus a certain humility, a certain reasonableness of attitude must naturally result. But this does not mean constant self-condemnation, nor does it mean that we should be less mindful of the regeneration of our own natures than we are of trying to assist others for improvement. The great trouble in most cases is man's instinctive tendency to turn from himself, trying to reform or change others without giving adequate thought to the introspective process of recognizing his own relationship with others. At various stages in his mystical development, it may be that his great bridge between himself and others will be his faults. For these he will obviously share with others. And as he expects others to be patient with his shortcomings, so must he likewise be patient with theirs. Thus, instead of taking a position of arrogance, he, recognizing his own infirmities, becomes more companionable or more equal with others whose faults are likewise equal to his own. Out of this attitude, then, he gets away from the holier-than-thou position, which is always very unfortunate. He comes, rather, to a democracy of faults, in which we all live together, while we still abide in an autocracy of truths. In this situation, introspection must naturally lead to the individual making some reasonable effort to change his own life. Not by a violent effort, again, to overcome his vices and develop his virtues, but through this peculiar, intuitive insight. Because it is obvious from centuries of observation and reflection that the moment that the individual really experiences the nature of his own false situation, the moment he knows it is false, he cannot continue to defend it. He can only defend it as long as he has not experienced the fact that he is wrong. He may intellectually argue himself in and out of anything, but once he has come to the interior realization that a situation is not right, he cannot rest until he does something about it. His own inner consciousness moves in upon him. Now, it is very important that this inner consciousness shall not immediately become involved in some kind of a psychotic pattern and get him into further complications. It is not that he must go out and engage in this terrible struggle. His interior consciousness, as it warms his inner life, as he becomes intuitively, introspectively aware of the true nature of his inner life, this situation naturally remedies itself. It is the degree of insight which he is able to direct upon his own problem that determines the rapidity with which he can solve it. Once he has completely internally renounced it, his failing cannot live. Not because he fights it, but because he can no longer sustain it or justify it. And the moment he cannot justify it emotionally or rationally, he cannot preserve it. It falls away, not because he kills it, but because its source of nutrition, his own continuous repetition of the fault, is removed. And that which is not sustained by his own action loses its own significance and gradually disappears. Not by being fought with, but simply by being outgrown, which is the only way we can ever get out of anything. And introspection is a way in which we gain a measure of internal growth. And by this measure of internal growth, we become capable of putting ourselves in a school with our own consciousness as the schoolmaster. And in this situation, coming little by little to a formal and complete allegiance with these mystical values which constitute the truth of the matter. When we are able to achieve these values, we are able to accomplish self-examination without self-condemnation. We have no more right to condemn ourselves than we have others. What we have to do is to do exactly as we would with a small wayward child. Having discovered its needs, these needs perhaps being within ourselves, we must do what is necessary to make sure that our own inner life is ordered and strengthened, by such natural methods, such orderly and proper procedures, and such loving discipline as we will give to a small child in difficulty or in problem. Now, another important factor of mysticism is, of course, that it is highly idealistic. In practical standpoint, idealism is not quite the same as spirituality. Spirituality relates to the nature of a substance, for spirituality is that which is bestowed by spirit, or which exists by virtue of spirit, or which has its own root and substance in spirit, and is possible only because spirit exists. Idealism, on the other hand, represents a gradual maturing and enriching of man's interior comprehension. Idealism is a state resulting from the happy sublimation of man's emotional and mental life, and the gradual union of these two in a positive and normal psychic entity. This idealism, consequently, becomes a true realism. We oppose realism to idealism. This is a false opposition. It is not true in nature. Idealism actually is nothing but man's ability to apperceive that the inevitable good in things promises certain ends consistent with itself. And an idealist is one who is convinced of the ultimate rightness of things and the ultimate victory of that right over every illusion or delusion of man or collective groups in society. Idealism is therefore the belief that the world has moral purpose, that the world has a job which it is doing for itself and for all its creatures, that man, the universe, and the world are moving victoriously together for the fulfillment of a universal good. Idealism then implies that all things have in themselves an ideal structure. And an ideal structure is, in this sense, an idea structure. And idealism goes back to the Platonic concept of archetypes, affirming that there is an archetype of good, an archetype of beauty, an archetype of reality, that all things exist within this pattern, cannot be separated from it, cannot be cast out of it in any way, and must ultimately fulfill it, and that what we call the problem is simply man's own personal delaying of inevitables. He cannot prevent them, but he can dawdle along with them to his own discomfort and discontent, longer than is necessary according to the will and nature of his kind. Idealism also carries in mysticism a concept of monoism. And this means that in mysticism not only is archetype or is the divine nature of things beautiful and good, but it is total unity. Consequently, the mystic, as part of his natural mystical expansion, begins to create bridges by means of which nothing is left separate, that there are no longer ins and outs, that there are no longer fors and againsts, that there are no longer deadly opposites into which all things in nature are divided, that division itself is an illusion, and that the motion of mysticism toward the true state of insight is the gradual experiencing through of illusion, particularly the illusion of separateness. Therefore, in the true and natural substance of things, division is incidental, belonging only to certain stages or conditions of life. Division also exists primarily upon the level of the five senses and has its greatest sphere of influence in the material world, where bodies appear to be completely and entirely separate. Yet this separateness of effects is itself suspended from a unity of causes. And even this separateness of effects is not as real as it appears to be, for all effects are still bound within the circle of the unity of causes. This was a basic Pythagorean formula, and philosophy and mysticism have always held firmly to it in the thousands of years in which these forms of learning have descended to us. Thus, mysticism, as an experience, is a gradual recognition of the error of division. Mysticism, representing a natural evolution of man, is moving even in our time toward overcoming barriers, racial, national, religious, sectarian, creedal, industrial, all barriers by which individuals are artificially divided from each other must finally disappear. And the recognition that life may be individual but never separate, that the individual has his own personality, his own capacities, his own powers and abilities, but because he is himself does not prevent him from also being all other selves. Thus, mysticism implies the absolute unity of God, that all so-called creative agencies exist within one divine nature, and that deity as the source of the eternal life of man, being undivided, this life in man is likewise undivided, and that therefore there is only one life, variously manifesting through an infinitude of evolving forms, but substantially and essentially one life. Because life is one, life cannot damage anything but itself. Life cannot be deceived out of anything but itself. Life can be suspicious of nothing but itself. It can be critical of nothing but itself. It can go to war on nothing but itself. Therefore, all of these pursuits are themselves illusionary, inasmuch as they are conflicts arising in the appearances of things, when the substance of these things can never enter into conflict, because it is indivisible, eternal, and one. This concept in mysticism leads again to a contribution to conduct. It assists us to a speedy and quick sympathy. It helps us to recognize the instinct to see in those in trouble ourselves in trouble. And the moment we create this, we have one of the simplest forms of mystical experience. If when we see an individual in trouble, we instinctively see ourselves in this place likewise, we will handle the situation perhaps with a little more understanding than otherwise would be possible. It does not mean that we will all, or any of us, can understand all things, but it gives a tendency toward a more simple, direct, and natural recognition of value. And by this recognition of value, a participation in unity. Thus, whether it be the yoga of India, or the concept of union in Greek mysticism, or in Egyptian metaphysics, always this idea of oneness lies in the root of mysticism. And because of this oneness, being a law, being a value, being an eternal truth ever present in nature, man experiences a common participation in the divine love, in the divine wisdom, and in the divine law. Thus there is no possibility of man being belittled out of his birthright. He cannot lose his birthright. He can only obscure it. It cannot be taken from him, but he can become unaware of it as one who sleeps. But if he awakens into the mystical apperception of this, he becomes, as St. Paul says, the firstborn of them that sleep. He becomes capable of awaking from the sleep of division into the waking fullness of realization of identity, of unity, of one purposeness. This he does not cultivate, does not rationalize, does not intellectualize. He merely experiences it by the very process of remaining receptive to the true motion of life within his own consciousness. These things flow in upon him if he will not obscure them by false attitudes, by means of which these experiences are forbidden to him by his own action and concept. The next point in mysticism that is important is a brief consideration of the contribution of intuition to the mystical apperceptive power. Intuition is a very important thing, dealing often and substantially with events and circumstances. But intuition is a dangerous thing also, for intuition can be so easily mistaken for other processes. It can be mistaken for the individual's own personal preferences, coming out from within the subjective nature of himself. Intuition, therefore, in its trueness, must be cultivated. But that which is a pseudo-form of intuition must be also discerned, lest it afflict and burden the life and make the achievement of the final end more difficult than would otherwise be the case. By the cultivation of intuition, by the recognition of the intuitive faculty in man, we also come into the presence of a kind of apperception of the nature of consequences of things. Intuition is not what we might sometimes think it is, merely a faculty based in some metaphysical cause. Intuition is only a clear statement that every individual at all times knows more than he thinks he knows. Intuition means that there are faculties which he is using, the testimonies of which he is not consciously accepting. He also must realize that intuition means a penetration into value. And for the most part, it tells us that the human mind is divided into a surface structure and a submerged part. While the surface structure is most highly individualized with modern man, the submerged part is still a tremendous reservoir of receptive areas. And into this receptive field there flow stimuli which we do not consciously register. And while the mind on the surface of things is moving in one direction, perhaps to the fulfillment of its personal opinions and prejudices, there is a subjective layer that is already able to lend great help in the straightening out of confusing situations if the mind will accept this contribution. Often the mind consciously will not accept. Therefore, intuition may express itself through a series of extrasensory experiences in sleep, in vision, or through so-called clairvoyant or clairaudient revelations. But many of these so-called contributions from unknown space are actually arising from man's own larger nature, a nature submerged but real. The tying of the objective consciousness with intuition is more or less the reversal of the motion of knowledge in man. Our normal procedure is to accept stimuli from the outside, pass this stimuli through the sensory perception into the brain, where it is rationalized into a series of concepts or ideas. Mysticism affirms that through the practice of quietism, which is an essential mystical discipline, it is possible to relax this process so that the individual is not constantly rummaging his environment for stimulation, that gradually he can achieve a relaxation of the accumulating faculty of the mind. The mind, forever drawing to itself data, facts, and statistics, becomes hopelessly involved in analysis, comparison, and the critical processes which we have already mentioned. If, however, this mental process can be relaxed, it is possible for it to be reversed, and for certain essential facts already retained within consciousness to flow outward through the mind and to appear as intuitional or creative or miraculous mental activities. so that the person suddenly seems to know more than he knows, to think better than he thinks, and to become aware of things which normally would not be within his consciousness. This means that this has been moved in from what Emerson might term the overself, from the collective superior part of his own nature, which is forever available to him, if he will relax the pressures of his personality and be receptive to it. The cultivation of intuition is the cultivation of observation plus reflection. It is the attunement of the outer senses to perceive the overtones of things immediately occurring, because this process of perceiving overtones is the source of our intuitional content. If we can bring this into conscious focus, then we have the availability of intuitional power immediately and at the time most suitable to prevent a false attitude from arising in the mind. If therefore we can become reflective upon overtones, upon small things, we can become truth detectives. A detective, whether it be a real one or such an imaginary creation as the genius of all time, Sherlock Holmes, a detective looks for clues. Clues are obvious things generally overlooked. Man is looking for clues to the mystery of life. Man is looking for clues to the facts of things and to the realities. And he is also searching industriously for a clue to a better way of life for himself and his kind. These clues are present. They are not impossible things. They are not miraculous. Nor does one have to be a clairvoyant to find them. It merely means trained observation of the phenomena, plus a natural, undistorted ability to contemplate that which is observed. Thus the person, observing more and reflecting more wisely upon what is observed, comes into a larger participation in the fact. And those who have not attained this will regard his achievements as miraculous, and they will be as astonishing to those who know him as Sherlock Holmes' magnificent examples of induction and deduction were ever baffling to poor old Dr. Watson. This baffledness was simply that Dr. Watson had eyes but saw not. Of course, he was a convenient foil for the infallible Holmes. But the principle is that we all overlook an equation. And if we are not sure whether we have overlooked something or not, there's always one way to prove it. If what happens appears to be unjust, we have overlooked something. And we might as well get to work on it. If the thing that happens appears to be a prime and inevitable cause of misery, we have overlooked something. And if the thing we have had occurs to us is totally and completely bad, we have overlooked something. Because nature does not function in this way. We have simply failed to see the more subtle clues. And if we saw those and reflected upon them, we would be able to restore the dignity of nature, the honor of man, and the divinity of God. It is merely that we have overlooked a vital factor. And this overlooking is what the mystic meant when he pointed out the tremendous need of the cultivation of the balance of observation, reflection, polarization in consciousness. That everything that we take in must be thoroughly digested. It is the part that we neglect to consider. It is the part that we cast aside through disinterest. It has something to do with our own prejudices which close us to the ability to see certain clues. And as we know, as great experts have said, there is no such a thing as a perfect crime. And there is no such a thing as an individual in a situation that is perfectly impossible. There has to be a hole in it somewhere. Now, there are crimes that have never been solved. And there are human situations that have not been solved. Not because they were not solvable, but because human ingenuity was not able to discover the correct clues. They are there. Man will not at this time discover them all. It is not supposed that he should. But it is that he shall become more observing and more reflecting. And by so doing, remove the attitude of accident or unrighteous destiny with which so many persons afflict themselves and others. This idea that there is justice for others and no justice for themselves. This attitude shows we haven't noticed several important clues. And if we do not notice them, we will never solve the problem. The next point in mysticism has been already suggested, but we must carry it just a little further. And that is the relationship or polarization between analysis and synthesis. The synthetic does not mean the artificial, but for many persons, a synthesis arising from intellectual speculation can be artificial. Synthesis, like mysticism itself, is an instinct. It is an instinct to put broken things together. It is not merely the instinct to find unity in all things. That we have already discussed under the idea of monoism in one of its essential forms. Synthesis is the tendency that we have to restore that which is broken. The tendency that we have to take the small parts of a beautiful thing and fit them together again, to preserve them. It perhaps lies behind the idea of the small child and the picture puzzle, which he tries to reassemble in order that he may discover the true picture. In life, we have a handful of pieces, like a picture puzzle. And we are all children, and we're trying to put the picture puzzle together. And our real motive may be only to see what it looks like when we get through. But actually, this is not far from the circumstance which concerns us. For the picture cannot be complete while a single part is missing. And the picture that we must have of the purpose of life and the significance of the universe and our own participation in things cannot be perfect while pieces are missing. These pieces generally represent undeveloped faculties in our own consciousness, or neglected clues, or overlooked truths, or discarded facts which we have relinquished through prejudice. But whatever be the cause, the picture will never be fully revealed until we put all the parts together correctly. Life is largely concerned, therefore, with the effort to put the parts together. And we observe small children confronted psychologically with testings of this kind. And we observe that after a little while, some of them become tired. And they simply take their hand and throw apart all the parts they have already put together. They just want no more of it. Other children painstakingly put the pieces together wrong, completely ignoring the fact that there is not the faintest resemblance of the fitting together as they should. You would think that the child could see that these involved parts simply could not match up. Yet the child is blissfully unaware of it, and may even go so far as to put the whole thing together wrong and then point it out victoriously. He is won. Whether the child really believes this is hard to say, but certainly adults do it every minute with the problem of life. They will carefully put a picture together as wrongly as possible and then sit down and break their own hearts weeping over the fact the picture isn't pretty. Chaos is never beautiful. Things done wrongly and assembled badly never give us the satisfaction that comes with things properly and naturally ordered. So in life we have many problems that confront us. The problem of synthesizing or bringing together the elements of a private life, a public life, a religious responsibility, a political allegiance, the duties we owe to ourselves, our family, our children, our nation. All of these things are parts that have to be put together. Also, in more detail, our attitudes, the affections with which we hold some, the dislikes which we turn towards others, the attachments which we form, the detachments which we overstress, the responsibilities we owe to one, and no responsibilities to another as close or even closer. All of these inconsistencies must be solved. Mysticism realizes that the true vision of the universe cannot arise from inconsistency. And inconsistency is just a picture puzzle, the parts of which are not put together properly. When the parts are joined in their natural and reasonable order, the full picture is always revealed. And in the case of the universe, the picture is always good. The picture is always beautiful. The picture is always true. It is our own impatience which prevents us from putting it together, or our own disbelief in the picture itself. We can look at the parts and we can say there is no picture. But then we have to admit that we have broken a basic rule of life. We have not really tried to find out if there was a picture or not. For as surely as we intelligently try, the picture will appear. It is only when we refuse to begin, refuse to accept the fact that the parts will go together, that we can deny it. This type of attitude is blindness, blindness to value, and for this there is no reward in nature. Mysticism, then, also is this problem of synthesis, this constant repairing of broken things, the instinctive desire of the individual to put things in order rather than to contribute to their disorder. The moment such an attitude arises in him, he will not gossip, because gossip separates and takes things apart. He will not exercise jealousy, for this is a dividing and destroying emotion. He will not follow lines of thought, which are forever placing things in separate categories. He will not allow himself to become so partisan that he will be unable to recognize the common good. By degrees, he will find new and better ways to mend broken values, or broken relationships, or broken patterns in life, always realizing that in unity there is strength, and that in the mending of broken things, the individual reveals a certain sensitivity, a certain religious, spiritual value. For he is never more the servant of truth, he is never more worshiping God than when he is trying to mend or put together the broken things of life. In this there is a certain wonderful sympathy, wonderful understanding, and a wonderful peace and satisfaction that comes from the realization that we have taken things and made them whole, and have given a certain miraculous unity to the discords and fragments which have made up life. We become truly great magicians and wonder workers when we perform the miracle of restoring that which is broken and bringing it back into harmonious accord with the parts of itself. Thus we also constantly reveal the original shape, and when we put things together, their archetypes or their divine plans and designs become known and knowable to us. Now there's one more point that I want to make in connection with this subject this evening, and that is the relationship of mysticism to authority. We have frequently mentioned that the mystic accepts the authority of the eternal internal, that mysticism is actually the recognition of the absolute authority of the divine will in the affairs of men. Mysticism, however, in this sense of authority, does take a certain attitude of the divine autocracy of things. The mystic realizes that while the universe is as near absolute justice as it is ever possible for man to conceive. That the entire universe is ruled over by unalterable and eternal principles and laws. The authority of these cannot be questioned, nor can the laws themselves be broken without a consequence consistent with the mistake or the evil or the weakness involved. Therefore, man lives in a universe in which he must accept the authority of the right, the authority of good over all other conditions, the authority of truth over error, the authority of spirit over matter, the authority of life over death, the authority of eternity over time. These authorities are inevitable, and the mystic seeks to live in the kind of world in which there is no conflict between his personal desires, his personal attitudes, and this inevitable authority. Therefore, the very simple concept, not my will, but thine be done, in which the individual accepts absolutely the inevitability of the divine will. But this does not mean that he becomes ignorant, becomes fanatical, ceases to seek for himself, or ceases to learn. What he is learning for, however, is different. Instead of man learning in order that he may live his own life, he uses learning now as the inspirational key by which he can become able to live the divine life. Learning, then, is the revelation of the divine purpose to man through arts and sciences. And these arts and sciences only fulfill themselves to the degree that they contribute to the final revelation of the truth and inevitability of the divine will. In mysticism, man is seeking ever for a more perfect obedience, for a more complete adjustment, realizing that this adjustment means the exhaustion of knowledge, not the evasion of it. That the individual, through various forms of knowledge, ascends gradually to such knowledge as may be useful in achieving identity with reality. Thus, through all arts and sciences, man gains certain apprenticeship, and by so becoming an apprentice, he becomes aware. For every art and science has its laws, its rules, and its principles. And only by obedience to these can man advance the purposes of these sciences and arts. In engineering, the problem of stress is a good example. Man must obey the laws of stress. He must also compensate for stress mathematically. He must know exactly what he is doing, or under some circumstance the bridge he fashions will collapse. Therefore, building a bridge is a problem in obedience to universal law. And the individual who says, I care nothing for law, I will build it my way, will have a bridge that collapses. It is knowledge becoming more and more completely enlightened through learning, and more completely dedicated to the fulfillment of the essential laws by which all things exist in nature. Mysticism simply wishes to take the principle of knowledge and illumine it, wishes to dedicate this knowledge and its overtones and its implications, proving that all knowledge brings men back to God, that all wisdom and experience lead the individual to the interior realization of the presence and the immediate fact of the divine within. These points enable us to take the mystical principles and apply them variously, according to our own lives and our own conditions. Also pointing out that the beginning of mysticism is in the understanding of the present state of things, the search for the valuable clue, the ability to take the immediate crisis and dissolve it, bringing it into harmony with universal order and universal purpose. and by achieving a victory of the interior over external things, and the restoration of our natural hope, faith, and charity. In these pursuits and in these activities, we achieve the natural ends and the practical, immediate concerns of the classical concept of mysticism. Well, I think this evening we have a new phase of our subject to consider, and because it is rather a large one, I think we'll dive in immediately and consider some of its essential aspects. Most of us realize that the last 25 years we have observed a marked change in the attitude of many medical practitioners. We have seen them gradually move into a rather mechanistic attitude toward life. We have seen them developing more and more a prosperity complex, and we have observed that the steady growth of scientific knowledge has not been accompanied in all cases by an adequate recognition of scientific responsibility. Now, such a situation is not universal, but like most situations that are not essentially right, it contains within itself something of its own remedy. We observe that human beings are extremists, and this is as true of the scientifically trained man as of the person who has not developed such resources. And so gradually, in the very immediate past, within the last 3 or 4 years, we have seen a considerable breaking of this pattern which has dominated most of medical thinking in the last 2 to 3 decades. Today, the physician, coming under the general tension of the time, is finding himself less secure in his own practice and less satisfied with the results that he is getting, being also somewhat under the scientific illusion that nearly all mysteries are solved. The physician finds himself in a dilemma. He finds that an increasing number of his patients do not respond to his remedies. He discovers that his own knowledge, although he may be continuously advancing his studies, is not developing rapidly enough to meet the challenge of the world's ailments. Instead of being master of a situation, he finds himself more and more slave to a problem for which he has no adequate solution. Also, the established and entrenched physician is observing the rise of a younger generation of men around him. A number of these men served in World War II. Many of them were bitterly hurt by the tremendous spectacle of man's inhumanity. They changed their basic attitudes, returned home far more religious, far more internally shaken than perhaps even they were willing to admit. These men, moving into the field of medicine, have had considerable effect upon the American Medical Association. They've had a tendency to split it open. They have divided themselves into progressives and reactionaries. And what we call today the self-opinionated, self-satisfied, complacent physician is now regarded as a reactionary. He is no longer held in the esteem that he was held in 10 years ago. And we can say something of the same for the scientist. 20 years ago, a scientist was little less than a saint. Today, we wonder if he is not a little more of a demon than is necessary. We come to this conclusion simply because we perceive science gradually taking away from us practically all the securities that we know in the development of modern nuclear weapons and the advancement of knowledge in the direction of the common destruction of mankind. All these disillusionments are not limited to the layman standing at one side and watching knowledge move by. The physician is sick. The scientist is sick. Nearly all human beings, sharing their common humanity in spite of their specialized intellectualism, are shaken and sorely afraid within themselves. Out of this condition also has come a gradual enlargement of our attitude toward knowledge. In the last 10 years particularly, man has been moving powerfully and relentlessly toward the restoration of a metaphysical concept of life. We find more and more on our television shows, in entertainment, in reading, in drama, the introduction of mystical or supernatural factors. We also discover within our learned institutions more cognizance for these unexplained mysteries of life. The mood is moving in this direction. This mood is carried upon the surface of our insecurity. Were we more smug, we would not have the mood. But because our smugness has been assailed, we do have the mood. Being uncertain and rather much frightened, we are beginning to hope certain things to be true about which we were totally indifferent prior to the rise of the present emergencies. The general feeling and direction of this is represented by the rapid increase of religious healing in our churches. The New Testament clearly indicates that among the ministries of Jesus and given to his apostles and disciples was the healing of the sick. Until very recently, the Protestant communion comparatively ignored this. Some groups did make an attempt, and on the level of evangelism we find examples. But for the more conservative groups, the ministry of healing was largely neglected or regarded as impossible. There was not enough basic faith in their own belief to sustain them in such a daring experiment. Now we have an entirely different situation. We have some of the most powerful religious groups in Christendom simply and openly acknowledging the healing ministry as basic to religion. We find also a considerable amount of success in the practice of healing in religious organizations. We also observe the number of churches that are engaging and maintaining psychological counselors, the emphasis upon basic psychological training for the minister, and many things pertaining to this direction. I saw a book not too long ago, Psychology for the Priest, under the Imperator of the Archbishop of Quebec, in which basic Freudian psychology was made available to Catholic priests for the use in their personal service with people. Such a thing as this 50 years ago would have been utterly impossible. But this opening up and breaking through is simply an inevitable consequence of the tremendous pressure which is moving in upon us and is making us feel ever increasing need for immediate consolation on practical levels. In this level of thinking, mysticism plays a very important part, inasmuch as mysticism avoids most of the complications that might arise from the introduction of schools of medicine into sectarian religious bodies. Here the possibility of conflict is considerable, and the general attitude of criticism between scientific and religious bodies has not entirely abated, although it is continuously improving. Mysticism, however, breaks through such attitudes, inasmuch as it is not built upon sectarian religion, nor is it built upon a denial of physical sciences or any material relating to them. The conflict that we have in the West has been almost unknown in Asia, inasmuch as in the East, religion and science, never having been officially divided, healing has always been regarded as an essential part of religious ministry. And among those who seek consolation from their faiths are always the sick and those mentally, emotionally, or physically troubled. The consolation of an extreme nature is perhaps exemplified in the great Temple of the Universe in Peking, as it was before the communists took over. I was there and saw this courtyard of a temple, to which from all over China lepers came to die, convinced that whether their lives could be saved or not, that there was a tremendous spiritual consolation in their illness bringing its natural end close to sanctuary, in a place where the spirit released from the body might then go on to a better and healthier and happier state. Religion and sickness have always been closely associated, and in most parts of the world there's never been the competitive attitude which we have noted in Europe and America. Now, mysticism, coming into the life of healing, meets a number of very basic requirements. In the last many years, it's been my privilege to be rather close to a good many doctors, more of the serious and thoughtful kind of men who would naturally be interested in the things that we are doing, therefore who would represent a patient, understanding group. And of course, in earlier life, I was also under a similar influence in the fact that my mother was also a physician. In this, I have had some knowledge of what is happening. And I do know definitely that the serious doctor recognizes the tremendous importance of religion. Perhaps 50 years ago, he thought of religion very largely merely as spiritual consolation, but he was practicing or advocating very much of what we now call psychology. To him, religion was partly faith and partly psychology. I remember one old doctor whom I knew who had a very splendid practice and was greatly beloved. This man told me, he said, "It is a secret with me and perhaps a few others." But he said, "I am convinced that even the most scientific chemical medicines, those with the greatest probability of producing extraordinary and rapid results, that if these medicines were administered to an individual totally opposed to them, with absolutely no faith in them or the physician, that even their chemical results would be reduced markedly." He said, "I am convinced that even with the most approved medicines, most expertly given, there is still a tremendous psychological overtone, that the medicine separated from a respected physician will not have the same result. Also, that even the most respected and sincere physician administering the medication according to his fullest conviction will not have adequate results or as good results if he is unable to command the sincere respect of his patient. These psychological bridges are present and play a very large part, more than we realize, in the practice of medicine, even as it is today. This is why, undoubtedly, certain revolutionary cures, widely publicized, have tremendous results for a few months and then are never heard of again. Why we suddenly seem to develop immunities to certain medications or remedies. We know that the same thing happens in what might be termed a form of suggestion therapy, which loses its result gradually after the first impact wears off, as the patient no longer is able to create the same expectation, the same amazement, the same sudden extension of faith the remedy becomes less and less effective, and he searches for another cure. These things involve a great part of psychological, or we might almost say metaphysical, phenomena. They are closely involved in this entire theory of healing. Perhaps that is why healing is an art rather than a science, because it cannot be totally separated from the emotional content of human nature. The mystic can bring to the problems of health certain distinct principles which he may apply or may assist others to apply, which can have a benevolent effect upon his own nature. First of all, mysticism creates in the individual an attitude, a basic attitude. This basic attitude is essentially positive. It is not sickness denying. It is not the individual declaring his infirmity to be an illusion, but it is an attitude of a certain sustaining interior courage. Mysticism causes the sick person to assume the reasonableness of his own condition. Assume that he has caused it, earned it, or deserved it for some reason or other. It also has impelled him to seek within himself for the faults or the mistakes by which his health has been disturbed. It causes him also to recognize the existence of a larger universe of justice, in which what appears to him to be a personal injustice or a desperate emergency, perhaps not immediately explainable, that in some way this whole circumstance depends upon principles that are valid and true. Consequently, the mystic, whether he be sick or well, is inclined to take a constructive attitude toward life. This constructive attitude includes emotional temperance. The mystic is not inclined to anger, to hate, to jealousy, to criticism, to condemnation, to suspicion. He has created within his own nature a kindly acceptance of life. He is also expecting to find good in others. He is rather inclined perhaps to overlook some rather obvious faults. But I suspect that in problems involving health, it is better to overlook a fault than it is to overlook a virtue. And usually a critic is not fair in these matters. Gaining the habit of criticism, he criticizes everything. Gaining the habit of suspicion, he suspects everyone. And out of these negative attitudes, he does nothing to assist his own health. The mystic, likewise, has a certain resignedness in his nature. He recognizes something that modern psychology is beginning to understand, but which it has not yet fully explored, namely the possibility of relaxing oneself into health. That very largely, sickness is exaggerated and intensified by tension, and that many ailments of a purely physical nature, so-called, while perhaps not directly caused by mental or emotional excess, will be supported and sustained by such excess. That the person who has the ability to relax, has the ability to conserve energy. This point brings our next consideration straight to us, namely that all sickness, or most sickness at least, depends for recovery upon the availability of energy. The individual must have means of restoring the vitality of his own life. The old doctor back in the long forgotten days used to give calisaya bark, quinine, and iron to help the individual in the spring get over that lazy, tired feeling that he always had. Then, because he might have a little tendency to be sluggish after eating so many potatoes during the winter, Well, that was a problem back east, where everything green was frostbitten 6 months a year. In those days, they used to give him a little bone-set tea to get him started, and a little sulfur and molasses to keep him going. And by the time he had a few of these remedies inside of himself, he was either convinced that he should feel better, or that he couldn't feel worse, and therefore began to recover. Now, the old theory of medicine, from Paracelsus down to the present generation, for there are still some old-fashioned doctors among us, the theory was that the individual depended largely upon good health, upon relaxation, blood purification, and adequate elimination. If he had all these things, he was in pretty fair shape. Someone once said, what to a man whom I knew in these fields, and said, "Doctor, how long do you think I'll live?" Rather long years. Doc looked him over and said, "You're in pretty good shape." Says, "You'll live just as long as you keep your elimination regular." That's the length of your life. Now we find, for example, that faulty elimination, 9 times out of 10, arises from nervous tension. That some form of intensity moves in on this situation, breaking these rhythms, creating further toxin, and causing the individual to die by, first of all, creating acidity in the intestinal area. Most people begin to die in the great intestine, and then it sort of spreads. This type of thinking had a certain religious and mystical overtone to it, even in the old days. The individual was taught that to fear God, serve his fellow men, support his family, work 10 good hours a day, and go to church on Sunday. These were the secrets of health. Not only physical health, but spiritual well-being. That it was the person with nothing to do who got sick. It was the individual who forgot to be a friend who began to develop acidity. That conduct, therefore, was very closely involved in the continuance of man's physical and superphysical normalcy and health. So we say that mysticism is a wonderful form of preventive medicine, that it helps the person to remove the principal and most immediate causes which can rapidly become involved in sickness. That by maintaining a certain gentle and genial optimism, the person helps to preserve the normalcy and proper function of the body. Every time the individual loses his temper, he loses something of his own life. Every time he hates, he creates a kind of abscess or ulcer in his own consciousness that begins to eat away not only his normal love of mankind, but actually his ability to continue as a functioning person. Paracelsus was convinced, and others after him are not certain that he was wrong. He was convinced that most chronic ailments are merely the gradual physical revelation of chronic attitudes, and that the individual who has a certain unreasonable attitude in the first 2/3 of life will suffer from an appropriate physical debility or disability in the last third of life. The diseases are to a measure psychosomatic symbols of dispositions that have been permitted to get completely out of hand. Now, this may be a broad statement. There are exceptions to it, certainly. But these exceptions should not discourage the individual. For in the majority of cases, he should realize that his mysticism is essentially a right attitude, that he should not be cultivating it simply because he wants to get well, but that through the natural doing of those things which are right, for the sake of that which is right, we are likely to enjoy an appropriate harvest in other fields of activity and life. If mysticism was only to make us physically well, it would be only a small part of its own achievement, but because it seeks for the total health of man, through his total adjustment with life, the mystic may discover that he has attained, along with his interior stability, a considerable physical endurance beyond that which he might normally have expected. Thus, as preventive medicine, the mystical attitude is strongly and definitely indicated. Also, a mystic is by nature close to the experience of the power of internals over externals. If he has not actually had a mystical revelation or spiritual experience, he has certainly an inward conviction of the possibility of this at-one-ment, this experience of the presence of God in his own life. Therefore, through the internalness of his devotion, he has come close to the recognition of a universal life, a universal goodness, and the universal power of deity in its own proper nature. Thus, to the mystic, all things are possible with God, because deity being deity, all things are inevitably according to the law of deity, and man's experience in the direct apperception or apprehension of God is twofold. Either that he discovers that in his contact with divinity he is renewed or is restored by this divine power, or else in this experience he discovers that those ends which he desires are not right, and therefore he accepts the rightness of God, assuming beyond question that not his will but the will of God be done in all things. Therefore he gains one of two remedies: either a tremendous interior expansion or a powerful dedication to a patient acceptance of the divine will. Both of these attitudes are productive of good, for when we realize the amount of misery that arises from impatience, we realize also that it is one of those intensities which affect our health, perhaps bringing sickness, and certainly causing the continuance of sickness if it is already upon us. The next point that we should bear in mind then relates not necessarily to the patient but to the physician. Here we have, as Paracelsus and other of the earlier physicians pointed out, the doctor himself and his interior spiritual needs. The physician mystic has a larger and greater probability of helping his patient than a materialistic physician. The physician whose nature is such that it touches with a certain warmth from within itself the emotional nature of the patient, the physician to whom the patient is inevitably drawn by the essential nobility and goodness of that physician, has more confidence in the man of integrity than he has in a person lacking this. He has more respect for the devout doctor than he has for the unbelieving doctor. Also because the majority of patients have a positive belief in something, it is hardly right and proper that their medical attention and care should be placed in the keeping of a person whose attitudes and convictions are not equal to their own. And in psychology particularly, if the psychologist by his materialism offends a devout patient, the power of that psychologist to assist the patient is practically destroyed. It is therefore true that a physician must have something still in him of the priest of old, from those days when the followers of the god Asclepius were priest-physicians forever, where they spoke not merely as mortals, but as instruments and servants of the gods, that the power of the physician is tremendously enhanced by the auric dignity of his own interior dedication to divine truths and rules and laws. The physician under this type of realization emerges also as the counselor, as the father, as the kindly ancient leader. The strength which the patient instinctively feels the need for at a given time. Thus, the physician as priest has far greater remedial opportunities than the one who simply depends upon routine and about whom the patient never comes to any clear psychological concept or attitude. Thus the physician, as many of them have told me, find a large part of his own fulfillment in his dedication, in the sense that he is a minister upon the earth of the healing power of heaven, that it is not the physician that cures, but that it is God that cures, and the physician is the servant of a divine way. And in all matters, while the physician may administer the immediate remedy, the great work of restoration is in the keeping of laws, principles, and powers superior to man. This attitude helps to preserve the integrity of the doctor, helps to preserve his humility, helps him to be close to the simple people who so desperately may need not only his medication, but the sense of his spiritual strength in a critical period of life. Thus the physician as friend, as companion, as counselor and leader is tremendously enhanced by his own mystical apperceptions or dedications. Also, this has an important effect upon his own interior sources of knowledge. In spite of all that we may say, medicine was and remains a highly intuitive art. Today, we would not be inclined to think of it as intuitive. But again, there is certain circumstantial evidence which we should not permit to deceive us. We live in a time when intuition generally is penalized. If a patient goes to the physician and the doctor intuitively diagnoses this case and is unable to treat the patient successfully, the patient has recourse to law. He can go to court and gain a very large settlement on the grounds that the physician has not made the necessary tests, has not required the necessary laboratory work in order to assure a scientific diagnosis. I know many doctors who diagnose the ailment and then send the patient to the laboratory, costing the patient money that he did not need to spend, simply because in the last 5 years that same doctor has been sued, perhaps for a total of $300,000 or $400,000 by disgruntled patients on the grounds that he tried to save the money. Now this can happen. So we have two sides to some of these questions. The patient believes today that he must have the full treatment. If he doesn't get it, he will hold the doctor responsible. But in the older days, when such tests were impossible, the doctor depended almost solely upon intuition. His means scientifically were limited. His medications were limited. Yet he did amazingly well if he had a strangely open and receptive heart and mind. Doctors develop this even today in the course of practice. And if they are reasonably dedicated and reasonably sincere, a professional career of 20 or 30 years will bring with it a tremendous intensity of intuitional power. They will have a strange grasp of the ailment. They will almost appear to read the patient's mind and discover the various locations of tension and stress and discomfort. This intuitiveness they may or may not be able to directly use. They may not feel that it is safe for them to attempt to circumvent the so-called laboratory reports. They may, however, when the time comes to treat from their own intuition rather than from these reports. They are now protected by the reports. And many physicians do this because they have learned that these powers can be developed. Many times they do not even know what to call the power. They simply refer to it as a hunch. But they have it. And most great doctors have had it greatly and have depended upon it far more than the patient could ever realize for some of the almost miraculous cures which they have been able to at least apparently effect. So intuition, or an interior grasp of value, is one of the rewards that comes with sincerity in life. And where the individual's dedications gradually extricate him from self-interest and self-gain, he has a tendency to have a clearer insight into the essential values of life. He is more useful to himself and to others, and is able to fulfill his responsibilities as a physician more adequately and more honorably. The combination, therefore, of a patient with a certain mystical apperception of truth and a physician with a certain mystical dedication to his own healing art, these two coming together in the presence of modern scientific knowledge and advancing themselves on all levels by means of this knowledge as well as by means of their intuitive power, form the most fortunate combination that can arise in the healing arts. And in such a combination there is the greatest probability of a permanent or valuable improvement in health situations. The next point that is, I think, to be brought up is that the average person, from a mystical standpoint, may or may not have mystical interests during that period in life in which many of his habit patterns are most firmly established. Thus it may be that mysticism increases in him together with his physical discomforts. In other words, he begins to get religion when he begins to hurt somewhere. This is not an uncommon situation. Men in pain are amazingly devout. The moment, however, that the pain ceases, the devotion has a tendency to thin down also. The situation means that in the majority of instances, the truest and most complete forms of therapy, particularly preventive medicine, cannot be brought to bear upon the case. The individual is already in trouble. His life has already been adversely affected by his own conduct, by his attitudes, by his intemperances, and by his intolerances. He therefore comes to therapy in the desperate search for a physical remedy for a spiritual ailment. He is desirous of some mechanical means of correcting defects in character. He likes to assume that through medication the ailment can be corrected. In many instances, in most instances, however, the only thing that can happen is that certain symptoms will be alleviated. It is true that some ailments require only this for a reasonable recovery. It may also be true that under long and careful observation and treatment, comparatively serious ailments can be cleared or brought to a condition in which they will no longer prove a discomforting factor. But in a great many cases, those innumerable instances in which the patient drifts away from the physician because the results have not been satisfactory or adequate, we do actually realize that the physical remedies are not sufficient, that the physician has not reached into the core of the matter, that he has not won either the confidence or the internal allegiance of his patient, nor has he been able to create in that patient a sense of the patient's own contribution to his problem. Now, the doctor will tell you quite fairly that the first day he preaches to his patient, he will lose most of them. The patient does not wish to be educated. He wishes to get out of an immediate discomfort with as little change in his personal characteristics as humanly possible. He does not even like to contemplate for 5 moments a minor change in diet, exercise, ventilation, or emotion. He simply wishes to be exactly as he is, but to suffer none of the unpleasant consequences of being what he is. The doctor knows this, and of course it is a very discouraging and unhappy state, which in time may corrupt and corrode a good doctor, and cause him to become totally indifferent of a situation about which apparently he can do nothing. The answer to this, however, lies also in the realization that, just a moment, we better see, somebody is, excuse us please for a moment. I think a doctor in the house has gone out to take a look, so I think it's under control. The point that we want to make is that the physician is under embarrassment by the attitude of his patients. The patient is disillusioned, and a vicious circle is set up. And this vicious circle very largely arises from the circumstance that neither the patient nor the physician have a sufficient interior strength to withstand the corrosion of life conflict. The patient cannot retain his faith. The doctor cannot retain his optimism. The two factors are gradually broken down, and they break down to the degree of the lack of internal resources in both persons. If the doctor has deep enough roots in value, he will continue, regardless of disillusionment, to hold to these things which he knows to be true. The patient who has sufficient interior mystical apperception will never permit generalizations to interfere with his basic concept of life value. He will not condemn or criticize, but will try to understand. And out of the end of criticism and condemnation, a certain good can be achieved. All of this we want to point out as a sort of prologue or prelude to the basic contributions that mysticism can make in the improvement of human health. Now, mysticism, as preventive medicine, could probably reduce the need for curing and treating 40 to 50%. A great many ailments could be controlled simply by attitudes. Others, of course, that are a little out of control could be brought back more rapidly if the importance of attitudes could be generally accepted. The physician also would find a great deal of time saved, a great deal of responsibility conserved, if he could come into a closer and more harmonious relationship with his patients on a basis of simple human understanding, rather than on all the levels of so-called professional relationships, which are for the most part formal and today rather distant and cold. They do not have the necessary warmth or understanding which helps to give the best relationships. For the moment, then, we are going now to go back to the individual and various ideas that may help to keep him out of the doctor's office, or at least to create a basic pattern so that if medication should be necessary, he can approach it reasonably, properly, naturally, and with a certain common humanity of respect and understanding. Let us then assume to start with that attitudes set up rates of vibration within the structure of man. His auric or magnetic field changes its color values and its vibratory rates with every move that passes through him. Passing also these energy rates into the body through conditioned energies. Pure energy is pure life. Conditioned energy is conditioned life. And conditioned life is very much like the water supply of a city, passing through innumerable pipes before it finally reaches your faucet. If in the passing through of all of these pipes, it passes through some that are not clean or sanitary, or have within them foreign matter that could be dangerous or poisonous, then this water coming into your faucet is conditioned by an unhealthful situation. And from such disasters as this, epidemical diseases have been known to originate. Thus, the water itself, once it is contaminated, must be purified, or the contamination will spread to all forms of life that come in direct contact with that water. The energy moving from your own energy fields through the innumerable nerve channels, both physical and etheric, this energy is conditioned. It is conditioned by your thoughts, by your emotions, by your habits, by your attitudes. And finally, reaching the physical body, it is further conditioned by the state of that body, until it may reach some area in which it is needed in a highly contaminated condition. Under such contamination, we find that energy is unable to restore damage, is not available for the vitalizing of function, and cannot perform its proper functions as a means of protecting, preserving, and restoring the health of the individual. Buddhism and most Oriental religions take the firm position that the contamination of energy has to arise within the individual himself. That man, surrounded as he is by a very powerful antiseptic field, that even so-called contagious diseases are generally not transmitted from an unhealthy body to a healthy one. They are really communicated from one unhealthy body to another unhealthy one. Now, it may be that the second person who appears to take the disease showed no previous symptoms of that ailment. Therefore, we may assume that he received it by contagion or by infection. Technically, this is true. Actually, however, contagion and infection are only possible because of the depletion of the energy field of the individual who is going or to be the recipient of some bacterial inroads of one kind or another. Thus, while the person is not responsible, perhaps, for the particular germ that attacks him, he is responsible for the fact that he is vulnerable. Now, we also realize that within the human body are nearly all forms of germs, bacteria, and viruses by which the individual may be adversely affected. In other words, we do not have to take diseases from other people. We have the potential for most serious ailments always present within ourselves. But while our energies and resources are maintained on a reasonable level, we are equipped by nature to successfully resist the inroads of these infections. Thus, the bugs in us already are not encouraged to multiply or to increase, and we may go through an entire lifetime with little, if any, trouble from them. Not because they are absent, but because they will not develop. They are more dangerous aspects in a body which is in a reasonable state of health. It means from this that the beginning of sickness is nearly always devitalization. And devitalization is not simply lack of physical vitamins. It is not lack of nutrition alone. If nutrition would make us strong, the American citizen would be the healthiest man since the Greek Cyclops. Because the American today eats more than perhaps any other people, having more to buy it with than most. He eats from 2 to 3 times as much as he needs, and his selectivity, going heavily to rich foods, should make him exceedingly robust. As a result of that, he's sick all the time. It is not his physical intake which is the assurance of his vital resource. The physical intake supplies only certain types of energy. The real source of individual vitality is the magnetic field. Therefore, we observe in actual fact that an individual who is strongly moved from within himself has more vitality than can possibly result from a person moved by circumstances outside of himself. An individual whose health is poor finds a work in life that interests him, and immediately his health is better. Not because he has changed his diet, but because he has changed his mind. Available energy resources are blocked in us by our own negative relationships with life. And any emotion or attitude which will bring down the corners of our mouths, cause a scowl, or cause us to lose an harmonious and rather blissful expression of features, any emotion which disturbs unpleasantly our faces, as Lavater points out, is also hopelessly and completely bad for us at any time and under any condition. The idea of righteous indignation is false. It is not righteous indignation that should concern us. Where things are wrong and we realize that they are wrong, it is positive understanding and not indignation that is needed, because the energy used in the indignation might otherwise be used in repairing the situation, and most indignation leads to nothing. So the person, having his energy resources available to himself, finds that he is drawing off these resources constantly in fear, in worry, in dissatisfaction, frustrated ambitions, or just plain old-fashioned scatteredness, lack of self-discipline, organization, orientation, lack of pattern, lack of a program by means of which his life unfolds in a meaningful sequence of events. Thus, drawing off energy, it is the same situation as we have when we put too many electrical outlets on a circuit. Ultimately, something blows out, and the thing that goes is usually the fuse. And if we don't have the fuse so that it can go, maybe we put a penny in the fuse box. Then perhaps the more immediate the reaction of fatigue. The individual is worn out, and these high spells are followed by low spells, just as we have in the case of the paranoid. We have these tremendous alternations of tension and pressure. Wherever there is an exhaustion and waste of energy, there is an equivalent sudden downtrend in energy, resulting in depression, morbidity, and melancholia. The more we permit these pressures, therefore, to build up, the more continuously we nurse them, the more energy we drain off for no good purpose whatever. As this energy is not available for the normal functions of the body, these functions are gradually affected. And in the physical body, there is a psychic polarity for every type of energy that exists in the magnetic field or the auric background of the body. In the magnetic field, there are also bridges between these poles of energy and their corresponding bodily organic centers and functions. As man's emotions play upon these various parts of his nature, he disturbs one field or another. And if he chronically disturbs one field, he will gradually develop the chronic symptomology in the physical body. The first evidence of symptomological pressure or tension will be in what you might call functional ailment. You will find the disturbance of function. This disturbance of function will be found to closely follow moods. The individual becomes angry, and this is followed by palpitation or tachycardia. The individual takes on certain mental and emotional stress and develops digestive symptoms. These symptoms represent the beginnings of polarizations between energy abuses and physical functional requirements. As time goes on and the abuse continues, the structure is more and more damaged by functional derangement, until there comes this mysterious point which cannot be immediately determined and which cannot be accurately measured, the point in which functional disorder changes into structural disorder or organic trouble. Gradually, the nervous symptomology begins to emerge in the form of a disease, representing damage to structure rather than nervous disorganization of function. The moment damage sets in, the problem of remedy becomes increasingly difficult. It is possible that certain ailments can be treated even after organic difficulties are present. But we can say without any question of doubt that no repair in this department makes the structure as good as it would have been had it not been damaged. We can get to be comfortable. We can go on perhaps and carry our life with reasonable dignity. But no structure that has been organically damaged will be quite as good as it was before. Therefore, every effort should be made to prevent this subtle transition between functional and organic derangements. The moment the functional problem begins to show itself, a temperamental problem should be implied, should be immediately investigated, because happy, adjusted, contented people are not usually the victims of definite and difficult functional ailments, unless, of course, as in rare cases, they result from accident or from neglected causes in childhood and things of that nature, which can occur. But if they arise suddenly in the middle stream of life without adequate explanation, we may begin to suspect that they arise from nervous tension. Now, the doctor, long ago, the old family physician, when he saw these psychological symptoms of varying degrees of hypochondria appearing, usually suggested the long sea voyage, a vacation, a change of air, or something of that nature, or perhaps even a change of relatives. Whatever was suggested was with the subconscious realization that the individual was making himself sick or was being made sick by circumstances around him. Well, whether he's making himself sick or circumstances are making him sick, the most immediate remedy available to him is what might be termed the mystical approach to life. And the moment he finds that his present way of life is not serving him well, he should look for another and superior way that can serve him better and can help him to meet these pressures, which will in a short time develop into discomforts of perhaps serious magnitude, and if neglected long enough, may be incurable ailments. Mysticism, then, can begin at any time of life. The sooner, the better. Very few persons have really begun too soon. The majority wait too late. But whether there be a sickness or no sickness, the mere fact that the individual becomes interested or begins to give some consideration to emotional, psychical, mystical, or religious overtones, this in itself indicates that somewhere within the subjective nature of ourselves a need has been expressed, a need has been recognized interiorly, and that this need, having gradually come to be defined in the mind, out of experience, out of consciousness, out of problem and relationship, that this need should be given immediate attention and should become the basis of a restoration or reconstruction of any way of life that seems to have too many negative features. The mysticism for the average person begins through the smoothing out of certain untranquil attitudes. There are always two ways of approaching this, although there is only one fact involved. The individual may approach mysticism in an effort to understand others, or he may approach mysticism in an effort to understand himself. While these are two prongs, they belong to one fork, for they are both essentially the same thing in different appearances. Assuming that the individual is of the more familiar and accepted type, he feels that his primary need is to be able to adjust to other people. He feels that something is wrong in his relationships. First, various circumstances of which he is the natural activating principle are not going well. He is doing things and the results are not what he hoped to attain. The second possibility is that other people around him are doing things which he is unable to accept or which cause natural indignation or resentment in himself, and he finds that he cannot control these instincts. Lack of mysticism is best expressed in the simple recognition that we cannot control the negative attitudes of ourselves, and that we gradually come to accept that these negative attitudes are causing us unhappiness, and out of unhappiness are undoubtedly laying the grounds to cause us sickness. When a person, therefore, says to himself, I know better, but I can't do it. I believe in certain things, but when the moment arises, the belief isn't strong enough to change action. Or I think about it afterwards and I know what I should have done. I see where I was wrong, but not until it is too late really to do anything about it. Where thoughts like this begin to move in upon the individual, he is ripe for a reorganization of his life factors. Our main trouble in this type of reorganization is that we follow the habit of the medieval doctor who did not know as much as we have learned later. We try to treat symptoms. The ancient doctor treated symptoms. Wherever it hurt, he put the poultice. The next doctor came along a little later. He treated diseases. He opened the books of Galen and Avicenna. He found that a certain remedy was indicated for gallstones, so he handed it out to everybody who had gallstones, and some got better, some got worse, and some died. So then the physician went back and read Galen some more. But he was treating ailments. Now we're beginning to recognize that you don't treat symptoms and you don't treat diseases, you treat people. And the individual who may happen to have some of these diseases happens to be also an individual. And he has individual ways of having the most common ailment. Therefore, the patent procedure of simply treating a disease may help some, but it will injure others. Because this disease is now a part of a temperament. It is a characteristic of a person. Consequently, it is involved in the personality of the sufferer. So now we treat people. On the plane of metaphysics or mysticism, we have the same principle involved. We don't treat symptoms, that is a temper fit. We don't treat ailments, that is a bad disposition. We treat people. And when we start treating people, we find out what Buddha taught, namely, that whenever we start to treat people, we treat only one thing, which they all have in common: ignorance. Now, ignorance is not present or indicated by the inability to read and write. Ignorance is represented by the inability of the individual to make what he knows to be a constructive decision. If he isn't intelligent enough to do what he knows, he is ignorant, regardless of what he calls it. And weakness is therefore a form of ignorance. It is ignorance because the same kind of attitude, which makes it quite impossible for the individual to do what is right, gives him multitudinous resources to do that which is not right. Therefore, we cannot say he is too weak. He is too ignorant to make the right decision. And the height of wisdom, the height of knowledge, and the height of education leads to the power of right decision. And without that, the individual is not learned, regardless of his other attainments. So in the case of the mystic, mysticism works with people. Mysticism escapes one of the most common difficulties that affect those seeking self-improvement, and that is a head-on clash with their faults. The individual says, I am a liar. Now, therefore, every time I tell a lie, I'm going to kick myself for doing it. So pretty soon the individual begins to deceive himself about having told the lie, so that he won't be able or required to kick himself. Or he'll find a new vicarious atonement to take the place of the kicking. You cannot treat him in this way. You cannot treat by simply forcing the individual to a head-on collision with his own faults. To do so is to present him with so terrible an apparent problem that he simply falls to pieces in the presence of it. If he starts counting his faults, the result is most discouraging. He finally decides he might as well die with his faults than to try to kill himself correcting them. Actually, this decision is not necessary, because now, with mysticism, we are not working with faults. We're not working with temper, we're not working with a bad disposition, we're not working with a tendency to lie or to inebriation. We're not working with immorality or unmorality. We're working with people. We're working with a human being. And if we begin to straighten out the inner consciousness relationships of that human being with the patterns of values in life, the unpleasant harvest from which he is suffering will gradually cease of itself. This is the principle of Zen. This is also the principle of Taoism. That mysticism consists of the person coming into a degree of interior awareness of value. And the moment this awareness of value is stronger than a bad habit, the habit ceases. The moment the interior is stronger than the exterior can no longer dominate it, no longer tries, and there is no conflict, because the individual is forever trying to do what he wants to do. It is the purpose and end of mysticism, therefore, that his wants shall be re-educated at their root, and that his primary desire will be to do that which is so, or that which is factual, or that which is true. And if this becomes his desire rather than his duty, if this becomes the thing he wants to do, then all impediment to doing it will be removed. It is only when he wants to do something else that the impediment is greater than the resolution. In mysticism, consequently, we have a basic and proper approach to what you might term religious therapy. We have the mystical position cultivated not in order to get over symptoms or to correct dispositional faults, but upon a very simple basis, namely the natural desire of the individual to come to a state of conscious realization of his own divinity and his own relationship to the universal plan. When the individual experiences the God consciousness in himself, recognizes his relationship to universal truth, this realization in itself begins this gradual process of removing the symptomological excesses. He will no longer be moved to certain action, and as a result he will no longer be faced with certain inevitable reaction. The mystical situation also depends not upon a highly intellectualized concept, but upon one of the simplest and most natural and easy of all processes, and that is the devotional. Man is naturally, as Aristotle said, a religious animal. Man wishes to believe. Man wishes to have faith. And the greatest sorrow that comes to the life of man is the loss of faith. And that is why this present generation is working such a hardship upon man. It has undermined his faith. It has taken from him the power of simple and direct belief in value. Yet though this power has been apparently obscured and corrupted, still the instinct to it is present in nearly every human being, including the majority of agnostics. And agnosticism is a defense. It is a sick, hurt person rebelling against pain, rebelling against being disillusioned in a value. The agnostic is not a person who has made a positive adjustment with unbelief, but rather who has broken in some way his natural relationships with something he desperately wanted to believe, but which was taken away from him by a disillusioning circumstance. Mysticism, consequently, has immediate and obvious advantages. It cuts through what might be termed the levels of intellectualism. The highly educated person has no greater capacity for mysticism than the uneducated person. It has no respect for races, barriers, creeds, or sects. It does not depend upon areas or locations, nor does it have any essential historical connotation. Mysticism is the universal availability of hope, which is possible to all individuals who are willing to hope, who are satisfied to make a motion toward hopefulness in themselves. Now, usually, as we have said, mysticism arising in a cultivated or civilized people results from disillusionment. It results from man losing faith in the physical world upon which he has trusted his fortunes. He has departed from his own interior strength and invested his security in the collective strength of his kind. This collective strength has failed, and he suddenly finds himself cast back upon his own resources, perhaps after generations in which these resources have been neglected, and in which no direct effort has been made to cultivate them or make them available to him. Thus he suffers from disorientation. Yet with it all, he still has the basic instinct to hope. He also has a powerful desire to believe. He wishes and wants to believe in good. He wants to believe in the victory of right over wrong. He wants to believe in peace, in security. He wants to believe in the reality of integrity. He wants to believe that people are good. And most of all, he wants to believe that he is good, in spite of the evidence which he produces against himself by his very conduct in life. Under the pressure, then, of pain, sorrow, loss, or frustration, this person, having demonstrated to his own satisfaction that his previous supports are inadequate, turns almost instinctively toward a mystical outlook on life. If at this critical time he can come into the contact with something that meets this need, we find him moving toward it with very little personality resistance. He may not understand it, he may promptly abuse it, but still he is impelled toward it by the need and natural appetite of his own soul. In this situation, the danger of abuse or of wrong indoctrination is not as great as it will be a little later, after a certain amount of reorientation has taken place. The immediate pressure of pain has been removed, and the individual begins to think again in terms of temporal advantage. But in the moments when the real pain is upon him, he is a surprisingly honest person. And proof has been shown that under pain and stress, tremendous strength of character is revealed. And many doctors are amazed at the wonderful fortitude of their patients in the presence of bad news. The individual seems to gain an heroic stature in the presence of real problems and real dilemmas. It is small, inconsiderate, and inconsequential things that have a tendency to cause the greatest amount of concern and stress. Meaning from this that mysticism, coming in as a natural factor in the very makeup of man, can at the right time exercise a very strong and lasting influence. And it is cultivated, as we have said, not by the use of strength, but by this attitude of letting go, of relaxing away from the dependence, the total dependence upon circumstantial factors. This is expressed, for example, in mysticism through prayer, which has always been a tremendous therapy in the life of man. Because prayer accomplishes several purposes. The individual, entering into a state of true prayerfulness, enters into a state of receptivity. He enters into a state of detachment from personal attitudes or from the pressures of his own will, his own determination. Prayer is a restoration of childhood. It is the individual seeking parental guidance, seeking the help of the elder, seeking also guidance and protection from the archetypal overself, which is instinctively called upon when other things more tangible or more obvious have failed. In mysticism, prayer, therefore, begins to bridge the interval between the person and a root or source that is greater than the person. Prayer begins to reach out for help, for guidance, for consolation. But it is a lawful reaching, for it is based not upon our common conspiracies, but upon an urgency and upon a prior acceptance of the essential or basic fact that the answering of prayer must involve man's obedience to whatever the power may be which he supplicates. Therefore, man places himself in the position of being receptive to God, receptive to good, receptive to the presence of a divine factor in life. This receptivity is a declaration of allegiance. It is the individual affirming a union with this power and an acceptance of the rules, laws, and principles which this power may require or demand. It is also the individual opening his nature to the motion of whatever is the best available part of himself. The magnetic field during prayer reveals certain psychological changes which become extremely important. First of all, the color of the field changes. Because in prayer, not verbally merely muttered, but arising from the desperate need of the soul, arising out of the dark night of human travail, prayer in this case is a complete catharsis. It is a letting go. It is an acceptance that there is only one possible answer, that life, problem, and person must be returned to the guide and guardian care of a sovereignty greater than personal will or personal ambition. The individual, therefore, takes the attitude of trusting his weight upon infinite principles, in letting go the fight, in affirming that he cannot fight, but that rather he must ask for help and for guidance, rather than to continue to follow his own egoism and batter his head against inevitables. This change in his psychic chemistry is represented by a tremendous simplifying of the vibratory pressures of the magnetic field. The field relaxes, lets down. The individual is no longer fighting. He is pleading. He is no longer demanding. He is beseeching. He is no longer asking for what he wants. Rather, he is asking for guidance as to what the universe wants. This reversal of position also produces a very wonderful psychological effect upon the person. Believing intuitively and instinctively, as man does, in the existence of this sovereign good, the individual is inevitably inclined to assume that a sincere request, an honest and simple and devout supplication, will not go unanswered or unconsidered. That in some way this constitutes a kind of partnership. A new situation is set up. Each man united to his God is a majority. Each individual who feels that he has made his peace with the divine power at the root of life now senses a tremendous security in that power and feels that with the aid of this power all things that are right and good become possible. This has a tendency to renew or restore weakness of resolution. It causes the individual to sense that he is in partnership with that which cannot lose. Therefore, that he is now in a stronger relationship with life than ever before. But that relationship depends from that time on keeping open the channel between himself and the invisible divine source of his strength. If he offends that source, he deprives himself of that resource. Thus a pact or an agreement is instinctively and intuitively set up. And the individual now has a friend, now has someone that understands, can never again be alone, can never again feel that the pressure of exteriors is in any way equal to the power of interiors. And out of the simple but solid assurance that value bestows, the orientation of the individual begins. Now, he may abuse this. It is quite possible that he will. And under heavy sectarian indoctrination, he may carry certain attitudes to an unreasonable and unhealthful extreme. If he does, he will then bring down upon himself an appropriate retribution. He will ultimately be caused to perceive that this also is a pressing cause of trouble. But assuming that he remains reasonably simple, reasonably devout, he now experiences a partnership. He begins to see a world in which divine factors are increasingly obvious to him. Having come to the simple interior experience that God does run his world, that universal principles and universal laws do exist, and that partnership and cooperation with these laws is the secret of personal security. As these things become more evident to us, our attitudes about unreasonableness or falseness, or our doubts about providence, or our suspicions and our criticisms are appropriately reduced. Once we have interiorly sensed the thing as it is, we cannot be fooled quite so much by outward appearances or by so-called accidents and incidents. We begin to fight to keep things in order rather than to fight to take them apart. The individual who previously, without anchorage within himself, considered it a bad day in which he did not find something wrong with something, now finds it a bad day when he cannot find something right with something. Whereas previously he was searching for darkness and trying to prove its existence, he is now seeking for light and is forever discovering it. For what we look for, we find. The mystic, having decided to look for something good, finds it. The materialist, without this determination, without this decision to search for good, does not have the same attitude. He does not have the power to perceive the light in its relationship to the enveloping darkness. He may see the darkness more than the light. Mysticism, through prayer, therefore, and through interior orientation, helps the person to live in a world ruled over by divine truth, a world of the one, the beautiful, and the good, a world essentially sublime. And from this sublimity of experience, he gains an increasing tolerance of the appearances of things which would appear to deny this sublimity. He begins to understand how it is that in some things truth is more deeply locked than in others, and that what we consider to be evil is merely truth locked in error, that it is not really evil, but the inability of the other person to see the good that we have begun to discover. And instead of becoming proud over the discovery, we realize that mutual happiness and mutual good should impel us and encourage us to share in the purposes and labors of distributing the sense of good, and that the person who doesn't have it is our splendid opportunity, and not something which we should turn from with irritation and resentment. As we go with this same situation just a little further, we also recognize that mysticism is therapeutic in another way, namely that it has a strong moderating influence upon the various ambitions and attitudes of persons. The moment the individual begins to change a sense of value, he is not so likely to be a slave of wrong value. Most persons sicken and die because of their servitude to wrong values. Inordinate ambitions are resulting in many, many deaths every day. Young executives in their 40s and 50s dropping dead simply because they are pressing too hard, fighting too hard, trying too desperately to live above the normal and reasonable probabilities of a sane career, trying to satisfy the selfishness of others and their own ambitions. They are destroying themselves. Mysticism, by changing our standard of values, makes it unnecessary for us to compete with other foolish people. It enables us to recognize what is right for us, what we can do and how we should do it. But it also gives us a certain realization that value is not essentially material. We are here, we have to meet the burdens of being here. We must face the costs of our lives. But the great values of life do not lie in unreasonable or inordinate ambitions or accumulations. Thus the person can be relieved of that tremendous pressure which may drive him to an early grave, seeking rather a moderation in all things, moderating his desires to his means, and moderating his means to his ideals and principles. He can live well, simply, generously, able to contribute something to the common good, but not a slave to the passions and pressures of the economic pattern which is driving us so far astray in this present generation. So mysticism, by moderation, helps us to keep smooth, keep calm, keep orderly, and keep quiet inside of ourselves. And from this quietude, which is one of the great fruits of mysticism, we can do things simply, naturally, graciously, with a minimum of tension and a maximum of efficiency. There is no efficiency in disorganized activity. The individual whose actions are under compulsion wastes both time and energy, in addition to setting up situations that may be regretted for the rest of a lifetime. By smoothing out these intensities, the individual takes on only such burdens as are suitable to him, handles his problems and affairs with dignity and honor, is indifferent to the exceptional excess or success which may demand compromise of principles. And under such conditions he enjoys a far greater measure of health and contentment than would otherwise be likely or possible. Now, in all nations and among most peoples, your prayer disciplines are supported or strengthened by other mystical procedures. These mystical procedures are generally covered under the heading of concentration or meditation or some form of internal metaphysical visualization of values. Under such concepts, we have the mandala systems of Tibet and China. We have the various religious images, symbolisms, which we find in so many religions, where certain symbols, figures, emblems, or effigies become indicative of certain attitudes of consciousness. These all have to do, as in the case of Sufi mysticism, with the individual gradually supporting by his interior imaginative faculty certain convictions of his own conscience or consciousness. He begins the creative integration of positive resources. Now, have you ever noticed how a life locked in a psychosis can gradually lose all boundaries of reality and live in a totally imaginary world? An imaginary world filled with pain and hurt and suffering and misery. A world which has no real existence except in the person who is dedicated to this kind of an interpretation of things. Imagination has crucified this person, has created in them a misery that is more terrible than most diseases can ever be. Yet this same imagination, this same imaging power within the self, can, if turned into a positive direction, in a positive way, begin the creation of a rich, interior, mystical life. The purpose of imagination is really that man may anticipate by his own functions the truths which he knows to be true. In other words, man may not immediately experience the blessedness of total interior adjustment. But because he believes that it exists, he can begin to visualize it, to sense its motion within himself, to create symbols of it in his own consciousness, until by degrees he builds within himself the kind of a world he wants to live in. Now, if he does this psychotically and under pressure, he will simply become an introvert. He will simply lock his inner life. Therefore, it is not that he shall use this mystical garden of Sardis, as the Muslim called it, as an escape. He is not going to leave this world for an imagination world and huddle there till he dies. This is not the purpose of mysticism. But the purpose of mysticism is that man shall experience something interiorly of the possible world of good, of beauty, of truth, and of life, by which he is sustained, and from which he is actually divided only by the narrow curtain of his own objective consciousness. Thus, mysticism as visualization, or contemplation, or meditation, consists of the internal sustaining of a realization. It is the individual conjuring with his own interior power a mood, a concept of things which transcends intellection and causes this person to build a rich life of true value within himself. Just as the political reformer is forever trying to set up an ideal commonwealth, so the mystical reformer is forever trying to set up within himself an ideal self, a self the very nature and quality of which is identical with God and good. That the mystic is seeking to experience or to know inwardly first, as verification and fulfillment, that these things which he intellectually and emotionally believes can be made to be true, can be experienced or known as truth, can be vindicated by experience. As he goes inward and begins to work with this magic garden which he is creating, he finds also here an alchemy constantly operating. He discovers that he can weed out mistakes in this imaginary laboratory just as easily as he can in life. He perceives inwardly that certain moods, attitudes, reactions destroy the beauty of his secret garden. He sees how an hour of temper can frost this beautiful plant of the soul which he is trying to cultivate. He becomes faced with a simple fact, either to preserve the beauty of this internal life or else to sacrifice it. And he comes ultimately to know that this decision is his own, and that by the wrong use of energy he simply destroys the dream that he himself has built. That he actually commits therefore a most serious offense, because the attack upon value in reality is an attack upon the whole fairyland of the soul. It is an attack upon all the beauty, all the truth, all the essential goodness that he has learned to love and venerate. And the immediate reaction of wrong action upon a person who has already attained some measure of internal mystical integration, this reaction is so obvious, so undeniable, so discomforting and disappointing in itself that it is seldom repeated. The individual is now under the censorship of values, values arising from quietude. He also learns that this quietude, contrary to common belief, is not negative, and it is not artificial, it is not weak. But he discovers a tremendous vibratory industry going on in this quietness. He discovers, for example, that as he comes into quietness, he becomes the best of himself. He has thought that he had to prove his own abilities by going out and doing things. He suddenly discovers that in quietude he first knows himself, that in quietude he first finds himself, and that in quietude he also finds the fulfillment of those things which are most valuable. He finds first the pause for reflection. He finds the possibility of deepening and broadening his feelings. He becomes aware of his own feelings and what they really mean for the first time. As he goes still deeper into this mystical situation, he also discovers that he is continuously occupied, that he is busier than he ever was before. And yet what he is doing, this tremendous motion that he feels within himself, is above thought. He cannot say that he is thinking of this or thinking of that. He is simply completely engaged, totally occupied. And out of this total occupation, there gradually dawns this sense of becomingness, this sense of intimate relationship. Gradually, out of this, he seems to find a kinship with life in total. He finds that individual things are not as important as he thought, but that total things are experienced in the interior quietude of life. Also that these things experienced are not rationalized, nor made logical, nor is it essentially necessary that they should be. We do not have to explain that which we know. We only have to explain what we don't know and hope someone else will believe. We don't have to justify that which by experience is total good. There is no need to be logical, because we are not dealing with logical theorems. Logic and reason are means by which we are seeking for something, trying to find that which is hidden. But if we discover that which is hidden and experience by direct participation the consciousness of that thing, its logic and its reason are no longer significant. Therefore, logic and reason belong to the pathway, but realization belongs to the end of the path. And that which is realized interiorly is no longer subject for debate and discussion. And knowing this, the mystic will not debate, nor will he enter into controversy with any man on any belief. All he will try to do is to so preserve the calmness of his interior life that he will lure the other person towards a calmness also. And by not entering into controversy, will free the other person of further illusion. And if the other person is sensitive at all, perceiving quietude and its effect, he will search for the same within himself. Therefore, mysticism is not a doctrine for conversion. It is the individual substituting an experience for an opinion. And man discovers by this inward fact that opinions may lead to sickness, falseness, and death, but that experience, honorably and honestly, interiorly required and brought about by proper means, will forever reveal life, truth, and beauty. Consequently, interior experience through realization, through contemplation, through mystical apperceptions, will gradually bring the health and the body into a conformity with laws, of principles and of beauties, and thus assist us in the maintaining of health. So when we do not feel good, let us be still and seek for the root reality in ourselves. If we can achieve to this, we will understand our more passing feeling, and will discover in all probabilities how this feeling is telling us a beautiful story that we need to know. And instead of being frightened by symptoms, we will immediately be grateful that they have revealed to us something that must be brought to our consciousness, and which, once having reached our consciousness and caused us to correct the error, will no longer need to burden us, afflict us, or create difficulties for us. In this way, we have in mysticism a powerful instrument in therapy. Well, our time is up, so we'll have to continue it next week. When we think of mysticism, we usually associate it strictly with the development of religious teachings. But looking around us in our modern way of life, we shall find considerable evidence of the continuance of mystical ideas and ideals in the more common institutions and procedures and practices with which we are familiar. Therefore, it seems appropriate to realize that mysticism is not a sect, nor must it develop within the structure of sects. Mysticism is an overtone which bears upon many forms of life, many activities. Actually, mysticism is almost as difficult to capture as an adequate definition of beauty. Beauty is a sort of product arising from other products. It is a byproduct. It comes to us as a result of order, arrangement, of the power of the individual to perceive from within himself the unities and values that exist beneath the surface of various types of phenomena. In our modern thinking, therefore, mysticism is a quality to be found in the lives of innumerable persons, developed variously according to the nature and temperament of individuals, and also permeating and penetrating many fields of life where you would not immediately expect it to be present. Looking around us today, therefore, we can begin to recognize our indebtedness to mystical concepts and ideas. A brief historical survey may help to orient us in this. At the time of the Crusades, mysticism moved from the Near East into Europe with a tremendous impact. Mysticism arose among the Islamic peoples at a time when their culture was reaching its golden age of flowering. It was transferred from the soil of Asia to the soil of southern and central Europe at a time when European culture was at a very low ebb. During this period, which we often call the Dark Ages or the early medieval world, European man was so far removed from ethical experiences as we know them that he lived within an extremely narrow boundary of religious and political literalisms. Everything had to be accepted upon its face value. There was no inquiry into the more subtle factors in beliefs or ideas. During this period in Europe, no important texts were written. Very little, if anything, came to us to bear witness of originality in man's thinking. It was only after this time, with the breakthrough of the Renaissance, that medieval man, enriched by Near Eastern mystical attitudes, began to move forward into what we call modern culture. Thus, we know that the Renaissance although generally and traditionally believed to have originated in the area of Constantinople, actually represented a broad mystical tradition. It brought imagination back into the life of the individual. It caused him to recapture the spirit of dreaming that had been lost with the collapse of Greco-Latin culture. In the rise of Renaissance man, we find the individual daring to derive inspiration from within himself. For many centuries, he had leaned completely upon institutional inspiration. He believed that in the vested clergy there existed a body of men divinely anointed to think, to lead, to believe, and to teach. Those not belonging to this group developed incredible inferiority complexes about their own merit and their own achievement. And we had a time mutilated with this tremendous sense of personal sin, the shortcoming of the average mortal, his inability to have any part or place in the framing of his own destiny. With mysticism returning to Europe, we find the rise of individualism, the rise of the individual whose source of courage and of certainty lay within his own convictions, locked perhaps by inadequate instruments in his own intellectual limitation, but nevertheless present as a powerful urge toward self-expressiveness. The individual began to think of himself as having a direct relationship with God and with nature and with life. Although it might seem to be a complete contradiction, mysticism in Europe led very strongly to the rise of natural sciences. Mysticism caused the individual to question the authorities of Avicenna and Galen and Aquinas, to question formula as the solution to problems. Mysticism was opposed to authoritarianism. It was opposed to the idea that some other person could be an infallible source of knowledge. It also helped the individual to liberate his mind from the authority of centuries, the authority of creeds or sects. It was a breaking through of a spontaneous inner life, long repressed, long held, and finally creating a terrific interior revolt in man. It was impossible longer to prevent this breaking through of the torrent of submerged individuality. At this time, the breakthrough was comparatively peaceful, inasmuch as the mystic is not a person of violence. This breakthrough was a kind of an aurora, or a dawn light, a rosy glow coming in the sky to promise the coming of a better day. This rise of the Son of Man, this rise of the light of the soul, moved throughout Europe and brought with it innumerable reforms and changes, many of which are directly behind institutions and attitudes that we now regard as normal and commonplace. I would say, therefore, that from science to modern religion, there is practically no organized group that has not been influenced strongly by a mystical equation, although this mysticism may no longer appear as a spiritual instrument. It may appear merely as a cultural or aesthetic instrument. In our thinking about these situations, we must also pause for a moment to give some note to the rise of mystical fraternities and mystics as individuals during the early modern period. We know, for example, the tremendous psychological importance of the rise of the Fraternity of the Rosy Cross in the early years of the 17th century. Here we had a group of Protestant mystics, probably rooted in Lutheranism, but individuals with the vision of utopian hope of future conditions that might prevail in society, and in turn giving inspiration to a whole tribe of utopians who have never ceased to envision a better state for man. We have the mysticism of Jacob Boehme, the German shoemaker, whose works have continued, particularly through the instrumentality of his disciple Gichto. The works of Boehme are still read and still considered, and there are small groups representing his spiritual convictions. At about this time also, we see the rise of the Lutheran reformer André, whose mysticism impelled him to create unions and trade groups to improve labor conditions in Europe. Early mysticism in Europe seems to have turned almost immediately to utilities, and behind nearly all of its pressures were the instincts for human betterment, fraternity, equality, and liberty. Thus your mystics became your patriots and contributed much to the freedom of nations and to the rise of religious tolerance among the peoples of the Western culture group. Now, mysticism, rising from these roots, moved directly into a number of rather recognizable channels. We had a whole group of mystical religious sects, not as clearly defined as most other theologies, but representing themselves through such organizations as the Friends and the Quakers and the various groups of Adventists that flourished in the 17th and 18th centuries. Through William Penn and the Pietists of provincial Pennsylvania, a powerful link was established between European mysticism and the opening of our Western Hemisphere to colonization. William Penn, as a man of integrity, of enlightened leadership, fair play, and powerful internal conscience, was able to accomplish a great deal in solving the difficulties between the colonials and the American Indian groups. Penn and others of his general quality were to be found among many of the early settlers and resulted in a rise of mysticism in this country at a comparatively early date. We can find dates as early as the late years of the 17th century that mysticism was actually moved to the Western Hemisphere. Mystical sects and cults have continued, as in Western Pennsylvania, where the Order of the Woman of the Wilderness and the Fraternity of the Mustard Seed represented strange but basic mystical foundations. In addition to these kinds of movements, we see mysticism emerging into our cultural life as a result of these overtones that have been captured on the level of creative artistry. Today, probably, the principal instruments of mysticism in our daily way of living are the various branches of the fine arts. Here we have continuous emphasis upon spiritual experience. I think one of the most important of these groups of experiences are now associated with music. Music has always been a peculiarly intimate experience in the life of the individual. Music is a universal language. It requires very little of the ordinary restrictions of communication forms with which we are so burdened. The music speaks no verbal language. It rather goes directly into the perception of man as in experience. And it is gratifying and important to realize that great music is now returning strongly to our people. This return is undoubtedly motivated by the psychological need within man himself. It represents his instinctive recognition that music nourishes a part of his nature which is otherwise without adequate support. The majority of your great musicians of the past have been, if not mystics, strongly influenced by mysticism. We may include in such a list Bach, Beethoven, Wagner, Scriabin, and many others. This recognition of mystical equation we also note in the rise of such groups of music as the Wagnerian operas, where not only the music itself but the themes are very largely drawn from religious or symbolic sources. The great ring operas of Wagner certainly represent a restoration of Nordic mythology and Germanic myths. On the other hand, the study of Wagner reveals to us clearly that he did not merely accept the sagas and Eddas that had descended from tradition. He took these various symbolic forms and infused them with a metapolitical concept of his own. Wagner was therefore a creator of myths. He created a mythology around a mythology. And the more we analyze his music dramas, the more convinced we become that he gave a tremendous mystical creativity to stories which had previously lacked these powerful overtones. He also applied these symbols and these mysticisms to the prevailing problems of his time. And as we know, even during his own life, he was in political difficulties on several occasions. Music has become one of the most important forms of therapy with which we have sought to counteract the extreme materialistic expressions of our time. For many persons today, music is their only experience of mysticism. We say this fully aware that the music lover may not even be aware or conscious that such is the case. But music accomplishes much of the mood of mystical meditation. First of all, in order to enjoy great music, we must become receptive. We cannot attack music. We must allow music to have its perfect works in us. We must be prepared to be receptive, to allow the harmonic chords and patterns to create their own interpretation in our natures. Thus, music can be wonderfully and subtly adapted to our own moods, and we instinctively seek out music that is consoling, comforting, inspiring, encouraging, relaxing, according to the nature of our own immediate requirement. Thus, while music may seem to be a very simple and obvious art, actually it has within it a tremendous power to change the psychic integration of the individual. It moves in upon him, creating a series of experiences. The music lover must pass through a series of degrees of personal unfoldment. His taste in music must mature with his understanding of the principles of harmony and musical composition. Also, music is an experience in law, for under the beautiful coating and covering of grand harmony and melody, music moves with absolute precision. Music is as relentless and inevitable as the motion of the heavens. Every part of it must be adequately, mathematically defined. And the great musician may compose apparently with great ease and rapidity, although some have not been so facile in this regard. Actually, however, whether it is intuition, whether it is the labored genius of long experience, the great musical composition is a document that is essentially valid. It is valid in terms of eternal facts. The musician, dealing with rates of vibration, must handle them adequately and properly, or the result is discord. He cannot permit himself to break through the essential rules of his art. He is therefore creating within law and order. He is expressing within the legal boundaries of the harpsichord, the violin, or the piano. He is moving according to true creativity. He is not merely producing as whim dictates. He is producing as law and order require. He is taking certain original themes, he is developing them according to principles and rules that are comparatively inflexible. So out of this experience we have sheer beauty, but this sheer beauty is sustained by immutable law. This lesson itself is of the greatest importance to us, inasmuch as it reminds us forever that all beauty and all harmony arise from obedience, that the individual is great to the degree that he uses laws wisely, and he loses his greatness when he breaks the rules governing the art or science with which he is concerned. We note the rise of greater music criticism on the part of the general public, the distribution of good music, attendance to great music. These are increasing every day, and they certainly tell us that man is discovering soul hunger. He is discovering the need for an aesthetic expression that combines the acceptance of beauty with a deep, reflective, devotional attitude. As most Western peoples know nothing about meditation or the contemplative arts of the East, it is good that they should have music as a way to create a kind of meditation. They find in great music most of the experiences of mysticism. In fact, we even have numerous records of music leading toward direct and definite musical experience on a mystical level. We have reports of individuals absorbed in listening to a great composition suddenly see the orchestra and the entire involved area burst into light, to see the entire musical composition unfolding as a great geometrical pattern in space, producing an artistry which would almost defy man's greatest ambition to depict such a scene with the humble colors available on an artist's palette. Mystics also have perceived or known music as a tremendous vibratory motion moving through themselves. They have found themselves to be picked up in harmony and to be lifted out of the commonplace and the everyday. There are many persons who find in music, therefore, a form of religious devotion, a devotion that is based upon a symbolic acceptance of cosmic music moving in upon them. They have, to a sense at least, become aware of the music of the spheres, of the music of space, of the music of universal law. They have recognized a universe of harmony, and that is exactly what the mystic experiences in his meditation. He perceives the universe unfold into light, color, and sound. He perceives these divine forces, which he has adored with his closed and covered senses, suddenly revealed to him in the splendor of sound and the majesty of form. Thus symbols arising from within the individual give expression to the instincts and emotions that are locked within him. It is good to observe the improvement in music, and also it is good to observe from a standpoint of our general information how individuals not possessing this type of consciousness have permitted themselves to become involved in non-melodic or inharmonic music. We also observe the rise of syncopations in various forms and the innumerable modern music forms which are not entirely satisfactory from the standpoint of great art. In fact, I think that's a bit of an understatement. But then we feel very kind and benevolent this evening, and therefore do not wish to hurt anyone. But the essential fact is that music of a discordant nature, music in which we find no aesthetic value or satisfaction, but which seemingly becomes a stimulant. We see the same type of situation as between nutrition and stimulation. The individual who is wise and who is a little run down will certainly work with nutrition, but if he is quite wise, he will refrain so far as he can from stimulants. He will realize that the stimulant gives him a pickup without contributing anything to his basic improvement. The continual use of the stimulant also results in habit-forming situations and the gradual loss of its effect. Thus, music forms that are dissonant and are essentially intended for stimulation purposes must continually change, must intensify their rhythms, must become more and more clashing in their discords in order to produce the so-called stimulating effect. We have observed this also in the gradual motion of jazz, from a comparatively innocuous form to one which is almost pure stimulation to jagged and ragged nerves. The individual becoming more nervous thinks he feels better, but he does not actually gain any improvement from this type of stimulation. Nutrition, on the other hand, is the feeding of value within the person. It is supplying the individual with the essential materials necessary for the sustaining of a true attitude under the pressure of circumstances. Music gives the individual available internal resources, making him more aware of internals, giving him a greater experience of what peace of soul can be. Also to discover the tremendous vitality of relaxing to harmony, to opening oneself to true order, to true harmony of sound. As a result of this type of situation, many persons who have very little musical ability of their own become exceedingly exacting in their selection of music. A person who is listening to music merely because he needs the nutrition of it in his soul can be music's most complete critic. The critic for the daily paper has a certain sophistication. He is not listening. He wishes he was elsewhere, but he has to be there to cover the concert. His criticism is based upon purely technical productions and can sometimes be brutally heartless. He has destroyed many a career simply because he was not where he wanted to be at that time. This type of criticism is not valid, but the individual who has opened himself to the healing power of music can feel a certain type of dissonance strike into him, can cause him to detect some major error or flaw in the performance because it begins to hurt him, because he finds that this stream of blessedness has been interrupted. He may not know how or why, but he is quick to discern its effect upon his own nature, and therefore quick to observe if the error is repeated. And I know individuals who have never studied a musical score who accurately pointed out every flaw in a concert. They knew nothing about it, they cared nothing about flaws, but they winced when they occurred. They were simply too sensitive in their receptivity to be able to accept a dissonance without reaction, without sensing that something had been outraged in their own contemplative attitude toward music. With music we come upon other branches of arts, one of which I think also calls for some thought. And now we come to the fine arts, such as painting and sculpturing. In the fine arts, the world in the last several centuries has not been particularly fortunate in the production of mystical genius. Our whole Western way of life in artistry has not been essentially mystical. Building our art concepts and canons from the Greco-Roman schools, we have always glorified form predominantly. To us, art has been the representation of the outer surfaces of things. Our art has been a copying of certain aspects of nature, with special emphasis in the West upon man and upon the studies of the human figure as it has attracted art and artists for many hundreds of years. As a result of this particular emphasis, we have become almost photographic in our art. The traditional and academic forms are perhaps more dominantly so. But our rebellion against traditional and academic schools of art, this rebellion has not been fortunate. It was not fortunate because we now find the individual placed in a different situation. The music lover listens. He accepts. He receives into himself art as impact. The creative artist, whether the composer or the painter, has a different relationship to art. To him, art expresses impulse. It is the release of himself into some art form or art medium. In the Western world, we have not had sufficient emphasis upon the cultivation of mysticism per se, mysticism in itself. As a result of that, most of our artists were themselves not mystics. Now, an artist can be great within the field of his own activity without being an essential mystic. We do not question the greatness of Michelangelo. We do not question the greatness of Rembrandt or Peter Paul Rubens. We know these men from an artistic standpoint were masters within their own fields. Yet generally speaking, they were not mystics. And even when they chose a religious subject, this religious subject gained a strange realism, a strange literalism, until the various sanctified persons seemed to be brought down to earth and made into very earthy beings. Art in the West was always dragging ideas and symbols down to earth and giving them forms or bodies of an earthy quality or kind. Having thus brought heaven to earth, the only remedy that the artist had to restore heaven to its proper place was to place a halo around the head of some earthly representation. Therefore, first he took a divine being and caused a model to pose for this divine being. And then, having achieved as the result of his artistry only a human being and not the likeness of a divine being, he wanted to explain this, what he really meant to other people who had never discovered otherwise. Therefore, he put a halo around the head to indicate that it was a divine being. Whereupon everyone who saw it said, "My, this is a sanctified person." But the sanctification had to be labeled. And this has been true of most Western art. It has never been able to escape into the sheer creative imagery by means of which it was able to give to the one who gazes upon it the complete impact of unworldliness. Western man has for a long time cultivated worldliness, and it shows pretty well even in his most unworldly efforts. Against the background of this general worldliness, we do find a few artists who have broken through into what might be termed mystical artistry. Perhaps the greatest in more recent times to achieve this end were the English artists William Blake and Watts. Watts was one of the greatest painters that England ever produced. The Watts Gallery in London is devoted almost exclusively to the mystical works of this man. Blake, of course, was a tremendous creative genius. A genius to break through the conventional roles and patterns of things. A skilled etcher, engraver, and painter, he was a tremendous student of Michelangelo. But he went far more into art in the standpoint of pure mysticism than his master. Of course, Blake did not actually study with Michelangelo, who lived much earlier, but he was greatly addicted to the works of Michelangelo. Blake had a peculiar religious, mystical philosophy of his own apart from art. He used his mysticism as the impulse behind his art, and many of his choicest artworks are illustrations to his own mystical writings. Today we know of Blake as an artist, but very few persons know of him as a writer or as a mystic. Nor do they realize how he cooperated with Thomas Paine to contribute considerable assistance to the rise of American independence. It was the mystic type of mind that saw in the experiment of the 13 original colonies one of the most important movements toward the release of the internal life of man. Now, there were other artists also. Possibly the name that stands out among the classic painters for mystical overtones is El Greco. Here was one artist that broke away tremendously from the literal, who began to sense the importance of life moving through form. That form was merely a symbol, and that to deify the symbol was to obscure the life. So El Greco began to sacrifice form for life. And this has always been one of the great indications of the creative artist, particularly on the higher levels of mysticism. The difference between Eastern and Western art is very largely this matter of mysticism. We know, for example, the names of many of the old beggars and poor relations that posed for Rembrandt van Rijn at various times in his career. We know that he had a wonderful skill to drape some old fisherman or ancient from the community in strange, bizarre clothing and transform him into an Oriental nabob of some nature. Plus the tremendous impact of the Rembrandt lighting technique, we have much of the genius of this master. In the East, however, it is rare, if ever, that a great artist will ever use a model for any reason. He is not making pictures of bodies. This does not mean that he has not studied anatomy, or that he is unable to draw a body correctly. It means, however, that the forms which he intends or desires to use have first moved out of the world into himself. He has stored away in his own consciousness the essential knowledge of draftsmanship. He has put away where he can find it when he needs it certain impressions of forms. He can draw almost anything that he wishes to draw from memory. This is the beginning of art from inside. For memory inevitably passes through certain conditions within the consciousness of the artist. An example of this will be found in the wonderful prints of Hiroshige. This interior conditioning causes an ocean to become a different kind of an ocean, a wave to become a different kind of a wave. It causes a flower to be more than a flower, and it causes the human body to be merely the shadow of a purpose or an idea. Thus the bodies of things are subordinated to their moods, to their motions, to the qualities which it is intended that they should betray or that they should reveal. In Oriental art, consequently, there is an otherworldness almost always apparent. The connoisseur of art, the individual who has a great and growing and steadily unfolding appreciation for the nobility of art value, slowly comes to appreciate this fact that art, in the unworldliness of the Eastern technicians, becomes truly creative. It is not even dependent upon nature, except very indefinitely and indirectly. It is the artist impelling the spectator to perceive value, to receive a kind of message, a message cunningly concealed in design, a message also that requires no word for its communication. Thus, in Eastern art, we frequently discover the peculiar lack of involvement, the simplicity of notan. We see the essential elements, and the rest is left to the imagination. The Eastern, contrary to the Western, does not indoctrinate. He is constantly coaxing the person who sees the work to release himself into it, to give himself greater opportunity, to feel and to complete a design or pattern. It is not generally known that European artists, even the greatest of them, usually worked in groups, which are sometimes referred to as workshops. In these workshops, several men of sometimes a great talent collaborated on various paintings. For example, one man would do nothing but faces, another man would do nothing but drapery, and a third man would do nothing but scenic backgrounds. We know, consequently, that in a work such as the Mona Lisa, the man who painted the face did not paint the background. Even a man of the skill of Leonardo was a specialist. And in many instances, the master merely added the final touches to the works of his disciples. But even where the master himself intended the work as a serious production of his own, he cooperated with others, and the portraitist and the scenic artist were two entirely different types of skill. In the Orient, this is not true. The individual paints all of his picture. He must have, therefore, the sense of both foreground and background. And in the Orient, there is the curious trick of often subordinating the foreground to the background, so that the background really moves forward to become the dominant note. And wherever this is accomplished, it is achieved without the sense of conflict that often arises in Western painting, where one is sacrificed to the other. The Oriental artist, because of his technique and because of his own natural mysticism, paints almost, as one of the old masters said, upon silk clouds. instead of painting on the piece of silk in front of him, he paints first in a cloud in his own consciousness. He fashions an imaginary panel of silk. He visualizes it until he sees it clearly. He then proceeds to place upon this his design, arranging it and rearranging it, perhaps 1,000 times, with his own interior visualization, before he ever touches brush to physical material. Thus the painting is finished before it is drawn. And it is only the transference of this finished product to its final visible medium that concerns the artist. It would be inevitable that some such a process should have to distinguish Eastern and Western arts because of the materials in which the two groups painted. To paint in tempera, or in oil, or even in watercolor, according to Western technique, is far simpler than the Eastern way. And we observe in X-raying pictures and in cleaning them many layers of overpainting, in which an artist, for example, may move the position of a hand 3 times before he finally decides exactly where he wants it. This is impossible in the East, where you are painting upon fragile silk and where no correction of any kind can be made. This means that the work must be exactly as intended. Not even a single stroke can be widened or deepened. Not a single correction can be made in a line. It must appear in its finished form immediately. Kobo Daishi, the great Japanese Buddhist artist, painted with 10 brushes simultaneously, and was able to do this without making a single false stroke. Now, many individuals would say that this requires consummate skill, that the way it is done is to keep on making strokes until you have filled thousands of pieces of silk and thrown them away, and until you have become complete master of making the strokes. This is not the Eastern way, however. The Eastern way is that all of this experimentation shall be done interiorly. It is done within the consciousness of the artist himself. He subjects his entire body to the discipline of the purposes of his mind. And he brings the mind into such complete control of the body that he produces a miracle that almost corresponds with the Western miracle of the great artist on the piano. Here the fingers move so rapidly that it would not seem that the mind can possibly control them. In the Oriental painter, the hand moves with absolute skill, simply because it is fulfilling an archetypal concept that is fully and entirely complete. It is rare indeed that the Eastern master has to discard a painting because he has made an error. It is the complete discipline of creativity. It is not mechanical, it is visualization. It is the power to so completely see a thing within ourselves that there can be no need for any change afterwards. It is already as perfect as our genius will permit. Thus art becomes a tremendous instrument in mysticism. We know that in theology it has been used for centuries for the dissemination of religious knowledge. In many countries, the church depends heavily upon paintings for communicating religious ideas. It depends upon religious drama for the edification of a populace which is perhaps illiterate. But we must never assume that an individual, though he may be illiterate, is without the capacity to grasp through some inner faculties important truths if they are presented to his consideration. So we have in art another profound instrument of the perpetuation of mysticism. And the great struggle of art today is not so different from the struggle of music. For what we term today syncopation in music, or the various schools of jazz, have their art correspondences in painting in our various schools of modern Impressionism and Post-Impressionism and Cubism and these types of artistic endeavors. We find there also the struggle of the individual to break away from literal things, to break away from copying, from photography, from the actual representation of nature. Yet in order to break successfully, the individual must have outgrown the level from which he is seeking to separate his consciousness. A violent revolution against matter does not lead to emancipation. It leads only to deformity or distortion as a means of escape. There is no escape in art or in mysticism through breaking the laws of color or formal harmony. The escape must always be by outgrowing the poor use of an instrument and the development of a greater interior power to use that instrument for the expression of creative genius. Therefore, rebellion, unaccompanied by genius, produces the rather sad spectacle with which we are all too familiar. To be different is not to be better, but it cannot be said that an individual can be better without being a little different. Thus, the equation is extremely subtle. In addition to our arts and our music, we have a certain amount of creative mysticism in our dance interpretations. These interpretations, based upon mystical themes, such as the works of Mahler and Bruckner, give us the opportunity of using choreography as a means of expressing our natural reaction to musical stimulation, or the musical moods or modes which accompany certain compositions. This is not only the refinement of the modal music of the Greeks, but it is also an approach to the mudra, which is the posturing or religious hand positions of Asia. In the East, the body becomes a tremendous instrument of dynamic symbolism. By posturing, by various positions of the hands, by various gestures, sometimes referred to in the East as the art of gesture, the individual communicates, he conveys. He is able to release or reveal the rhythmic forms of his own body, and to prove that this rhythm arises from a certain conscious control. Thus, as in the theater in Java and Bali in the old days, it required anywhere from 5 to 15 years of continuous work, constant discipline, to gain the bodily control necessary for the elaborate dance forms of these people. These dance forms were almost completely religious, but they were religious in terms of folk symbolism and myth, as well as in the theological meaning of the word. In these Dutch East Indian areas, which have since proclaimed their independence under the general name of Indonesia, in these areas the theater came directly into the home. There were very few formal theatrical companies. Plays were put on by members of families, and the theater was an essential part of life. And here is where your mysticism becomes a factor. The individual portraying various characters is expected to release through himself his own understanding of these characters. He is, as far as possible, to revitalize them and be what these characters represent. To do this, he must become receptive to the great symbolisms involved in the mythologies and legendaries of the areas. He finds himself living again the dead heroes of long ago. He feels the heroic spirit stir within himself. and having sensed or actually experienced a certain mood or emotion, he must, through the perfectly disciplined instrument of his body, train precisely to express any and all moods with mathematical accuracy. He must use his body as the musician uses his instrument to become able to reveal in the most certain and definite manner the most abstract and almost incomprehensible reflexes of mind and emotion. This type of discipline is so far beyond Western stage that we hardly know how to compare them. It does not follow, however, that certain individual Western artists have not discovered this. They have. And they are the ones whom we regard with the greatest admiration, because we say they can live their parts. Thus in the dance and in drama, which we know to have been early related, so that drama as we know it arose out of religious pageantry and out of the great ritualistic dances of antiquity. Here we again see mysticism flowing into our way of life. It flows into us as a series of experiences for which we are learning to pay good, hard money. We do not know what we are experiencing, but we still find some experience of this kind necessary to us. Let us imagine then for a moment that you go to a motion picture theater and you are fortunate enough to see something worth seeing. This in itself is a most delightful surprise, but it is conceivable. Let us imagine that you are seeing a truly great dramatic production. If this is true, your relationship to the theater, your relationship to the art medium, and your own relationship to yourself pass through a series of metaphysical changes. In the first place, after the picture becomes important to you, you completely lose sight of the fact that it is a picture. You are not concerned constantly with the technical aspects of camera and angle, unless that happens to be your business. If the picture takes you to some far place, you feel yourself to be there. You are also no longer particularly aware that you are in a theater. You no longer feel that you are sitting with 1,000 other people. The world has ceased. Your own consciousness has become completely absorbed in receiving the impact of this sequence of pictures, which you find completely satisfying or enthralling or arresting in some way. Thus there gradually comes around the state in which you are alone with a picture, and gradually your own identity becomes submerged in the picture. You instinctively identify yourself with the places. For the moment at least, wherever the camera goes, you are there. Whatever time it goes into, you are part of that time. Your own formal nature as you understand it becomes unimportant. You do not think of your name or your identity. And while you are watching this picture, you have no imagination as to whether you are old or young, rich or poor. You have created a rapport with something that has moved so closely into your awareness that it has obliterated practically every element outside of itself. If the film or the stage production fail to achieve this, then they have failed in their own peculiar artistry. Back to the realities of the times and problems, but for a while he finds his escape. And what does he escape from? What does all mysticism imply that we must escape from? The answer, of course, is that we must escape from ourselves as directive beings. We must escape from the peculiar tyranny of self-purpose over action. We must escape from the tyranny of the burden with which we afflict our own faculties. We must escape the weight of our own attitudes. We must escape the ponderous procedures by which we complicate every situation in life and change what might be a natural and pleasant pattern into an unendurable complex of circumstances. Thus, mysticism and its arts in our way of life reveals to us clearly that we only have to let go, that we only have to redirect our attitudes or our activities, and immediately we are free from the burden of our own prejudices and opinions and attitudes and pressures. We are free from our own historical selves, from our own oriented personalities in time and space. We become universal. We become all appreciation and no criticism. And this state in itself is one greatly to be admired. We become infused also with new things and new values. We escape the boundaries of previous imagination, and we are constantly enriching an interior storehouse of recollections which we can call upon at various times. Out of this filing system of remembrances, new personality developments arise within our own consciousness. We grow and enrich through these experiences by which we escape from self and become spectators of greater things. This is again, of course, how mysticism has moved into our present mode of existence. The movement continues, and now we find mysticism moving more and more directly into our homes. A few years ago, if you will remember, the city of Los Angeles went on the great spree of uprooting anything that looked green or alive. We found street after street completely denuded of every tree and every bush, in order that we might have the fine, clean, inspiring line of solid concrete. Now the city is suddenly realizing that thousands and millions of tourists from all over the world can see concrete at home without coming here at comparatively high vacation rates. So now we have gone on the great tree planting experiment. Down the middle of Wilshire Boulevard, there are palms appearing that would do credit to the center of the Sahara Desert. Everywhere, vegetation is crawling up the front of mortgage and loan companies, which, perhaps to give a certain festive luxuriance to the interest rates. In any event, foliage is back. It is back because everyone got very tired of modern architecture. And as the great eccentric of architecture, Frank Lloyd Wright, observed a short time before his death, that it would be an excellent thing if people planted trees in front of every building except the ones he built, because all the others ought to be concealed in some way. Actually, there is a little apology in this tree planting epidemic. We're getting very tired of this fine, clean line, and we remember that the United Nations building in New York, for example, looks surprisingly like that 50-pound block of ice that the Iceman used to deliver. These clean, cold, dead lines are not quite as happy as we thought they were going to be. They were greatly heralded, not because anybody really liked them, but that it was a cheaper way to build, and the individual could pay just as much and get less. This type of thing led inevitably in our way of life, in which art has become too heavy a luxury for most people to bear. To meet this, We have tried to bring life back into the city. We do this because we want to bring life back into ourselves. We want to recognize nature as a symbol of life. And we instinctively realize that from his conduct over the past, man has become associated as a symbol of death. Thus man, to redeem his own works, seeks to make them live. And he ornaments them with symbols of life. And of all symbols of life, the tree is one of the most ancient. And the tree of life is deep in the subconscious of human consciousness. In any event, we observe mysticism moving back as an instinct into the private life of the citizen through the development of beauty wherever he can find ways of cultivating this quality. And to meet this need, we have a tremendous increase in the development of decorative arts of all kinds. We find the person recognizing the importance of art in his home, the importance of art in his business. Today you will find great works of art in the lobbies of hotels. They are put there because people want them. And because if the hotel has them, more people will come and stay at the hotel. It is no philanthropy, but it is a discovery. It is a discovery that if you want people, you have to please them. And if you please them, you must do for them things which give them a sense of greater belonging, a sense of greater personal satisfaction, peace, and security in themselves. Where such factors are ignored in the private life of the individual, the difficulty is as real as it is in business institutions and public buildings. We have come back to the need for proper artistry. And in every home, and even in the most humble apartment, the individual of today is seeking mystical satisfaction or mystical security through surrounding himself with small but select groups of material that satisfy his soul. Food for the soul. And food for the soul comes from pure and true beauty. And beauty, in turn, is something that can be known only by mystical apperception. There is no absolute and unchanging rule of beauty for the individual. Beauty is that to which his own soul responds. And it is important if that part of his soul, which is essentially true, responds. It is not enough to satisfy his selfishness or cater to his delinquencies. True beauty must have meaning, must have a wonderful, subtle teachment by which the person is assisted to restore his own internal integration. So we observe every time you go into shops and stores today that while there is a mass of bric-a-bracery that does not mean very much, there is an increasing emphasis upon worthwhile artistic creativity. Better things along art lines are available now than for a long time. Also, we have had quite a development of what are called museum replicas of works of art. Today, a great many persons unable to own great examples of Egyptian, Greek, Oriental, or primitive American art have found that there is a certain general satisfaction in an accurate and trustworthy replica, one which can be secured for a comparatively small sum, the original beyond price, and that this reasonable facsimile can become an ornamentation or decoration in a well-appointed home and add dignity and depth of meaning to that home. So this is another example of the a rising of artistry as a mystical concept in the life of the person. He is demanding more and more soul satisfaction to keep him going under the pressure and tension of his time. Nor is it false to affirm that in this present generation also there has been considerable restoration of mystical elements in religion. For a long time, religion was the custodian of arts. And your great cathedrals of ancient and medieval Europe are also museums. And of the artistry which they preserve, perhaps some of the finest is in the stained glass and in the great artistry of the Gothic spans of the cathedrals themselves. These great temples were not only places of worship, but shrines of beauty, so far as the skill of man was able to impart beauty. And this beauty had a particular integrity because it arose from devotion and was for the most part a gift or offering of the master craftsman to the great architect of all things. More lately, we have seen a general deterioration of these values, and we have observed the surprising and disappointing lack of religious, creative artistry. We have seen our Christian art deteriorate to a group of rather highly conventionalized representations, which differ but slightly in execution, though done by 100 artists. We see the general lack of great religious art in these institutions. And up to very recently, there was a surprising lack of good music in most of them. It usually required a very large and prosperous church to have an adequate choir or proper soloists. Now, music is returning strongly to the church. It is also coming back with better music, with greater emphasis upon important religious composition. For a long time, we had very little religious music being composed. More is now coming, and some of the new works are admirable, remarkable, and valuable. Also, we are observing greater attention to what might be termed the various mystical prerogatives of religion. We see greater emphasis upon the development of mystical veneration in even the most severe Protestant denominations. We see the advance of a ministry of faith healing. We see emphasis upon religious counseling. We also observe a tendency on the part of progressive ministers to change from the practice of 20 years ago, in which sermons verged resolutely into politics. And now we find them moving back again into a more liberal, but at the same time more essentially religious field. Thus religion, faced with the weight of its own membership, and perceiving or sensing that this membership is heavily neurotic, that the pressure of circumstances are forcing the individual to seek spiritual consolation of a valid nature. These discoveries are influencing practically every religious denomination, causing the churches to work more and more to create centers of spiritual orientation rather than merely meeting places. The progress is observed, and there are a number of publications devoted to this, some of which I see, and all of them are emphasizing the importance of religious mysticism. Through the sectarianism of religion also, we see another mystical light beginning to break. And this is the light of symbolic interpretation. The old literalisms of theology are disappearing rather rapidly. Religion is taking on a universal mystical complexion. This is important and has to a measure been forced upon the churches. But regardless of how it comes about, it is helpful. One of the reasons it has come, undoubtedly, is this global strategy which we are developing psychologically. For the first time, the Western world is receiving something of the impact of Eastern culture, art, and religion. The possibility of destroying these competitive institutions now appears too remote to be considered. We realize that we cannot dominate the religions of all other peoples. We cannot proclaim them to be heretical and sweep them away, nor can we ignore them. These various religions must play their part in the theater of our modern living. They must join with us in the solution of great problems. They must be given civil treatment. They must be respected for their merits and values, and can no longer be ignored or discarded. This has brought with it a crisis in Christian theology, a crisis that the past never faced, even when challenged, and that is the crisis of a world in which at least 5 major religions must live together, and must live together with a temperament and an attitude that is not likely to cause them to explode into mutual warfare. Also, we are beginning to realize the extreme danger of permitting sectarianism to undermine the friendships of peoples and thereby become a useful aid to belligerent or militaristic persons with dictatorial ambitions. To use man's religious prejudice as a way of controlling or enslaving him, or turning him upon his fellow man. We hope that this has happened for the last time, and modern man begins to realize that it cannot continue without ultimately disgracing and discrediting all religion. To meet this challenge, therefore, each religion has been forced to seek overtones. It has been forced to search out points of common agreement, the last thing which would have happened 200 years ago. Also, the possibility that religions are interpretations of interior spiritual values held in common by all men. Such possibility is being rather carefully considered. It is becoming evident that religion as of itself is of value apart from all forms. That as a value, it is a mystical truth. And also, that approached mystically, it can be reconciled. The mystic is perfectly able to worship in any type of religious institution without being outraged or offended.
I guess you notice we have a wandering front door. The main problem is don't wander out of the old one. This evening we want to point out a few more or less recent findings which indicate that Western psychology is beginning to move from some of its most cherished footings and is coming rapidly into a kind of partnership with both Eastern and Western mysticism. Perhaps one of the simplest points is a new attitude arising concerning the problem of pressure and the effect of pressure in producing psychotic tensions and trauma. Actually, a complex or any negative psychological fixation is not of any particular importance in itself unless in some way it receives nutrition. Like everything else in the world, a fixation must feed. It must be nourished. It must be sustained in some way. And the individual who is developing a pressureful interior life is likely to begin by trying to break up fixations or attitudes which seem to be causing him trouble. It might be likened roughly to a situation of a skillful prize fighter and his advantage over an unskilled opponent. The chances are the opponent will not last long. He won't have a chance. But if you take this skilled prize fighter, lock him away somewhere, and give him no food for 30 days, a much less skillful man could defeat him, simply because his energy is reduced. His strength is partly, at least, destroyed. In time, it could be completely destroyed. He must therefore be fed. And nearly every problem that we nurse and nurture depends upon its nutrition for its authority as a problem. Remove the nutrition, the problem becomes less and less real. So instead of attacking all of the various mental attitudes separately, and attempting with rather obvious Western violence to uproot them, there probably are simpler ways of overcoming most of the abnormalities that we suffer from mentally and emotionally. One of these ways is simply to remove the source of energy by means of which the problem is maintained. Now, the source of energy in the average individual is also the same energy by which, through unreasonable action, he contributes to the problem. Problems arise from the misuse of energy. Situations become more difficult to the degree that we continue to devote to them unwisely energy which might have more constructive and proper channels of expression. The individual, for example, who has a quick temper or a bad disposition temperamentally, his temperamental disposition could not exist without energy. It takes a great deal of energy to have a good temper fit. It takes considerable energy to have a good crying spell. It takes quite a bit of energy to hate somebody. It takes energy to criticize people. It takes energy to be sorry for ourselves. It takes energy to reject life. It takes energy to break patterns. And it also takes energy to create patterns. Thus, nearly everything that comes out of our complex characteristics, everything is what it is because of the energy that we bestow upon it. If, therefore, we are confronted with a situation that is not what we want it to be, one of the simplest and most direct ways of annihilating that situation is to starve it out. So simply turn from it the kind of energy by which it can survive. To reduce the available energy to support a psychosis is difficult for the reason that the person is not always able either to control himself or to know what particular type of control is most indicated in his case. Yet again, the problem remains comparatively true as we see around it in life. The dandelion and the palm tree grow out of the same earth. They derive energy according to their natures. Paracelsus pointed this out long ago. Therefore, complexes of many kinds and temperaments of many levels derive their individual expressions from common life supply. The life supply, totally turned away from the individual, terminates his existence utterly. And as he goes into this state of non-objective existence, his problems, as far as his personality concerned, disappear, at least in their relationship to other peoples. But energy is our answer. And energy is something that the average person does not adequately control. He wastes it. We waste it every day. He dissipates it. He builds tensions within it, which finally cause it to break through because he has obstructed normal patterns of life. And though he may not realize it, in most cases his energies are greater than his abilities to use them. And this becomes a very important issue. When we say abilities, I mean manifested, immediately available abilities. Certainly energy could be used to create greater abilities in the individual, but he is not always inclined to use energy in this way. Actually, most persons are restless. They are frustrated in some way, simply because their natural energy expressions do not have adequate outlets. Now, energy flowing desperately outward will do the same thing as a flooded stream. It will break through dams. It will destroy good land. It will break through dikes and embankments and flood important communal areas. Energy out of control floods the mental and emotional life, resulting in excesses of numerous kinds, which arise always from lack of control. So in the Eastern and the mystical way of thinking, there's an important clue to control or directed behavior, and this is energy sublimation. The supply of energy not called upon falsely. Energy is a kind of reservoir. We do not control it. It is available in nature. But as the waters of a reservoir are piped with numerous faucets and outlets into millions of homes, so universal energy is tubed or piped or channeled into the lives of living things. Here various faucets regulate its release into usage. These faucets can be controlled, at least in part, by the person, and thus he can determine the amount of energy that he uses. But this does not mean that he exhausts any potential cause of energy. The release of energy through his own nature has certain requirements, certain normal purposes. If these purposes are variously blocked, it is as we would find in a home, where a difficulty arises in the plumbing and the basement is flooded, or something of that nature. It is observable in psychological problems that the control of the amount of energy can have a very important bearing upon the problem itself. Now, one thing, of course, that we always have to bear in mind is that if we turn off a house meter, we turn off all of the available outlets. If we throw a switch or blow a main fuse in an electric circuit, then all the lights on that circuit are killed. And our thinking in energy has been that the individual who begins to control his energy begins to reveal lack of energization in all of his activities. In other words, he becomes lackadaisical. He loses ambition. He becomes too sedentary in his ways, too phlegmatic, and is left behind in this great race of life. One of these days we may learn that the fellow that is left behind is the one who first enjoys a little peace and quiet, but we are not quite to that way of thinking as yet. But the accusation that is most often turned against mysticism is that it leads to a life of non-action. It causes the person to cease to be a valiant champion of some cause or other, real or imaginary, with which most persons keep their lives occupied. This is where the control, however, is without direction. If you want to turn off a faucet in the kitchen, you do not need to turn off the water at the curb or ask to have the city turn it off at the dam. It is perfectly possible for the individual to direct or control specialized uses of energy as these usages arise within his own understanding and need. Zen, coming into the life of Western man, and it is moving rapidly in the life of Western man today, is simply an Oriental adaptation of the thought or the basic theme that what we think is important is only important because we think it is important. Therefore, more or less empirically, the amount of energy used by us in any particular undertaking is determined by our own attitude as to the relative importance of that undertaking. Two individuals both suffer a grievance, or perhaps have mutually antagonized each other. To one of these persons, this antagonism becomes the basis of an enduring disregard. Hatred sets in. The most violent, negative, critical, condemnatory emotions are given expression. The other person, who is a party to the same grievance and perhaps has contributed to it or suffers from it, simply does not have this attitude. To him, a person taking a small matter so seriously is humorous rather than desperate. So he simply laughs off a situation that is going to cause another human being years of misery. The difference is the amount of libido that these two persons are willing to expend on something. We cannot deny the fact that persons are born with two essentially diverse dispositions. One individual finds it completely simple to remain detached from the primary pressures of life. The other individual finds it almost impossible to extricate himself. His every instinct is so intense and so extremely personal that he cannot resist any challenge which can possibly stir him up and cause him to become involved in the situation. Where the sense of humor is deficient, this difficulty intensifies. But if you look around you, you will find individuals of comparatively equal intelligence, of approximately similar inherent talents and capacities, who react entirely differently to approximately the same stimuli. To one individual, the instinct is to fight back. To the other individual, the instinct is not to fight back. Now, we look at the individual who does not fight back, and we say, is he a coward? Is he afraid to fight back? Or we say, is he so stupid that he doesn't know he's been insulted? That's quite possible. And we begin to analyze his potential deficiencies, because we assume that if he was a nice, normal, happy person, he would get mad. If he does not follow this expectancy, we consider the serious possibilities that there's something wrong with him. On the opposite side of the picture, the individual who fights back, why does he fight back? He fights back perhaps because he has been insulted. And a person insulted, as one of the old Greek philosophers explains, is in a very precarious position. it only is an indication that he does not know his own weaknesses. Because the moment a person is wise enough to be insulted, he knows so many of his own shortcomings that no one else's discovery of them will be much of a discovery. A man who is insulted can turn and say, I could tell you many things about me more worthy of insult than the thing you have selected. Well, this would be rather devastating. And would probably ruin the day for some belligerent. I've seen things like this happen. And the belligerent one pauses for a moment and then suddenly stands back and laughs. The pressure is off of the entire situation because the individual has not permitted it to be pressureful. Pressure of this nature is nearly always illusionary. Pressure is pride. Pressure is offended hypersensitivity. Pressure is the determination of arrogance to force a situation, whether it is right or wrong. Pressure in almost every instance arises from the direct abuse of our energy resources. Instead of using our energies to build with, we are using our energies to fight with, to fight against shadows, to create within ourselves patterns of tension which, continuously energized, ultimately become so habit-ridden, so completely possessive of us, that we surrender to them utterly and abjectly. Mysticism has always been a quiet way. It has always been the way of non-violence. Yet mysticism, in its great exponents, has never been weak. This idea that mysticism must be weak and negative simply arises in a civilization that is determined to justify its own lack of self-control. The mysticism of Jesus was not weak. Jesus recommended strongly that if a man is struck upon one cheek, he turn the other also. If the average person of today performed such an action, he would be called a coward. Yet it is often a greater test of interior integration to remain poised and calm than it is to express violent displeasure by means of which other people think you are defending yourself. Now, we have this situation also to bear in mind. We certainly desire, wherever possible, to keep the good esteem of other people. We do not wish to be regarded as eccentric. We do not wish to be labeled as weaklings. We do not wish to lose a certain propriety of status. On the other hand, is it necessary for us, in order to maintain our social position, to commit actions that endanger our health and security and perhaps even our lives? It's like the problem of the genial host. Years ago, New York, the days of the open saloons as they used to be when they were really great social centers and you had 5 cents worth of drink and $4 worth of free lunch. That type of situation once actually went verily on its way. And I have definitely seen fine top sirloin steaks go for free along with a 5-cent stein of beer. Of course, those days are gone, but the problem we're in is the bartender. Now, the bartender certainly does not wish to make a bad impression. At the same time, every one of his customers wants him to drink with them. If he succeeds in doing this, he will not be a bartender very long. So the bartender notoriously is a man who does not drink. He seldom, if ever, drinks with anyone, and that is a known fact. No one asks him. Now, when this arises in the problem of living, we can say that the person who is continuously trying to please those around him
by reacting as they expect him to react, has only two choices. Either to be the bartender who drinks when everyone wants him to and very shortly develops ulcers, or to make some kind of a clear statement of his own values in this matter, either by revealing it or by affirming it, to the degree that he will not be expected to make himself sick in order to make himself companionable. So in mysticism, this situation of the person being different, which does irritate, aggravate, and horrify certain individuals, the process of being different in order to be healthy is a decision that thoughtful persons have to make. Mystics in general have been different without being obnoxious. And that is where the line of social proprieties come in. But in life, we must either settle down to being like others, and with doing this, take on all of the karmic consequences of the way they act, or we must be like our own principles recommend that we should be, and have strength enough of character to stand up under a certain amount of misunderstanding and even abuse if the occasion arises. For in the universe in which we live, it is much better for us to be abused 100 times than for us to abuse someone else once. Mysticism, by reducing the intensities with which we react to situations, begins to smooth out living. It smooths out living by not permitting everything that arises to become highly personalized. It withdraws energy from areas in which that energy is not important and is non-productive, and applies this energy to other areas which are important and are productive. This brings, of course, a fine point of difference. The individual who, generally speaking, is heavily loaded with psychic pressures generally does not have any area to which he can transfer his energy. He is sick, he is in trouble, he is in the spot he's in, because his energy has only a circle of negative outlets, and that these outlets are continually punishing him. To tell this person that he should direct his energy into other outlets might present a problem. He has no other. I know a person who had a bad neurotic situation for many years. They were not very healthy physically, had to live a rather sedentary life. I tried for months to try to get this individual to take a little interest in reading. Here he was a worrier, he was miserable, critical, thinking of himself all the time, loaded with hypochondria, and he finally admitted to me that never in his lifetime had he read a book, and never in his lifetime did he intend to. He didn't enjoy reading books. I asked him why, and the man was absolutely honest. He said, they take my mind off my misery, and I want to be miserable. Well, at least he was franker about it than most. He enjoyed misery more than he enjoyed getting over it, because he liked to be sorry for himself. This sounds ridiculous, but without the verbal statement of it, it is present in millions of human lives. Innumerable persons, given the opportunity to quietly and symbolically choose between a good constructive interest and self-pity, will cling to self-pity with everything they've got, because it is such a warming feeling. It makes a certain sense of psychic importance. Is a distinction in being the most miserable person on earth, or even in the neighborhood. These things cause the person to feel individuality. Actually, there are many better and more important ways of being an individual, and these should also be carefully considered.
Zen coming in with other Eastern philosophies and a certain amount of Buddhism and the general trend of the day toward a somewhat more contemplative reaction to the intense pressures of modern life Zen has given us what is now being developed under the term psychology of values. And psychology of value is a very interesting field that shows that we can't help growing in spite of ourselves sometimes. This begins to analyze normalcy in the term of the individual's ability to recognize value. That it's no longer a case of him finding out what is wrong with him. This has been one of the big problems in psychology. The average analytical procedure causes the individual to become hyper-aware of himself. The theory, of course, is that if he gets aware of himself long enough and intensely enough and consistently enough, he will in the end get very tired of himself and in that way break away from some of his troubles. But the psychology of value says that it is more important for the person to begin the contemplation of what he should be than the consideration continuously of what he should not be. That the experience of a positive state is highly desirable. The person who is miserable is to a certain degree a person who has never enjoyed being comfortable. If he really had ever enjoyed being happy and had a clear psychic archetypal image of integration, he would find misery an unhappy contrast. But during his entire period of life, he has never sensed by experience a truly positive situation. He was a little miserable as a child. He went through children's ailments and problems. A little more miserable as he got a bit older. His family may have broken up, left him falling around among relatives. Got into school, wasn't well adjusted, a little more miserable. Came out of school, took a job which he didn't like very well, didn't get along with the people around him. Married, made a comparatively inadequate marriage. Maybe not bad enough to be divorced, not good enough to be worth anything. Gradually developed 2 or 3 children that became a cause of nervous tension. Against these things, no resources within himself, went to church occasionally, thought the minister was an awfully smart man, especially when he talked on current subjects, and just drifted. A little more problem, a little more tension crept in. Very soon, neurotic situation. The individual gradually sinking further and further into a series of negative experiences. Against these negative experiences, by way of interior contrast, there was no positive experience. The individual knew how it felt to be uncomfortable. He did not really know how it could feel to be comfortable. He heard people tell about it. He heard people say that they were blissfully happy. Didn't mean very much. Perhaps a little twinge of envy that somebody else was so much more content than he was. But when a person said they were happy, the only way this half-integrated and half-demoralized person could react was by his own definition. And instead of recognizing the other person to be happy, he could only say that the other person was not unhappy. In other words, he could create a contrast only to himself and to his own experience. He could only decide that this other person was different, and that certain secret longings or subjective desires that he intellectualized and emotionally thirsted after did exist. Someone else had them, but he could not even tell what they were actually.
it is very much as though each of us tried to plumb the depths of our closest friend or relative's psychic nature. We might have certain intellectual concept of it, but we could not know what it is. Western man, as we know him today, therefore, theoretically, has never experienced normalcy. He has never experienced any normalcy other than that of the traditional degree of unrest peculiar to the time in which he lived. His idea of normalcy is simply an interlude between wars and depressions, socially speaking. His idea of happiness is the day in which things did not go as badly as they usually do. His idea of supreme joy was to be able to get out of a responsibility. He had no real concept of happiness or integration or purpose that was meaningful. Like the two Irishmen working down in the sewer. One of them, looking over the edge of the sewer, saw a valuable, expensive automobile go by, evidently carrying some well-financed citizen. So he turned to his friend. He said, "If you had money as much as that, Pat, what would you do?" Pat said, "I'd buy a new pick handle." And that is exactly the problem we're up against. The individual feels that money would help him not to do the things that he does not want to do. But the positive expression of doing something creative, something valuable, something essentially right in itself, the average person in the West has no experience of it. He does not know what it means. He does not know what it means to be quiet in himself. He does not know what it means to be truly at peace with life. There are exceptions, of course, but the majority of human beings functioning from a continuous existence of tension are able to measure only tension and the diminution of tension. Tension becomes a normal condition. And if the tension begins to let go, the individual senses relaxation setting in upon himself. He thinks of it as sickness or exhaustion. He simply does not have any way to visualize or to release within himself the archetype of essential normalcy. We can intellectualize this and say, well, what is normal? In a time when the whole world is confused, what is to be regarded as normalcy? A very simple answer is given to us by nature in this. For man, normalcy is a way of life that produces health. Normalcy is a way of life that makes men well or keeps men well. The way of life in which the person is not afflicted by the negative consequences of his own action. The only way that the Western man can think of that is, well, perhaps if he stays asleep all the time and does nothing, he will thereby not cause himself any trouble. To stop doing everything because anything we do is wrong is very much like the pouting child. But again, that might be the individual's attempt. He might say the only way is to run away from the world, to enter into a cloister or live a monastic life and escape from all of it. The true answer, the answer of a positive adjustment with life and energy, is just so strange to Western man that he has never hardly investigated it. And this is true of psychology. Psychology is trying to put man back again into health by the same brute force and awkwardness that made the man sick in the first place. It is simply a power drive with one policy driving for dominion over another. The physician pushing in one direction and the patient pushing in the opposite direction. But the physician having certain particular instruments of persuasion that are perhaps stronger or more psychologically impressive, has a certain degree of success. He can influence the other person against that person's native instincts.
to a degree at least. Now, why does mysticism play an important part in this? It is because through a consciousness, through the interior consciousness within ourselves, man is capable of a larger area of experience than his immediate intellection might cause him to believe he possesses. Imagination, the more subtle aspects of human energy directive, causes it to be possible for a person to experience certain states by the natural, positive determination to do so. It is therefore conceivable to the mystic that a state of peace can be experienced by the individual as a direct state within his own nature, and that it is only through mysticism, and mysticism alone, that a positive state of what might be called a possible good can be directly experienced by the individual. It is by mysticism that he becomes aware of levels of value in himself which become compensatory to the levels of non-value which afflict him on the outside. If this be true, then psychotherapy has to include a certain going inward into the individual's own consciousness by the individual himself, searching in himself for positive roots of expression and usage. He has to search for the missing values and experience them first within himself, and by so experiencing them, gain a means of positive action. If we take the case of Plotinus, the Neoplatonist, we are told that according to his own record, on only a few occasions, 2 or 3 occasions during his lifetime, was he accorded the blessed privilege of a mystical experience. In those brief moments, however, Plotinus, being peculiarly blessed among men, actually experienced the state of human integration. He experienced man as himself, fulfilling the human purpose. He became aware of his positive ability to tune into a dynamic reality, to become part of and aware of a dynamic good, whereas it had always previously been that he lived in a dynamic evil and a static good. Evil had a power over him, good did not, because evil was active in his nature and in his environment, but good was merely a word, a dim fantasy of value, something that had never been truly vitalized. But through the mystical experience, this vitalization took place, and Plotinus experienced the absolute victory of good over the shadow or absence of itself. He became in those instants dynamically good, and by that means dynamically happy, dynamically in a state of fulfillment, dynamically adjusted, and in complete possession of those ordinal virtues with which man's traditional moral life is said to be associated. Such an experience lasted 5 seconds, perhaps less. But it was an experience, not an indoctrination. Plotinus could never have been vitalized had someone explained this to him for 50 years.
but because it happened to him. Because it occurred within his own life. It became an absolute authority in his life. And he told his disciples that all through the years in which no such privileges were again granted to him, he still lived in the serene, living recollection of that which had occurred. The door did not open again for many, many years, but he knew what was on the other side of the door. He had been through the door. Nothing, no one, could alter this conviction, which he could also re-stimulate in memory, in conscious understanding, in recollection. He could relive it 1,000,000 times because it had happened to him. Mysticism, then, has this peculiar and wonderful authority of an experience that happens to us and becomes the first important experience against the mediocre. Psychology, realizing the possibility of such a thought, begins to analyze how the mystical experience can be engendered, how it can be conjured out of this mysterious complex of living. There's no use writing it as a prescription because no one can fill it. Yet it is the only remedy, the sovereign remedy, for the innumerable psychological ills of the individual. Actually, of course, the psychotic, the pressure-laden person is in a very poor situation to have such an experience. Yet this is not totally the fact of the matter. It seems to be. Rationally and even morally, we would assume that the person who is most dynamically wrong is the furthest from the state of being right. The story of mysticism, however, does not sustain that. As we realize from the theophany of Paul on the road to Damascus. Here the mystical experience is given to the apostle at the very time he is on the way to persecute the Christians. He has already stoned them. He already struck and seriously injured James the disciple. He had no interest and no faith whatever, yet to him was given this experience. This seems to point out that the mystical experience is no respecter of the ordinary conventions of life. It originates in something else. Now, several answers have been given to the Pauline illumination. The distances of time and the inadequacies of records make it very difficult to answer this. Some say that Paul at this time was afflicted with a stroke, that something definitely happened in his health which reduced him, which broke him interiorly. Another group say that he was stricken with blindness. Some say that he was blinded by the vision. Others affirm that this was not the occasion of the blindness, but was associated with it. If Paul had passed through some immediately preceding disaster, this might very easily explain the matter as a break in the armament of his negative aggressiveness. Other mystics, however, are evidence and clear proof that the mystical experience is not necessarily simply the result of the perfection of the disposition. What it appears to arise from is the reduction of the energy in the negative pattern of the personality. As we suggested at the very beginning of the talk, instead of exhausting the complex, there are ways and circumstances by which it is devitalized, in which the energy being withdrawn from it reduces its activity. It remains what it has always been, merely a small weed in the garden. If we take energy away from it, it will not grow. If it has already grown and we take energy away from it, it will die. We have spent all our time fighting with the weed. We have never realized that it lived by an energy which we can turn on and off, and that it is the turning off of the energy and not the fighting with the result of the energy that gives us our easiest and most lasting victory. Mysticism cultivates within the person who believes it certain religious virtues. Mysticism is founded in the simple doctrines of both Eastern and Western saints, whose lives have been very largely dedicated to a quiet, patient, reflective acceptance of the challenge of living and the continuous and unceasing refusal to become violently involved in problems which are of themselves of no importance, of no meaning, of no essential value, and which rise only to satisfy pride or egotism or a moment's emotional instability. So that your mystic actually is a person who gradually takes the energy away from the whole complex of his own psychic personality. He withdraws his support, mental and emotional and vital, from negative patterns. And these patterns, without his support, without his willful direction, without his bestowing upon them the power of the will, willing them into activity and sustaining them by will energy, if he does not do this, these patterns cease or die back again to such controllable dimensions that they are no longer serious problems in life. The mystic, by his retirement from confusion, by his relaxation away from tension, thereby acquires two situations that are helpful. First, his natural reduction of intensities automatically helps to clarify the psychic field. And the same reduction in tension helps to clarify his relationship with his own basic consciousness. By moderation in his conduct, he thereby reduces any abnormal psychic situation that exists, and at the same time makes available to him and to himself his interior hyper-psychic resources that go beyond even his mental, emotional, or psychic propensities. His end always is the same, namely that he shall experience that which is right, and from this gain the absolute criterion of what he should and must be. Because until he experiences the substance of good within himself, he does not know how he can be good. The question always arises, what must a man do in order to be saved? And until man experiences this as solution in his own consciousness, he can only listen to the advice of others. And this listening to advice is not the same thing. We can listen to advice forever and reject it all. But once we have known something, we have a new level of value, a new standard upon which to erect our own structure of life. Zen and other Eastern systems, therefore, boldly advance what almost might be regarded as a sharp knife, a powerful and directive influence. Instead of wandering around in this misery world of continuous compromises, Zen takes the attitude that this is so, this is not so. The decision is simple. The need for this decision is obvious. The excuses against the decision are numerous, and none of them is valid. The person's own predicament is such that the need for solution is desperately indicated. Therefore, instead of locking ourselves in a vast, involved dispute about this matter, let us visualize the situation as the deathbed scene in which the doctors are arguing as to the medication, and during the argument the patient dies. And that is more or less the situation. While we are making these tremendous philosophical arguments about this and that, our own situation grows steadily worse. And in the midst of all of the defenses that we intellectually conjure to our support, the individual is the living picture of the fact that his position cannot be defended. He proves by his own existence that he is wrong, and then claims by his intellection that he is right. If he continues to do this, of course, he will continue in the difficulties with which he has been plagued from the beginning. Now, in the West, which is not a contemplative world, the search for a Western mysticism, a mysticism not different substantially, for there can be really no East or West in truth, but Western in the sense of being presented in a manner as compatible to our experience as possible, and at the same time not to compromise its basic integrity. This idea of a Western mysticism is growing in importance to Western man today. He cannot be actually the kind of person that he reads about in the stories of ancient Eastern saints and things of that nature. He just isn't that person. But he has the same need as that person. He has a certain basic respect and veneration for the thing that he does need. But he has to find some way of acquiring what he needs, of making it available to him as a personal experience. So psychotherapy approaches this situation. What can we do other than what we are doing in order to help to cleanse this stable of the human psyche and act in the true part of our own Hercules? Obviously, for Western man, this must be brought under some kind of control mechanism. And in that, it's not so different from Eastern man. Certainly, the processes of Eastern meditation are no less scientific than the processes of Western psychoanalysis, nor are their theories, in either case, superficial. And in both instances, there is a thoroughly integrated formula. It is being done in an almost completely scientific way, although it transcends science as we are likely to think of the term scientific. Meditation is also a person starting from a situation and moving from that situation towards a goal or an end which justifies the consecration of life to that end. In some Eastern nations where meditation has been universally practiced, it is seemingly a thoroughly natural, reasonable, and proper force, and brings no thought of ridicule or criticism in the public mind. In fact, the person may be regarded with a special esteem because he takes such a life, even as here he is going to be regarded with the most profound suspicion. Yet the end to be attained is, in both instances, approximately the same. But man in the West is thinking of his end in different symbolism. Eastern man thinks of his end, perhaps, as complete emancipation from worldliness. He thinks of the end of his existence is his return to a state of total union with deity. The Eastern mystic has a highly spiritual end which he seeks to attain. To him, this end is the only reason for life, and its existence is a searching for God and good. And the life of godliness and of goodness, these are the proper lives and the important lives, and other lives are comparatively unimportant. In the West, the goal of man is not good in the sense of God, but good in the sense of adjustment with a situation in which he exists. Western man is not seeking to go to a heavenly place. What he probably is trying to do, if he ever was able to define it clearly, is to bring that heaven here. He wishes to bring heaven here. He wishes to perfect the world he is in. Whereas certain mystics have always had the attitude that the sooner out of here, the better. Western man wants to make this world a world of security and peace, and he envisions his daily contribution to the future of his race as a contribution toward some golden age ahead, some utopian world to come, in which all the 5-year plans and the 10-year plans and the longer range 1,000-year plans and the long range from the primitive to now 10,000-year plan will sometime result in these plans coming true, and that a generation will come into the world sometime in which there will be no sin and death, and that everything will be as beautiful and wonderful as we might want it to be. Standard of satisfaction. It would be very difficult, therefore, to assume that this world can be rapidly transformed in its totality, picked up as a globe, so to say, and carried from one level of integrity to another. Western mysticism meets this possible conflict of concepts with the other situation, then, that man's own life becomes to a measure a psychosomatic symbol of the whole world. The world as we know it here is made up of an infinite number of beings capable of the statement of I. These beings exist as individuals, but each of these individuals is in a world and is the victim of a world arising within himself and flowing outward into his environment, or moving from his environment in upon himself. Thus, each person becomes symbolical of the transference of heaven to earth, the bringing of a spiritual state into objectivity within the consciousness of man, the possibility of creating within man the utopian, the individual who possesses the virtues which he desires to have the community virtues of his world. That it is conceivable that the individual can attain this has not been denied. And the resulting thought, of course, that brings some optimism but restraint, is that enough persons gradually coming to this individual discovery could go a long way towards ultimately moving the collective in that direction. Because by degrees, individuals becoming as they are the units of masses. If enough individuals move in a direction, the mass moves in that direction. So mysticism for Western man has to be solutional of something. It is not his departure from life into some mysterious nirvana. It is rather the departure of his ailments, the departure of his difficulties, and the final integration and organization of himself as a directive leader of his own fate, with both the wisdom and the strength to be a good leader, to be capable of preserving the peace in his own nature and living according to it. Mysticism for this man cannot be totally disassociated from his immediate needs. And I think it will come into our Western world through the recognition of a process of therapy in which the individual, by the cultivation of certain laws, principles, and practices of mystical procedure, will discover that these put his personal life in order, and that by putting his personal life in order, they accomplish most of the byproducts which he desires. His confusion in all its manifestation represents byproduct. The fact that he is in his present sorry state results from this lack of organization. It is itself a byproduct. So if we wish to say that man's sickness, physical sickness, is to a measure psychosomatic, that many of the ailments which are increasing at the present time are directly traceable to tension, or to one or other of the excesses by which the individual hazards his life. If we also want to assume that domestic problems, juvenile problems, vocational maladjustments, all these things to a measure result in man energizing the wrong values, then it means that by the re-education of his basic value sense, much can be accomplished. To re-educate the value sense in man, we may need, and will probably ultimately develop, a series of disciplines based upon Eastern techniques, but probably a little like some of the adaptations of Eastern art and architecture to our Western way of life. Coming upon us almost unawares. Perhaps the architectural situation will be of some use to us at the moment in trying to make a point here. We have several great systems of foreign architecture, particularly Oriental, that have been neglected for a long time because for years, for centuries, our public buildings were Greco-Roman, our cathedrals were mostly Gothic, our monuments largely Gothic or Baroque, or if we were extremely luxurious and wanted to finally indicate beyond all doubt that we had wealth and culture, we ran into that glorious, spindly, gold-leaf situation that dignified the Louis of France from the 16th to the 18th, and immediately following the 18th, the deluge. This situation caused us a lot of discontent. Now, we have many schools of Eastern architecture. And it is interesting that in selecting by our own subconscious or by the subconscious of our art directors or interior decorators, however, they don't get very far unless the client pays them, so it all goes back again to what is acceptable or what the individual is willing to live with.
Out of all the systems that could have been drawn upon, the simplest was selected, and that was the Japanese. And it is distinguished by under-furnishing, under-ornamentation, and such problems as bringing outdoors indoors, some magnificent garden composed of nothing but 5 rocks and combed sand, a delightful and glorious house in which, theoretically, if not actually, and ultimately, perhaps actually, you do not even have to continue to live in rooms of the same sizes and shapes. You get tired of your living room, you pull 3 or 4 silk partitions one way or the other, and your living room becomes anything you want it to be. You can take all the partitions of the house down if you want to, and change a 9-room house into 1 room. Or you can, if you're a little tired of that, you can put up so many partitions that it will make a house that resembles a cell block at Sing Sing. You can have what you want. You live in walls that are only where you want them to be. And that's Zen. The ability to change the shape of your room to meet the shape of your life. You can also realize that your consciousness following into all of these shapes can be any and all of them. Your consciousness can be a 1-room house consciousness or a 9-room house consciousness. You can have a consciousness that wishes to be alive with the sky or the air and wants no walls. And you have complete control over whether you want walls or not. It is not necessary for you to blast through 16 feet of solid concrete, as in the time of Richard the Lion-Hearted, in order to get into a house. In those days, they built walls to keep people out. And what did they do? They kept the people on the inside in. And every barrier we build to protect ourselves imprisons ourselves. So suddenly, we like to see rivers flowing into our living room. We like to see doors and windows where walls used to be. And we like walls that we can argue with a little bit, pushing them this way, getting rid of them that way if we don't like them. We are tired of the bric-a-bracs and of the oddments and all this type of thing. And our taste today moves toward this openness, this broad sweep, this lack of boundaries. It tells us something. It is all part of a kind of an astute formula, a Zen formula. And when we are thinking of art today, we go into the Zen type of Genri art. We go into an art that goes back to the basic value of simple line and the tremendous importance of the full consciousness of line and color. These things point out psychological changes, and they also point out the desire of the person not to be cluttered. This against clutteredness is showing up all through our culture. It is showing up everywhere where man has been for ages cluttered. His house is nothing more or less than his escape from himself. He is doing with his house what he wants to do with himself. And his relation of his house to himself is the relation of his psyche to his being. And today he is very anxious to get rid of a cluttered up psyche. And he has learned that one way that he can get rid of it is simply to make his walls of paper and silk instead of iron and steel. That he also can get rid of it by getting rid of debris, of clutterage. And psychology may so slowly realize, as it has, that a badly demoralized psyche is very much like a room over-furnished. Back in the old days when nothing was ever thrown away, in the days when the portieres were threaded eucalyptus buds alternating with leaves, when small window curtains were beautifully festooned out of father's cigar bands, in those days nothing was ever lost. The drapes were hung with little pinned reproductions of children's drawings that had been there. The wedding wreaths were underneath glass bells. Everything was velour and velvet and felt. Every tabletop resembled a present piece of kitchenware. It was heavily loaded with marble and mosaic, or something that was the 19th century equivalent of linoleum. Linoleum was liable to appear in the living room just as well as anywhere else. For portraits of those long dead, most of them apparently having died of various types of grievances from the expressions, were everywhere. This was the stuffy old psyche. This was the individual living in an atmosphere in which there was no freedom for his own soul. He lived overshadowed by the grimness of hereditary bestowals. And the psychologist today, trying to explain to the individual that he is suffering from a broken home, and the individual going back and visualizing that early childhood difficulty, is in very similar condition to the same man going to the family homestead, going into this room and seeing these grim-faced relatives glowering down upon him from across the years. Relatives that still live in him as part of his psychic content. Situations that mean that he has inherited this whole stuffy mess and that he has carried it on through the years. Now, it's wonderful for someone to try to put these things in order, but you cannot put a good many of them in order. There's only one thing to do with them: throw them away. They are of no importance to anyone. These cherished things that 50 years ago would have been lovingly preserved at the cost of life. If the house was on fire, the individual would gladly have been burned to death rescuing them. These things are now worthless. We cannot say in psychoanalysis, learn to get used to them. What's the use? We cannot say, well, don't forget that this hatchet-faced aunt up on the wall was really the victim of a bad psychotic time herself. Look how her parents treated her and how their parents treated them. So gradually learn to see the good in your miserable old aunt. Learn to see that underneath she is only the symbol of your own frustration. What's the use? Just take the picture and turn it to the wall. Or better still, throw it away. Now you can go through this same room and you can try to reconcile yourself. You can say, yes, these gorgeous portieres of eucalyptus buds were wonderful at the time they were made. They were the production of loving spinster sisters who had nothing much more important to do because they couldn't play the piano all the time. These things have sentiment to them. They are nostalgic. They have a sacredness about them. They made somebody very happy, or at least help somebody to be unhappy in a pleasant manner. This situation causes them to be part of us, to be part of our background. Well, we can do that. We can take them down and we can carefully roll them up and say sometime somebody may want them, although we know they never will. Or we may try to live with them. We may try to clear our dream life so that we can wander through this house and this room whistling with sheer joy because we understand everything in it so well. It's all reconciled now. But what have we done? We've reconciled ourselves with something that wasn't anything in the first place, that had certain, perhaps, excuses for existence, but never any reasons. It belonged to a way of life that was dated like a geological strata. Once it's gone, with it went the dinosaur and the megatherium. There's no further relationship in these things. Now, if our own haunted house, our own psychic nature, carries this tremendous burden, there is no real gain from trying to rationalize it, from trying to accept it, from trying to say, I'll live with it, regardless. Well, maybe we could live with it, but it means nothing. It is only punishing ourselves for no purpose. It would be very much better to take a perfectly simple Zen attitude in this, because a Zen monk coming in, looking around very carefully, would probably burn the place. In other words, it would be the simplest answer. There's no need, there's nothing to be gained from it. It has no answers for questions or problems that we mean or that we need. Consequently, if the whole situation dies out in us, completely and totally, it is far better. There is also no reason why we should go around in the presence of this saying, I don't like it. But because I don't like it, I must now accuse myself of being disloyal to it. It's not any good. I know it isn't any good. But I have loyalties. I am in some way required by a code to protect this thing and, if possible, transform it into a national monument. It must go on. Now, many people kill themselves with that type of loyalty. And nothing gained again. So mysticism, cutting through all of this, gives us the concept of the simple house. The house in which the walls are very simple, in which things that are no longer valuable are buried honorably, where their ghosts will no longer walk, where these situations can no longer arise, and the individual lives in the free air, looking out through these cloistered and starry walls back to the sky and the earth, which were his common parents. Here lies man's return to value, and escaping the stumbling block of trying to get there by passing through a mystic maze of everybody else's values, which he can never do anything about anyway. He does not need to say his ancestors were wrong any more than he hopes his descendants will say that he is wrong. But these things do not add anything. And while we are fighting with these, struggling with them, trying to root them out one by one, the years go by, the sickness goes on, and the person cured of one ailment simply turns his face to another corner of the same room and is just as sick again. It is the same problem, infinitely repeating itself. Today, physically, we would scarcely do this anymore. It's on rare occasions now that persons literally hold on to things this way. The outer symbolism is broken by the five senses that can't tolerate it. But the interior symbolism is held together by subjective pressures and by a certain psychic loyalty. And perhaps this peculiar tie back to the past, which is part of the psychological entity of all of us, and which unfortunately is not always tied to the right part of the past. There is a value in that tie, but only when it is properly and adequately used. The psychic mystic problem goes into this gradual fading away of false value, the getting away from this miserable conglomerate into simplicity again. And the house of today is a little bit symbolic of that. Some of these modern houses are pretty bad, but the principle of getting away seems to be driving the individual, driving him to more or less stylized expressions of living, in which he is less and less a slave to literal particulars, but prefers rather to live in an atmosphere of broad, almost metaphysical implications.
He is depending less and less upon the completeness of design. He is expecting that completeness to be supplied rather than provided. He expects the individual who beholds it to sense something more than he sees. And he leaves the situation in this way, rather open and fluid, which is much better for his psyche. If we would take this architectural release that he has gained and try to apply it to his interior psychic life, we would begin to understand perhaps something of mystical content. The rebellion on the outside is almost a mandala. The rebellion on the outside gives him a tremendous symbolic instrument to work with. And here we come to, I think, a very powerful factor in this entire situation. Man finds it comparatively easy to follow lines that are familiar to him. As he becomes adjusted to one level of a value, he becomes adapted to other less obvious value levels that are similar. Thus the person living in the open house with its very simple, austere human factors, depending more and more upon nature moving in upon it, this individual is constantly contemplating a value. Perhaps he didn't originally build a house that way. Perhaps an architect built it, or a decorator provided the furnishings. Perhaps it was only a stylization when he moved in. But if it was well done, this stylization begins to move in him. And the mandala is always the thing on the outside that starts something working on the inside. It is something that by looking at, or by studying, or by contemplating, we create a series of reminiscent revelations. Something moves in upon us, something moves out to meet it. And the thing that moves out to meet it is usually our need, moving out to meet a supply of some kind. Or it is a quality within ourselves, moving out to a different quantity of that quality in the thing outside of us. The mandala in Oriental art is consequently usually a highly symmetrical and highly symbolical structure. It is a design that is lawful in its formation and is peculiarly and specially intended to portray a principle, and to portray it in a way that is acceptable to us, inasmuch as the portrayal is accomplished by archetypal symbols. By archetypal symbols, we mean symbols which in the subconscious of all persons must be essentially interpreted in the same way as against the common symbol, which is capable of any kind of interpretation. Archetypal symbols usually, therefore, go back to the great motions of humanity, to the great religions, the great structures, by means of which a certain device or figure brings to the conscious attention of the individual certain factors, certain thoughts, certain restorations of memory, which he will share with millions of others who look upon the same device, because the symbols themselves are archetypal and are so intended to be. If, therefore, the individual creates an archetypal order in his life, he is constantly releasing this archetype. And in the releasing of it, he finds positive experience as against negative experience. Now, it probably is too soon to say that the American house builder is actually fulfilling or obeying the essential principles of all these archetypes. He is not. The Eastern master would not permit one column, window, or door in that building to be placed without absolute consideration for law. The Western master will not do that. He is merely concerned with a general effect. But the general effect is improving to a degree. Therefore, it is telling us something of man's recognition of archetypal symbol factors in his own life. It is telling us, for example, that man wants to allow nature to move in upon him more. He wants to live in a larger world. He wants to also live in a world in which he draws from basic resources. He wants to live in an uncluttered world. And he wants to live in a world that reminds him of universals rather than particulars. He wants to reduce, therefore, the furnishing of this house to its utilities and to such elements of essential decoration as have the greatest basic significance for him. Thus he appoints into his house no longer a mass of confused things, but a reduction in which his emphasis is upon luxury as the right of beauty rather than the right of clutteredness. It used to be that if you were very, very luxurious, you loaded everything. A luxurious individual had 9 times as many chairs as he needed. The luxurious individual had much larger pompons on the end of his curtain cords. He also had magnificent diapered plush edging on the curtains, so that every time you moved the curtain it was as though you were moving the entire structure of history. And of course it was just as dusty usually. But there was mass that counted. Tremendous evidence of this. Today we find one good painting, one fine piece of sculpturing. Perhaps neither the painting or the sculpturing too good in substance, but simplification, definite reduction. It may be the selection of the art is not real, does not represent personal taste, maybe only general convention, but it is reduced to a recognition that a few things become important in themselves. Many things lose all importance. We go into the life of the person with the same thing. Our great psychological problem today is this clutteredness, which is resulting in desperation, emergency feeling within ourselves. We feel like the young wife coming into one of these ancestral mansards and feeling that an almost irresistible desire to throw it all out. She is overwhelmed by factors that were never her own, that meant nothing to her, and close in upon her like ancient relatives. She wants to rebel against them. She wants to furnish the place over again, to furnish it according to the living desires of her own nature. The same thing has to happen in the person. Coming into our own subconscious, which is a conglomerate of many things, including pressures, traditions, our own bad habits, and everything you can think of. The individual either has to put this thing in order, or else he has to live in a continual state of internal irritation. Now, perhaps the psychologist in this place becomes the interior decorator. He has to try to rearrange these elements of design, but he assumes that they all have to stay there. He assumes also that if he rearranges these things, that he can arrange them until they are better for the patient because of formulas that he possesses, and that he is the one who must decide what is normal and what is abnormal, that it is necessary for the patient to fulfill a series of rules to achieve certain particular victories over certain things, and that the final victory to be attained is the ability to live with the rubbish. That the individual must be able to live in the haunted house and laugh at the ghost. That seems to be the real end that we're working for. That he must be able to get along with the inconsistencies in himself. That he must live in this house unfurnished by taste, but filled with accumulated furniture and fixtures. The East will not permit this attitude in its basic thinking. It is not that the psychological adjustment is so that the person can live with himself. This is only an excuse, and actually doesn't work. The individual who has reached the point where he can live with himself doesn't want it. He still finds himself totally boring, uninteresting, and unpredictable, and inexplicable as far as its own nature is concerned. When you learn to live with the psyche, you are only learning to live with a mystery because of the fact that even psychology cannot tell you what it is. This is not the end that is sought. Rather, the end is to clear away the entire structure through, we'll say, the development of a recognition of universal taste. When the person has good taste, he is capable of cleaning his own house. As long as a decorator does the job, we are never sure that the person himself is going to be happy. After the decorator has finished the house, the decorator has to a measure pleased himself, but he is not going to live in the house. Perhaps the person for whom he has decorated the house has given him, as far as possible, the ideas. But you'd be surprised how many people get an expensive decorating firm and then have no ideas of their own at all. They just move into the grandeur that the decorator has conceived. And as one individual told me after living in it for 6 months, he put his desk and card table out in the garage because he couldn't live in the grandeur. He had a decorated home that cost him $250,000. He couldn't live in it. It wasn't his home. He had been raised in a farmhouse. He had happened to get rich. But still, this glory of it all simply pressed in upon him, giving him the most terrible mental inferiority complex. He felt himself incapable of living on so high a standard of elegance and opulence. So the attempt to reorganize these interiors according to a formula, the attempt to take the individual's life and straighten it out in terms of Freud, or in terms of Adler, or in terms of any of these psychologists, assumes that they have to be right, and also that a broad formula, not too broad actually, is applicable to most people. These facts have never been demonstrated in psychoanalysis. That certain pressures can be reduced, the individual can be counseled into a better state of living, is undeniably true. But this same individual may go back for counseling 6 months later with a new problem and the whole thing start over again. The actual achievement of a proven norm has not taken place. And of course the counselor is in trouble on this also, because as soon as the patient feels well enough to get along without him, he doesn't come back. And most of the time, even the treatment that is available is never completed. So you don't get too far with it. Mysticism, by getting behind the whole situation, helps the individual to recognize clutteredness and order. It helps him to recognize simplicity and confusion. And if he can recognize those two groups of couplets, he is pretty well out of his troubles on almost everything. If he will cling to order and cling to simplicity, he will never be very far from integration and improvement of health and attitude. It is when he departs from these basic things that he then requires every type of psychological help that he can possibly receive. So in the West, I believe that we are going to begin not to probe the individual continuously to find out what is lurking in the subconscious. We are rather going to realize that if man has been conditioned by environment, and this conditioning moving in upon him has caused the situation that we generally recognize as psychotic, that we have learned a tremendous fact about man. We have learned that something from the outside can move in upon the inside and make a profound effect upon the inside of life. Now, we have allowed this to always be a more or less detrimental thing. although nature is constantly reminding us that through this experience pattern from the outside, nature itself is perfecting her own accomplishment. But what comes in through these sensory perceptions and goes into the inner life of man as a modifying force can be either orderly or disorderly. We get back to the simple problem of Pythagorean philosophy, namely that Pythagoras believed that medicine could be taken into the body through the eyes and the ears, that part which is taken in at the mouth has the greatest effect upon the body. That which is taken in with the eyes has the greatest amount of effect upon the psyche, and that which is taken in through the ears has the greatest effect upon the mind. That these represent, therefore, senses, the eyes, instruction, the ears, nutrition, the mouth. Now, medicines can come through all three of these avenues. And in your mystical lore, the eyes have become tremendously important on the psychic or soul level. The ears play a subordinate but also often important role. But the eyes particularly give man the experience of beauty. They give man the power to contemplate the orderliness of life, and they can be focused upon the meditation forms. Medicine through the geometric arrangements of devices, the mandala, the flower arrangement, the tea ceremony, everything by means of which the individual becomes capable of receiving into his nature the archetypal symbols of contentment, order, relaxation, peace, integration. These things can move in upon him, just as surely as chaos can move in upon him. And through meditation, the individual, through increasing discrimination, makes more and more use of these available faculties and powers, always with the purpose of receiving into himself certain impressions, and then moving these impressions by his own interior energies. In this respect, supposing the individual, seated quietly in some convenient area in the process of his mystical thinking, looks out across the landscape, sees hills and valleys and the little town, and becomes very much aware of the type of scene that we have with the story of Gray's Elegy, a very pastoral scene, a scene in which the human interference to nature is very slight, and a wonderful soft glow hangs over life, the simple glow of nature itself. Now this contemplating person, being, we'll say for this moment, a mystic, now returns to the common concerns of the day, or perhaps to the concerns of rest. And in his inner life, he restores this pattern. He begins to build his concept of interiors upon the placidity of nature which he has seen around him. Thus the pastoral scene moving in upon himself, with its attendant emotional tranquillities, give him a kind of experience which he can internally estimate. As he therefore becomes more adroit at these things, more advanced in the usages of them, he finds the very definite possibility of reorienting his attitudes toward life. He finds that as he sits quietly, looking out upon the thing as it is, that he realizes the life apart from the desperate desire to change that thing. He knows perfectly well that if a real estate agent was sitting there, the place would be mentally subdivided within 5 minutes. The man would move in upon it. That 100 different motives of profit or gain could be contemplated by looking out over that landscape. But if you do not have those motives within your own consciousness, if rather you are accepting this scene as therapy, as a kind of medicine arising from restoring strong, real relationships between yourself and life, you will have a different type of experience, and a rich one and an enriching one. Gradually, you will also gain a skill in this. You will gain the possibility to achieve this orientation in ever more confused situations. You will find that someday you can look out of an office window upon a busy street with all its traffic and its noises and its confusion, and still with this interior apperception you will be able to put this thing in order. You will be able to completely transcend its ability to confuse you, yet you will not deny its existence, deny its effects, or minimize it, or ignore it, but it simply will not have the power to disorganize you or cause you to be lost in that confusion. Mysticism can make you a kind of in the world, but not totally of the world. It permits you to do everything that you normally would do, or that others would find it proper for you to do, and yet do it in an unworldly way. You can do these things without ever becoming so involved in them that you bestow upon them the right to hurt you. The moment you do something and become involved in it, you are going to be hurt by the one who doesn't appreciate it. Zen would strike at this thing with everything that it has, with a sharp knife, because as long as the other person can hurt us, we will be in pain, even to the end of time. We will blame the other person, and to the end of time it will be ourselves at fault. It is this case of the wrong placing of the blame will lead to modern Western psychotic situation. It is only mysticism that can prevent the wrong placing of the blame. It is only a degree of consciousness that is strong enough not to place blame. That is the only absolute remedy for the situation. The consciousness to whom blame or not blame becomes equally unimportant, inasmuch as all things are done for the sake of themselves. All good is for the sake of good. All truth is spoken for the sake of truth. It is not to please nor to displease, to gain nor to cost. It is not to add or to diminish. It is not to satisfy or dissatisfy. As the Oriental mystic points out, the thing is done because of the necessity within the thing itself to be done. It must be fulfilled. And being fulfilled in this way, nothing is neglected and no one is hurt. It is not a case of the individual doing certain things regretfully or other things with great gusto and glee. It is that the simple problem of the doing of the thing because the doing of that thing is next. In mysticism, there is this complete detachment from the consequences in terms of other people's reactions. The great problem is that the mystic must be moved by a standard of value in which he is constantly mindful of his responsibility to truth for the use of truth. He is not censored by others, he is censored by the deed he performs. He is censored by the word he speaks. He is censored by the thought he thinks, and not by the judgment of other persons. If he can understand this, gradually these psychic pressures will diminish in his own nature. He will find that the desire to push by exercise of will against inevitable ceases. When a thing has to be pushed, it is not timely. Now you will say, but many things would never get done if we didn't push them. That isn't true. If we understand what is meant by mysticism. Mysticism is not achieved by the weight of the push. Mysticism is achieved by the inevitable integrity of the purpose. It can and must be preserved with a certain simple dignity. And experience has shown that the absolute integrity of the purpose is stronger than a push. Yet there must be one or the other. Where we're not too easily able to prove our point, we push. Where the value is itself moving the situation, it moves itself if we become its servant. Therefore, the mystic clearly, interiorly visualizes and states. And if his integrity and his visualization is true, the thing is pushed, but not by effort. It is moved by its own inevitable need. It is moved by the fact that it is trusted to a law, and because it is lawful, it must win. It is where we have to defend that which is not lawful that we have to push so hard. With all this pushing comes exhaustion. With exhaustion, irritation. With irritation, more pushing. And finally, we tie ourselves into a hopeless complex. So psychology today is beginning to seriously investigate this Zen concept of effortless effort. This process by means of which we simply do not fight all of these complexes that we have, but substitute for this battle that we have previously fought a very simple and direct positive search for value. So search for the thing we have not had, the reason for being different from what we are. Value, if recognized, becomes worthy of service. The individual will remain as he is until value teaches him or informs him or reveals to him that he is not in harmony with that which is valuable. So in psychology we are developing this value penetration, in which we believe firmly that if the person has a greater appreciation for beauty and understands it better, a greater recognition of nature and a simple acceptance of nature, a greater variety of natural, simple, constructive interests, and a stronger internal meditative life, not meditating for what he wants, but meditating to experience the state he needs, achieving through experience and meditation and diversification the personal awareness of a state of existence better than he is. In other words, that in moments like Plotinus, in these moments he will suddenly experience himself as being better than he is, or better than he knows that he is. There will be moments in which he will be picked up into peace. There will be seconds occur to him in which the confusion will open, and he will see the bright light of sky beyond. There will be moments in which he will experience a greater peace than he has ever known. Then these currents will close again, and he will be swirled along into another uncertainty. But as he cultivates interiors, he will have these moments. He will have these moments in meditation or in the very simple association with the necessary. And out of these moments, he gradually will integrate his positive philosophy. He will say to himself, whatever that mood is that I had, I don't know what it is, but that mood is value. That mood is the thing which, if I could possess it, I would need nothing else. That mood would end all interval of misunderstanding between myself, and also between myself and every other living creature. Therefore, this mood of value must be cultivated. It is not a matter of education. It is not a matter of the overcoming of every other fault that I possess. It is simply the effort to cultivate a few positive values, a positive realization of something. And even the troubled person can search for some value. Value in religion, value in a good book, value in a work of art, value in a pleasant walk in the garden, value in the kindly office of a friend, value in one of 1,000 different things. The experience of value is the first and simplest form of illumination. And it is also the thing that becomes the guide of our lives. Because the moment we experience a superior state, we are moved to make that state real, to build it into ourselves as a permanent part of our own natures. As time goes on, I hope that we shall be able to do more with this subject, because it opens a new concept of many things. But tonight we are past our time, so I guess we have done all that we can for this evening. And remember that next week we begin